memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I hope we meet again someday. Someday. The flames of fate torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. I know we'll meet again someday. The sky is frozen by apathy, desolation, fear and catastrophe. But I won't stop hunting with BLADEPOINTs. This pain, a fire consuming me. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I know we'll meet again someday. Someday. The flames of fate torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. We'll meet in NARAKA someday.
我是蓝小璐，我是浙江泰顺人，是写首民歌、写首分手的真心人。
你最想负责的吧，在最穷过你们仨，小鹿也要穿凤凰装。
我细时只就喜欢对着台山唱歌，喜欢在山林都跑啊跑。是只只有老人头上的盼望记可以教我定路脚步。我爷对我讲，盼望中是不你在台上以后将可以做的，所以我经常拿起个盼望中对着将在看待心眼。梦想地个台上以后就像盼望中的样子。每一次以赶场走前，我都好抢着去拦路，就为了多睇几人信仰头上生好的法子。当时懵里懵懂的，不能出上来好事情的活大会，更是台人为大老都唱对歌， 其實都是平庸包容嘅人長台，就符我人自由嘅象徵。這條台先來，就像雪太太外班嘅自由是先落用住。體驗生活也好，夢綠也好，出台小時都當然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
妈，你干嘛？老给我带这个呀？我要带上这个。
伴隨我女面面台先來，也面面教我，像啲細時隻外運對平旺嘅熱愛進行落書。所以我十分堅決將頭掛上。我啲過一次當作出發，我想對啲個嘅體會當作有平旺中。山下嘅歌啊，唱了一輩子。現在我在舞台上唱出啲個嘅故事。啲民俗嘅進行都上了革新嘅色彩。革新衣裳唔只是俾你在相處嘅標誌，而是俾我人勇氣，讓我人無拘無束做啲個嘅披風弄開角。愛來自山下，我是熱愛嘅勇氣弄英雄，我是憧憬平旺嘅傳道中嘅一個。愛也是平旺，愛是書記，愛心無懼。
都是成的
啊，所以呢，然后呢？
没事，你看这个03年像那个我的是吧？07年注册08年，那这个哪一年就是11年，概况8年。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. New challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
Did you see this coming?
我是蓝小璐，我是浙江泰顺人，是下属民歌、下属分手的真心人。
你最想负责的吧，在最穷国你们仨，小鹿也要穿凤凰装。
我细时只就喜欢对着台山唱歌，喜欢在山林都跑啊跑。唔是只，只有老人头上嘅平安计可以教我定路脚步。我爷对我讲，平安装是不你在台山了以后才可以做嘅，所以我经常拿起个平安装对着正在看待新年。梦想地个台山了以后就像平安装嘅样子。每一次一赶上早前，我都好冲着去拦路，就为了多睇几人信仰头上生好的法子。当时懵里懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅活大会，更是台人为大老都唱对歌，其实都是平安包容我人唱台，就符我人自由嘅象征。起条台先来，就像是太太外班嘅时候是先落样子。体验生活也好，网络也好，出台小时都当然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
妈，你干嘛？老给我带这个呀？我要带上这个。
伴随我女面面台先来，也面面教我，像啲细时只怪云对平安嘅热爱彰显落去。所以我十分坚决将头挂上。我啲过一次当作出发。我想对地个嘅体会当作有平安装。山下嘅歌啊，唱了一辈子。现在我在舞台上唱出地个嘅故事，啲民俗嘅真心都上了革新嘅色彩。革新衣裳唔只是俾你在相处嘅标志。而是俾我人勇气，让我人无拘无束，做啲个嘅披风弄开脚。爱来自山下，我是热爱嘅勇气弄英雄，我是憧憬平安嘅全岛中嘅一干。爱也是平安，爱是书记，爱心无惧。
is broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I hope we meet again someday. Someday, the flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gate. All your souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. I know we'll meet again someday. The sky is frozen by apathy, desolation, fear and catastrophe. But I won't stop hunting with blade points. This pain, a fire consuming me. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I know we'll meet again someday. Someday, the flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gate. All your souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. We'll meet in NARAKA someday.
你俩用的歌词成这样，
所以呢，然后呢？
没事，你看这03年3.6国的是吧？07年注册08年，那这个哪一年就是11年逗号8年。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. New challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
如何成为一名永劫高手？重点在于学习。我每天会花费大量的时间去研究刀法。
刀不是这样用的，你这样用刀是不会有人想看的。 对吧，兄弟们？
那应该怎么用？
一句话，人刀合一。
难道说这就是
百战无限？
欢迎来到 Nbpl， 你现在正在收看的是2024永劫无限职业联赛春季赛第4双周的3排周决现场。大家好，我是你们的班主任任栋。晋级的队伍在后台也已经准备就绪了，接下来让我们欢迎战队代表登场。 2024 NBPL 春季赛迎来了第4双周的3排的最终的周决的较量。首先问一下欧哥的 The King， 今天感觉自己的状态怎么样？
我们今天奔着双冠来的。
奔着双冠来的。同样的话，我们可以看到，在第4双周啊，狼队是找到了自己的状态。目前的话，常规赛遥遥领先，面对对方要拿下双冠，这边小恶魔有什么话送给他？
你这个双冠应该没机会了。
双冠没机会了，哎，特别喜欢这个台上针尖对麦芒的一个赛前放狠话。不过同样，今天谁可以笑到最后拿下冠军，让我们拭目以待。无间进无限，3排周决正式开始。
而且成都机是满编
9个淘汰分数的成都机器，
梦之龙干的位置非常刁钻，大哥这个明辉也还在坚持，库库尔也还在，这一波怎么说？不到1勾再次给上，机器能做到吗？11个击败，12个击败，成都机器好像是做到了。
我之前就说过，成都积极还是那个成都积极。
上个周决积极运气很好，但我不认为他们的好运还能延续。
我们最近的表现有点挣扎，但我们会调整好的。
现在的我们做好准备了。
那这样点5天的话，5天是被踢到了啊，他被踢到了，然后还被晕到了。那这样的话，这个时代我们晕3个，
这波晕3个，是的，
这波直接变了一个金刚伏魔，
而且真也交了，就是怕自己被秒，打得非常稳。这一下的话，看看雕哥这波的话能不能再抓一个，而且这个位置啊，其实现在这个圈已经很小了。扎克这边带着小雷，这里雕哥抓一个再捞，想捞一个凑对，但没有，直接先拍下来，队友补到伤害，问题应该不大。现在是一个3打1。就剩奈何桥了吧？奈何桥这边的话也被带走，那我们恭喜成都狼队拿下本局天选。
就靠着这把金色的妖刀姬杀死比赛就行了，剩余的人开始收割。苏苏一个残边，现在迷魂已穿出来，但被打在了暗域边上，迟迟进不来。沐浴着这个暗域上还是活不了，甚至连刀都不用掏，成狙击就拿下这场比赛。
苏苏这边直接一个仙人猛加一下子的。
是的，而这个时候星标可以再起，完全有最后的柔造空间。
神鹿龙王那边的话拿到叶然这个几百分，现在场上的话还有2个人。
心意勾一穿3，伤害一拉满打进去，最后一波炮击轰杀。
来看一下，
剩最后一个人，
这个先比的状态太差了。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the NBPL. Wow, starting off strong there. Kicking it off with our 4th and final bi-weekly of this season. My name is Hitbread. I'm joined by Moxie. Moxie, we're back. An amazing bi-weekly 3 last time. I'm hoping bi-weekly 4 delivers as well.
Yeah, I mean, amazing is selling it short. If you missed last bi-weekly, I really do strongly recommend you go back and watch it, because we thought, both you and I, we were on the mic, we both thought we were going game 8, right? We were like, GG, they're MVP eligible, but they're coming into this final zone with about 4 kills. There's no way they're going to be able to pop up and kill everyone. And then, like, back to back in the space of under a minute, they get like 13 kills. It's absolutely crazy. But speaking about things that you're going to get your hands on, it is obviously going to be the wonderful bi-weekly finals drops that are going to be enabled. You get a new cosmetic item for every single different bi-weekly finals that you follow along. And this time around, it's the banner. It's the big one. This can go behind your character. You can show it off in game when you're the kill lead. Everyone can see that you support the esports scene and tune in to Nbpl. And also, it's a one-time only thing, because it's only enabled for yesterday, Saturday, and today's Sunday. So make sure that you have your account linked. You do not want to let this one slip by.
Yeah, you really don't. That's absolutely banger on that one. Really, really excited to see everyone get their hands on that. But yeah, no, I mean, just going back to what we've been seeing, you know, on the latter half of the season, because obviously OUG were the team to watch. So far, they've only had 1 bi-weekly fall under their belt. You know, WBG took away the second one, GG took last one, and that was an absolutely just explosive performance. And then obviously this fourth one is up for grabs, and it's really anybody's to take. I'm very excited to see how this goes down. Obviously, we were kind of watching, I was watching last week, or this week actually, and we did get a bit of the Val to come out from GG. Not particularly to great success. It did win one Rema Yang and then immediately lost the second one. But it's cool to see that the teams are still experimenting, because this season, more than any season, has been the experimental season. So we've seen so many different team comps come out, and the team comps themselves have also developed. If you think about like how Cannonball turned into Ice Pick over time, and now that is like a variant comp in its own right, it's really cool to see this evolution, and like all of the teams be very willing to adapt to the meta, and then also those kind of like those pioneering teams who are the ones who are pulling them out. Was it JL who came up with Ice Pick? I can't remember who came up with it.
It wasn't JL who came up with Ice Pick. JL were the ones that came up with the Xiphon. They were the team that ran Xiphon, which is Zai, Matari, and Z-Ping. But the difference is in trios, you have Matari V3 and then Zai F3. So that with the Matari V3 activation, you can get 3 casts of the Zai F3, which is absolutely crazy. But here we can have a look and see all of the qualifying points. This is the total amount of qualifying points that all of these teams have picked up from all of the bi-week leads. And the top 6 of these teams will be able to instantly buy their way into the grand finals. Top 6 of all of the teams that play get to go straight through, and everyone else has to go through the absolute gauntlet that is LCQ, which are going to be kicking off next week and then leading into the pre-finals. Because Jake, can you believe it? We're already at the last day of regular season. How?
This split is absolutely rocketed by. I don't understand how we're on bi-weekly for. It feels like we're halfway through the season, but we're actually heading towards the end. Obviously, this is only the first season of the year, to be fair. So, you know, we got way more NARAKA to come over this year for everyone. But yeah, it's crazy that this first season is already kind of in its end of run, basically. But we're having a look at the overall standings, seeing where everybody is going to be starting at today. JJH will be at the bottom, so they're going to have some work to do. Remember, to be able to win, you need to hit 74 points and then take that MVP. That is your avenue to taking this final bi-weekly, and Wolves will be coming in at the top. AUG are very, very close behind them, though. And as we've seen time and time again, whoever takes that 74 points first, they get giga targeted in the next game. That's exactly what happened to Alliance last time around, where Alliance very quickly got to the 74-point threshold, and then for 3 games they were just denied the opportunity to take the win, and GG snuck it underneath them. So very, very excited to see this run. Obviously, Alliance will be starting a little bit lower down the banner than they did last time, so if they want to get themselves into that threshold, they're gonna have to do quite a lot of work here. Very, very stacked group today, actually. Some really, really solid teams. I'm honestly so excited to see this 4th bi-weekly, and it's, you know, everything was culminated to this moment where there's been so much adaptation. We started with kind of like 3 meta teams, and that has just been evolving more and more over the split, and it's so exciting to see what the teams are going to be able to cook up coming in to today's games. Obviously, we'll be sticking with the regular formula. So we're starting on 3 Morris Isles to start the day off, as we normally do on the bi-weekly finals. Then we'll be heading over to Holoroth for games 4, 5, and 6. And then if we make it to games 7 and 8, we'll be heading back to Morris Isle for those 2. I sure hope we do make it back to 7 and 8, because I think that's when it gets really exciting. We got lots of teams on that threshold, and anyone can take it at any moment. It's so much fun when we get to that point. But yeah, you have to be... Game 4 onwards is when you can take the day. So if someone somehow miraculously gets to 74 points before there, very unlikely. They actually don't win yet. They need to wait till Game 4 to get their MVP.
I mean, you ideally want to try and reach, like you said, that 74 cap by around by Game 4, because from Game 5 onwards is where we actually have the phase shuffle. Remember the ruling from Game 5, the top 4 teams at the very top of that leaderboard will automatically, from every single game onwards, be in the last phase of being able to pick their compositions, which can put quite a limit in terms of their hero point roll. Here we can see Wolves, who are currently leading the pack. It's really interesting, though, when they were doing interviews for all of the last of regular week, everyone was actually talking, there's sort of this like stigma. Remember how last year both FPX and TE seemed to have like the regular week curse where they would do really well in the regular week and then just absolutely tank in the bi-weekly finals? It very much feels like that has now sort of enveloped everyone in the lead who's coming in that first place position from a regular week. And Wolves were talking about like breaking the curse, being one of those teams who's starting first on the leaderboard would be able to take a bi-weekly finals. And then GG, when they were doing interviews yesterday, they were also talking about it and saying that like Wolves had that curse. They actually didn't want to place first on the leaderboard for that reason. They wanted to be second.
Yeah.
Which is kind of crazy if you think about it. Because I don't think we've actually seen a team who's been leading in first position in the regular week actually take a bi-weekly finals, at least not in trios.
And it's weird because it's not like, you know, soothsaying witchcraft why that happens. It makes perfect sense, right? Like, everyone doesn't want someone to end it early and cut their chances of getting that MVP. Because it's not... There's so many factors at play. You know, the higher you are up in the standings, the more prize money you get. So if you've got some work to do and get higher up the standings so you can get that more prize money, even if your goal isn't to take MVP and take the whole day, you know, you want to climb that ladder as much as possible. And if you're, let's say, JJH at the bottom of the ladder today, and we finish in 4 games, they've had 4 opportunities to rise a lot, and it's very hard to do. So everybody wants to deny that game 4 victory to any of the teams who are set up for it. So that's typically why we do go a little bit later. I think we only had 1 trios end early. I feel like most of the time it goes later.
Most of the time it goes to game 8. We had 1 go game 7, 1 go game 8, and another go game 8 as well. So like we have had quite long days on the trios bi-weekly finals, and I think that's like another thing. The teams that perform really, really well in regular week, everyone studies them, right? Everyone looks at their league path rotations. Everyone looks at the compositions that they play when they play those specific compositions, what they prioritize as well in terms of loot scaling, because something else that we also have to talk about. We're not on current patch, but we are still on the huge shake-up patch that saw all of the changes to IW. Whereas Blessings are now gone. They've been replaced by Captain Spiritwell. But the really big impact is the new glyph system, because this has basically meant that now you sort of have to pick which legendary soldier you actually want to try and save up for. We saw it in trios, not in trios, in solos yesterday, where a lot of the time MVPs would have like 1 legendary soul shade, if that. Like, it really is incredibly hard to be able to control all of those legendary soldiers the way that we saw in previous seasons, where you would have maybe like 1 person with Merciless Havoc, another person with Heartstopper Kick, and then someone else rocking the Dragon's Roll. Like, a lot of these teams now will only really get 1 or 2 of those legendary soldiers, so you really have to pick quite wisely which one you want to prioritize getting your hands on, because what is really good inside Realm of Yang might not be so good outside of Yang, and controlling spaces like Capture the Spiritwell. Something that I've noticed a lot of these teams do is prioritize Aurora Burst just so they can use it and spam it in that Capture the Spiritwell space so that they go uncontested.
Aurora Burst is an absolutely bonkers soul jade though. It does so much. I mean, I think actually it was that GG game where Aurora Burst actually was like one of the key points of their victory, where they just got the massive silence down. It was just so huge.
Well, the reason why GG did so well, actually, I watched it back with Raven on the Monday afterwards, and we probably broke it down. They had repair roll, and they were funneling all of the repair kits on the team. Like, they came in with something like 9 repair kits, and every single time, they would literally just keep the ultimates active, with the cannon constantly putting pressure on the other teams around them, blitzing through all the resources, making sure that they had a safe space and they didn't go uncontested, so that all 3 of their players survived when the zone actually collapsed through. And that cannon just like ripped through so many teams. There was nothing that could be done, because repair roll is an iframe as well. So instead of being stuck in a clunky animation that you have to cancel early, you get to instead enjoy the repair roll luxury and get all of your team dropping repair kits for you so that you can just keep that cycle going.
Repair roll's so good. Repair roll cannon combo is genuinely a path to victory. Obviously, you have to have a lot of repair kits to really able to utilize it properly, but here we go. getting ready to go into our first game of the day. Having a look at where everybody falls in the pick order. OUG, Wolves, Bowder, and JL are going to be up first, so they'll get their pick of the litter for this first game. Remember, this is the one where you have 0 points as well at the beginning.
Game 1, 2, and 3. You all get 0 hero points.
So you have to be very, very... Yeah, you have to be very, very quick to adapt and be prepared to pivot into various different comps. Very exciting stuff coming in from these guys. We'll see what this is going to look like off the bat. Wolves
told you would get
Transformers. Very sad about that one. We'll come on to that later. This is incredible, though. Like, there are 4 different teams all getting picked in this first round selection. Like, everyone has different comfort right now.
I mean, it makes sense as well. These are going to be Firefly maps, so like you said, all of these teams have different comfort pick compositions, and if they can get their hands on those Fireflies as quickly as possible, then they're going to be able to start the ball rolling. I personally like the Tessa Viper Wu Chen when you have Fireflies and can immediately drop, because it means that your Tessa just immediately gets that first ult to be able to start third party and griefing some of these teams around you with that CC. Zai is also really strong on Firefly maps for the pure reason why when you use your Zai ultimate, if you don't actually have a melee weapon equipped, it gives you a grey one. Like, it granted, it's grey, but it still means that 1, you can attack people, and 2, you can parry, because you can actually parry with the Zai ultimate as well. It's one of those ults that you can actually use the red flashes, as opposed to something like, say, a Yushan, who unfortunately can only parry an ultimate in Showdown. I would love, personally, to see that brought into the PvP aspects of the game. Let Yushan parry an ultimate, pretty please.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I feel like it wouldn't actually be broken either, if I'm going to be honest. Because, like, most of the time you're not using him as, like, a jeweler in that sense. You're just using him to play interrupt. Here we go. We did miss the 3rd round, unfortunately. So we will, once we get into this next section, see what the last round of Hero Select did look like and what everyone was picking up. But I'm assuming the Tessa comp was banned from round 3, so they would have had to change it up a little bit. No Zai from what we saw, but I do expect to probably see some Zai, because like you said, Zai's very good on these Firefly maps. Has the ability to get that ult charged up very quickly. I love this new Zai comp as well when it gets picked up. And yeah, there it is. DRG locking that one in. Alliance, JDG. Yeah, there's 3 Zai comps coming in across the board there. Only 2 Cannonballs coming in. So Cannonball starting to slide down the priority list here.
I mean, GG said in the interview, the reason that they actually ran the Valda was because they thought that Yota was losing power in the current meta, and they wanted to try and fit the Valda in instead.
I like it. I mean, as me and you are both Yota enthusiasts, but I'm also a Valda enthusiast, so
same.
I'll take it either way. I'll take it either way, to be honest. I'll happily watch the Yota or the Valda. Would like to see the Valda a little bit more relevance, but that's not what's happening in this one. Very varied teams. I do worry for Wolves. Obviously sitting at the top of the table. Maybe this is a tactical int where like they are just trying to give up the first place, so they fall down the ladder.
Wolves have 1 MVP with a Transformer composition. Remember, it was the day that both Wolves ran Transformers and FPX actually run Transformers at the same time. Wolves are going to be dropping where they usually do around Sunwing. They are going to have to contest it with 3 other teams in the area, and being on the Transformer composition, they're definitely going to benefit the least if they're able to get those Fireflies as quickly as they can, right? Because Monk, if he gets his ultimate, great. Unfortunately, it scales based on the equipment that he has. So if you don't have equipment when the ultimate is ready to fire off, a lot of the time you either just don't have the health to be able to live through the threat coming through, or you don't have the damage to be able to confirm the kills off of the ultimate either. So that Monk could potentially get melted. We're going to see a lot of these other teams drop solo instead. Like TE are going to be contesting OUG for Fireflies, but everyone else just scattered off trying to pick up loot so that they can set themselves up as best as possible to scale into the equipment and try and find some of these kills early on to be able to contest into Realm of Yangs. Is GG. Like we said, immediately going to be dropping onto FPX, and poor old Corky just gets taken down immediately. LXM gets his hand on a great rarity pole sword, but that is more than enough for poor FPX, who don't have weapons. 2 of their players weren't able to open a single trove, Jake, before GG were on top of them.
Yeah, they just got run down real quick. That's unfortunately just a luck of the drop there for the side of FPXGG. Quite happily able to grab those weapons in time. But kind of just quickly going back to the Wolves point, my main concern is when you play Monk and no one else is playing the Transformer comp, you're such a big target on your head. There are, I believe, 6 blind date comps in here, all have the ability to kind of lock down and CC that Monk almost indefinitely if they all keep throwing their CC at the Monk. And I do worry for Wolves. So the onus is on Wolves to execute this well. I'll be very interested to see how they play it out. Right now, we haven't had a look in on them.
It's going to be around capture the spirit wall. That I think is why Transformers is coming back in, right? Because with the spirit wall, when you're actually inside that dome, all of the teams on the outside can't actually fire into the teams who are on the inside of it. However, the teams on the inside can still fire at the teams on the outside, and that includes Monk grabs. So it means that you can literally just have your Monk go for that transformation, sit in the middle of that spirit wall, and no one wants to contest because they're worried about being grabbed.
No, again, I kind of understand the theory of it. I have my concerns just due to some of the picks, but you know, I'm always willing to be proven wrong. Actually, not when it comes to Monk. I'm sad about the return of Monk, but I am willing to be proven wrong here, as Wolves have got themselves that drop. EG only rocking the grey armor, so will, like you said, scales on gear, wants to get higher level gear, but it's easier to get that purple gear nowadays because you can get them out of the shops. If you got enough of the Dark Tide coins. It's JL getting himself in a fight here versus JJH. TXJ able to jump down with that staff. Just get a couple of a bump off there. Gonna come in for the scale rush. Now there's a stun coming in from this Viper. TXJ is actually able to break away. Tap dodges out of that one. Now though, in a 1 versus 2, low HP is gonna throw down his own Viper stun. Just needs to try and avoid and evade. Has been able to do so successfully, and that is beautiful there for the side of JL. Able to take out JJH. TXJ played that really close, but was able to survive and make it out. And now we're going to cut over to Wolves. Got themselves in a fight versus JDG. Immediately, though, JDG lose 2 players, and that could just be the end of days for them. Wolves. Beautiful little tidy up there.
Yeah, and no ultimates invested either, which is absolutely huge. Transformers, one of the things that really struggles early on is if you have to throw those ultimates into a fight, you risk getting third-partied, and with so many Tessa Viper teams, that is going to be something that Wolves are hyper aware of. Speaking about those Viper teams, it's actually really interesting because Transformers have started coming back into the mix. We've actually seen a return. Some of these Vipers are running the V1, which is the 5-second stun, as opposed to the silence, which is something that we've seen a lot of these teams actually now start to pivot over to, so that they can just stop those abilities from coming out if they're running into things like the Sand Siphon. As GG comes on in with that F3, Alexam will be able to find a connection. Yoda's going to be dropping that F to be able to buy some zoning. Farrier Mech comes out as well. Alexam's going to try and cover that one. Peak slides into position, but Alexam with that Hang Sword, make sure to zone him further away. And this is GG baiting out ultimates from the side of Bowder. They've still got that Viper ultimate. They haven't used it just yet. Now we're going to see it. The silence starts to come through. And as a result, Bowder are not going to be able to use a single one of their ultimates, but they've already popped all of them. It doesn't matter if you can't activate your ultimate with the silence. If the ultimate's already on the field, we do have the Wuchen teleport, and they will be able to reposition. But that is still going to be incredibly risky for GG, as TE going to be coming in with that Viper V1. There's the 5-second stun. There's the Wuchen teleport. That's exactly what Han wanted, however, because they'd lost one of their players. The pop of that V1 was purely to buy them that space, but Alliance with the third party on that Siphon. Immediately, Zai comes in with the F3 lane, landing that damage. TE still having that Wuchen teleport available, will be able to get the res onto LYD. Go on to the outskirts of Celestra, as Alliance still managed to track down One Fang, and now 3 on 1. However, One Fang with the Dragon Slaves into Ness is absolutely huge. Lane will be able to find the reposition with the Epri into that Zai ultimate to get that cooldown back, and they're just chasing this Wuchen away from the rest of his team, as One Fang goes down, but he's bought the space for his other 2 players to just reposition and live a little bit longer, which is crucial because if you actually look, TXJ has purple armor. This is not something that they want to give up soon.
That was a beautiful third party there from Alliance, though. Coming in, securing a kill onto TE, only getting the one, not overstaying their welcome, and then taking out the next team as well. Just getting a single player there as well. just putting a couple of kills here and there together, not investing too much. They did burn the Zai ult though, so that is something we do have to keep our eye on if they want to jump into a realm with Yang. See, this is the triple meteor version of the Zai, as QGG looking just to come in for a fight. And that Bane's Breath, beautifully placed by KLA, absolutely melted OUG. And their unlucky streak does seem to continue as Alliance have got themselves in a fight here versus TE. Leo trying to break away from this one. Hand's got that scale rush, trying to find Liam, but not actually able to get it. Is going to get the counter off onto Bo. Beautiful charge with the start, but he is going to get interrupted off the back of that one. Alliance do have the Bane's Breath, so they have that little bit of room to work with. Han gonna throw down the ultimate, trying to catch them out for the moment. Does get himself a kill on to Leo. Sorry, that's Revenge who actually took out Leo. TE starting to crumble here. Alliance finding their opening. Han has got the scale rush, actually cancels it away. It's interrupted by Revenge, and in comes TXJ with the third party. Coming in to finish up Han. Alliance is just going to have to cut their losses and give up on that kill, pick up their teammate and get the hell out of there. But TXJ is going to come in and stop them from picking Bo up. They're trying to get Bo back. They still got the Bane's Breath for a little bit longer. Lian goes very, very low. The silence, the lockdowns, everything being thrown down. TXJ is not going to be able to connect with the tether from the ultimate. And it looks like Alliance are able to break away, but they lost a player in the midst of that. And they don't have the rebirth on Bo either.
Oh, but Revenge gets found. Oh, no. And immediately JL just swarm. Revenge is going to go down. That's really unfortunate for Alliance. JL with the absolute textbook third party, able to just come in, clean up TE without burning ultimates, and then turn on to Alliance taking advantage of the team trying to find that revive, just leaving them too vulnerable. As Alliance's unlucky streak continues, they run directly into JJH. The F3 from Flames is going to seal the fate, and that is going to be Alliance, I believe, fully knocked out of this lobby.
No, they got 2 people with rebuffs.
Oh yeah, they do. They do actually start to move over towards that Soul Altar. They can try and find a rebuff charm to be able to buy that further. As we can have a look and see. Unfortunately, that is bad timing for Alliance, because they're now going to miss out on the realm of Yang, and this is absolutely crucial when it comes to scaling and also stacking up these kills, right? Getting a realm of Yang win allows you to access Vermilion Bird's Might, which allows you to go super aggressive because you have a revive, just in case. Wolves gonna be putting themselves into this one for sure. They've got the purple armor and purple weapon onto EG. You can see that realm of Yang right on their left. They're just going to check the area and make sure that they're not going to get griefed on entrance by some of these Tessa Viper teams. Capture the Spirit Well, starts to proc on up. GG going to be taking control of this one. JDG going to actually contest them for it. There's the Zai F3 immediately coming into to getting the reset on that V2. That's the second cast of the F3. The third is still going to be coming into play. However, this is the Viper Silence as opposed to that V1, which means the Matari was not going to be able to use the ultimate to be able to break away from it. GG now throwing out that Tesla ultimate. The Matari ult does come through, but GG have been able to get a kill. Unfortunately, however, by actually using that Witch and Teleport, they give up the space and allow the capture of the Spirit World to potentially go to FPX, who just showed up with their ultimates fresh on the scene. As inside the realm of Yang, we're going to see Wolves going head-to-head with DRG.
Yeah, G gets himself up in the sky for the moment, holding on to that ultimate, not throwing it down immediately. Wuxin just evading and avoiding. It looks like DRG are just trying to bait these ultimates out and then play the fight that way around, as EG is going to get opened up onto. Loses half his shield, but nothing too major yet already. Zem has been forced to transform, and now DRG have themselves a little bit of advantage. They're just waiting out these transforms. EG still not going for his transform, waiting for his team's transform to also be burnt out and then come in for the cover on that monk transformation. But they haven't really made much headway here into DRG yet. They are actually seeing DRG members healing in the distance as EG waiting for the opportunity to find his transform. They do not catch out on to WFG. He is going to still be able to break away, and now EG finally going in for the transform, able to scoop up one. Gonna get a whole bunch of damage onto Xi. Xi loses a massive chunk of HP. The regrab comes in. Can they stop this from happening? They've got the healing from the zip though to make sure XI doesn't go down. Not going to be able to find the regrab this time. And now EG, low HP, can't find himself another grab. He's burning low, even with the healing coming in onto him. He loses so much HP. Nobody has gone down yet. And WFGZ has actually been able to full heal EG, low HP, no transform, no bell, nowhere to go. They have found themselves one kill onto DRG though. They found a little bit of a turnaround. 2 members of DRG go down, and it's onto WFZ to go 1 versus 3. The health bars are low across the board. This is anyone's game to take here. Can he make the miracle happen? No, he can't. Wolves take it.
See, this is such an interesting adaptation coming from the Transformers team, because they're on the Kurumi V2 rather than the V1. The V2 is the armor circle, not the actual heal, which means that instead of having the Kurumi ultimate to heal the monk when he goes low, you actually use the V2 at the beginning of the fight before the monk has transformed to be able to just live through all of the ultimates that come out from teams like that Siphon. It does mean, however, that you risk when you have that monk ultimate getting absolutely fried by just pulse or just mincing down on your legs, but they're able to do enough displacement with the grab, even though the zip is able to find that heal and keep them alive even after the reverb grab comes through. We're still able to keep our monk alive because we don't have 3 players. It's instead 2 that we're fighting. OUG now going to be dropping onto JDG. Smolch ultimate dropped into position. Going to be stopping JDG from controlling the spacing with the ballista that 2-tick is currently on top of. We say it's always good for one. It might be good for you, as he's forced into using that Cicada ultimate. Still has all 4 of his shells. Is probably going to use it to try and get 2-tick off of that ballista. That's exactly what he does. But the Zai returns with a vengeance. Every directly towards the Cicada. You swaps over to the fan to be able to get the scale rush and come in with that charged vertical and keep the pressure onto the players of JDG. Keck goes incredibly low, goes down. Hero and shove and musket shot follow-up going to be taking him down, as you, having dispatched with that ballista threat, now gets to clear the space for his teammate to take it over instead. Anything you can do, we can do, but that eats the ballista bomb straight to the cranium and just evaporates in the blink of an eye.
You're right, it's good for one, but turns out it was OUG who used it for their good. Beautiful pick up there. Now Flames finds himself getting caught out by the parry there from ZK. Wolves, 6 kills under their belt already. Desperately trying to put even more together. Flames actually steps back into the zone just to get himself away from the action and heal back up. But now finding himself pinned in by Wolves. 3 members hounding onto him. Flames can't find a room to breathe. Low HP is going to get whipped out by the Wuchen port to safety, but Wolves now being gatekept by JL. Transforms have been used, and this is what we were talking about. When you use those transforms, you put a target on your back. Wolves luckily have to have a million bird smites, so this isn't the end of the world for them, but that was a rough third party. JL, beautiful capitalization on this, taking out all of Wolves and slingshotting up to 9-10 kills. They're hot on the heels of Wolves' place right now in the standings overall, as KLA finishing up the OUG members.
So this is actually really rough for Wolves. I think they lost a majority of their weapons, because even though when you revive with a million bird smite, you normally keep your loot, they got parried. They definitely lost the van. And that is really unfortunate, because they've been playing off of the fan. They use the dual halberds to lock these players into position or force them to have to dodge away from the charged right click, which opens up the space for the charged vertical on that fan to be able to follow through and catch a player's spine before they're ready to parry. It's something that they've been using inside the realm of Yang. It's why they've been doing so well in the 3v3s when ultimates have been removed from the equation, as KLA 17S gets removed from the lobby. OUG is the king, charges at the Dragon Slayers, doesn't full send it into KLA, instead just uses the movement to try and keep himself further away from this team using that zip ultimate. We're gonna try and live. Yoda ultimate comes on through. CXE has had enough. He wants to find this kill, and he wants to find it fast, because KLA are fighting inside the zone. They'll be able to pick up the zip. However, OUG's SS is in the area. He doesn't want to show himself is the problem. KLA are right to run right past him. Okay, we catch the scale rush onto the Yodo. Foresight the F. We are going to see that F2 come into play. CXE doesn't throw out the golden frame. Just holds himself a little bit further away We get the reinforcement as well come through. However, the swap over to the longsword from SS. He wasn't expecting to have to deal with the charged vertical spam, and he's actually able to find the pick onto QGG before he goes down. And now CXC, I don't know if he's going to be able to lift this. His health bar is absolutely tanking. He's got the didn't take the time to go for a Vitalia proc, Jake, and he goes down.
That is heartbreaking. I don't think Wolves actually were contested inside that realm of Yang. While watching all of that action, I think Wolves just got a free realm of Yang. They did keep the golden fan, luckily. They've also got a golden staff as a backup. So
it wasn't a golden fan that got parried, it was a purple.
Oh, okay. Well, even better then. They got a golden fan now. So, you know what? I'm sure they're okay with that trade offer. As JL finishing up TE, LYD, down they go. There's been a lot of action actually briefly. During all of that, Alliance were actually the first team out of the lobby. That's got to be heartbreaking for them because they got 6 kills. They're not going to get any multiplier, any placement points off that. It's just the 6 points coming in for them. Still got a long way to do to catch up to where they were on the 3rd bi-weekly. Right now, they were way further up in the lead as seeing Leo just getting caught out by the staff. Such an irritating weapon to fight into. And Leo, down he goes. TE are going to go with him. And just like that, we see 5 teams eliminated from the lobby in a very, very short period of time.
I mean, it's an aggressive lobby, right? The test of the Viper Wuchan, this is an always active composition. There is no downtime. There is no lull. You're always looking for kills. You're always looking for teams that are fighting or teams that are trying to disengage a fight or split themselves so that they can prioritize survival. Like, they'll throw one quite literally to the wolves, but their other 2 teammates can survive, and that is just perfect fodder for the Tesla team to be able to take advantage of. Speaking about Wolves, they are on the prowl. They have Mystic Might that's going to be pinging off players' locations on and off. Unfortunately for them, the fight is currently over in Shadow Jade, and they are nowhere near. Either CFPX. Yuran does not want to take the fight currently. We do know that these Realm of Yangs did just finish. So there are going to be teams who do have those buffs who are going to be getting aggressive looking for those fights, and this should potentially be a lull, as everyone who has kills wants to play it fully safe. We are going to see a replay. This is how Alliance, unfortunately, I believe, went down. They are finding a kill onto DRG. However, WFC with that first charge of the vertical and that pole sword, and then the reposition with the Zai F3. Revenge is already down. The parry from the pole sword, the full follow-up damage. Lane runs around the outskirts, tries to come in with the charged vertical, gets spotted, has to jump cancel out of it. But WFC is still inside that Zai ultimate and is doing significant work to just chunk Bo down, and immediately he's gonna fall. And it's just a 1v1 Zai versus Zai. Lane gets hit just in the back of the spine by that ultimate. Wanted to try and turn it around on the Zai with the pulse up, but WFC is able to find the interception with the ultimate first. And he's going to be able to pick the mirror Zai as the ultimate gold frame comes through.
Absolutely huge there. Alliance, sad to see them go in this game. They're actually playing very, very well, but they just had a few bad fights. That one where they got third-partied, very, very unlucky for them, because it started with them doing a really good third party, and then they like, right, we'll finish up the stragglers, and they get third-partied after they've thrown everything out. Wolves, though, very, very smart play here in a very aggressive lobby. A lobby where I was concerned they would get kind of harassed for being a monk and the only monk in the lobby. They've done a good job of staying out of the limelight while picking up a bunch of kills. They're not at the top of the kill lead, though. They're very, very close to, I think it's JL, who are in second right now with 12 kills. So they've got, you know, a potential competitor for MVP this game. I have to keep our eyes on JL. Is GG? Oh, yeah, there it is. JL, very, very aggressive right now, playing the blind date. Your team absolutely excels at third-partying and just playing interrupt during all of this.
Yeah, but they're running the silence. They're running the F2 and the V1, so 5 seconds stun. This is traditional Viper before we saw everyone start to turn over to the V3 so that the Viper could join the rest of the team and get their hands pretty dirty, as well as having that silence and being able to cancel out the use of those abilities. I wonder if this is either to deal with the Transformers or because the Matari composition has started to come back to the forefront, as we are going to see GG now taking a fight with JL and JDG also in the area. Tesla ultimate comes through. TXJ does get caught by that V1. The 3-second enchantment window, however, wearing off. Good Wu-Chen wind wall to make sure that GG aren't able to capitalize. JL going to continue this chase on to JDG. They've spotted that this is someone who doesn't have two other teammates flanking them. So if they get pressured by GG, they could potentially peek into taking the hit instead. Zip is alone currently, as we do see one thing taking a little bit of pressure from Wolves, who are also in the area. Oh, that's going to be really problematic for Wolves. Like, this is a really good composition with the Transformers to be able to take advantage of Spirit Well. However, Transformers is notoriously difficult to be able to pilot if we do see Shadow Jade as a final zone because of all the verticality. As EG is going to go into the zone, do a little bit of shopping. FPX a little bit behind in that rotation, making sure to put the pressure onto JDG's Keek so that no one tries to initiate onto Xiaohu, who is incredibly low. We get the Tessa V1 coming through, locking down the JDG player, and he will fall. FPX are going to be able to clean that one up. GG. Thinking that maybe they could snipe that one out. Unfortunately, not going to be in time, sliding away immediately before they get turned onto. That's the great thing about using a Tessa. If you see one player and you want to be able to confirm that kill, you can throw out the V1. And if there is a team sniffing around for the third party, they still a lot of the time can't actively take the engagement afterwards because they know you could potentially have a second ultimate to throw out once that first V1 has burned through.
Alrighty, 8 minutes left in the game. 19 players left. And like you're saying, depending on where this goes around Shadow Jade, it could be rough for GG, although there are still a few open areas left and available. Even so, there's a lot of rocky terrain. But if you're about where we are now on Shadow Jade, you still have a lot of kind of like open spaces for EG to capitalize off this monk. It's gonna have to do some work because right now JL are in MVP position potentially based on the amount of kills they've got. Is EG? Are they gonna full commit, jump in to the well with the monk transformation and gain control of it, or are they just gonna happily give it over to the side of GG? GG look to be pretty much uncontested here. Yeah, they're gonna get the Spirit Well for free. Grab all the goodies. Instantly, JJH jump in, try and steal themselves a couple of goodies. GG quite happily got what they needed and get out.
Yeah, so this is actually pretty smart from Wolves. They know that there's going to be another Spirit Well. They've already got a lot of legendary weapons, which is really good for the damage scaling aspect of the Monk Ultimate, right? And they don't want to reveal their hand. If they went into the Spirit Well and they immediately had EG go for that transformation, every single team in this area is going to know that there's a Transformers team around. And if you look at the teams that were currently contesting for that Spirit Well, they all had the Viper, they all had the Tessa, they all had the Wu-Chan. And this is a composition that traditionally was run of the Yodo, but is still, even with the Tessa, pretty painful for Transformers to have to deal with. So Wolves are going to be playing it as quietly as they possibly can. There's one Aurora Burst. That's the first we've actually seen from that Soldier coming through. I think GG might just have picked it up from that Spirit Well as they're going to immediately reposition. FPX hot on their heels. And we can see, oh yeah, it looks like it might actually be a final zone collapse directly into the heart of Shadow Jade. That is going to be pretty rough for the Transformers team. Bane's Breath now starts to drop on through, and as a result we should see all of these teams start to back on up. No one wants to have to surf through the middle of that one with how accurate Bane has been. Bowder taking refuge inside this cave. A very TE style of play. You can see the fan verticals just throwing out on repeat so no one can try and challenge on that entrance to the door as JDG on the low ground, hopefully not going to get spotted out by GG, but unfortunately too sick. Playing out of sight from all of these players puts them directly into one of the AoE hits from Bane. You just saw the ragdoll hit of him getting caught out. He's just having to spam heals right in the middle of that one and hope that Bane isn't here at the F3 is going to be able to let him reposition, but unfortunately he gives himself away. The Tessa V1 catches him and he walks directly into the Bane. However, it's JJH's God Lee who's going to pay for his sins. As Bane says, everyone is equal in the eyes of AoE, and Godly eats a hit too. Fortunately for him, he is going to get the Wu Chen and the shield reset off of that wind wall before anyone is able to actually engage on him when he's low.
Oh, wow, that was unlucky with the Bane's Breath. I mean, they were going down regardless, but always a classic getting Tessa tethered into, or Tessa charmed into the Bane's Breath. And looking at where our final circle is, I would be a little bit miffed if I was Wolves right now. You are dealing with a lot of terrain, a lot of verticality, and a lot of buildings. It's going to be hard to pull that one off. And honestly, out of everyone, I think Bowder are probably one of the happier teams here, because remember that Yoto slices can go through the buildings, so potential for Yoto actually might be able to do a little something here. As for now, it is just a bit of a waiting game. There's still 18 players left in this game, so the lobby moved fast, but it definitely kind of hit the brakes towards the end of this game. Still plenty of teams in with a chance, as Uran is going to have to go into the mech. Let's get himself repositioned atop this tent. It's just going to force JJH off the high ground, as Bowder quite happily just going to use this opportunity to heal Uran's armor back up. He only has the blue armor though, so very easy to pick off. And now the Tessa charm coming down. Uran has to be very, very careful. JL, our kill leader, our scoreboard leader at the moment, taking a lot of cannon fire. Have been able to reposition on the low ground, and will be able to get himself a full reset off, as GG still continue with that Aurora Burst to hold that low ground position for themselves as well. Out of the way of all of the action, and right dead center, right in the middle. Right dead center do we get the big contest zone. Everyone looking just to get themselves, more than anything, just a safe spot. Like, it's not even about contesting the gear, it's about making sure that you can't get hit in here. But I mean,
no one's going to contest that, though, because that is Aurora Burst.
Yeah.
That Bowder are throwing out. No one wants to get that silence effect landed on top of them. Spiritual should be captured in a matter of moments. I wonder if we're going to see JL attempt to try and slide through and grab some of this loot. You can see that Bowder do know that there are teams around them. They know that there are teams below them as well. So Jing is coming in with that cannon. It is actually vertical hitbox as well on that dome. So everyone on the level below Bowder is actually utilizing the dome to be able to prevent the cannon pressure from the teams on the high ground. Wolves and JL are both prevented from being able to fire onto the likes of GG and FPX as long as Spiritwell is up. And I think for that reason, we're actually seeing Bowder decide not to fully cap until now. They wanted to sit on that as long as they possibly could to prevent that cannon fire from shredding through their resources. Now we're going to see the ultimates being invested. JL coming in with a huge Viper V1. Unfortunately, all it really does is buy themselves a little bit of downtime. TXJ gets hit by that Viper V3 and immediately just goes down. FPX turning onto the Viper the second the ultimate is out of play and now absorbing all of the resources that were available. Wolves EG, however, is going to be able to find a couple of kills onto FPX's GG. Start to get active. Tessa V1 comes on through. Catches. Did it catch onto EG? Yeah, no, it did not. He was able to actually use the iframe on the Transformer ultimate to be able to stop that stun. Does manage to get the stomp and jump up onto the ground again to be able to reposition with the rest of his team. ZK gets the legendary armor for the Kurumi to be able to live as long as possible. That V2, if we do see it come through, is going to be able to keep the Kurumi up alive for as long as they possibly can. It's going to be the Tether instead onto the Yushan to get that defense up once we go for the ultimate to be able to cover our Monk EG. Takes a little bit of downtime, repairs the cannon, needs to start regenerating that rage to be able to get the ultimate back online if we go to a heal-off situation. Wolves on 8. JL, however, leading the lobby at the moment on 12, but it's just the Tessa that they have left available as GG get hit into JJH, which in teleport comes on through from Free-Fio. Should be able to find the revive. No, JJH's Godly is going to be able to track down Free-Fio and stop that one from coming on through. Wolves, however, waiting for the right moment. They lose the Yushan. They still have the Kurumi and the Transformer, however, as Free-Fio is still trying to find that tap onto his teammates and bring them back. Godly sees that Free-Fio is still going to be in play, grabs the Soul Blend them to get the heal reset and a little bit of rage charge and goes back in for the 1v1, but Wolves see the fight and claps onto it and get both of them in one fell swoop. EG now tries to board that ultimate as quickly as he possibly can, swaps over onto those dual blades to be able to start cleaving through these players. The Karumi V2 is going to keep him alive as long as he plays inside that circle. Unfortunately for him, all it's going to do is heal the armor, not the health and zone. Corruption Tick ignores armor and goes directly into Helper, and as a result, it's going to be ZK on the Karumi, who gets the soul burn resets. EG goes down before he can use the Monk ultimate and get the health reset, but the Karumi is still going to be able to sustain past everyone else and secure the MVP for Wolves. It's not the full curse break. However, it is still the team who was coming into first place in the regular week, taking the first MVP of the day, and that is a very good start of the day for Wolves.
Absolutely. I'm still 100% not sure if I'm sold on the armor variant of the Karumi with the Monk, but regardless, Wolves pull it off. They look very, very good on it. That first Roma Yang, very interesting to see in how they managed to handle it, where they basically kept the Monk out of Transform for as long as possible, and they used the Yue Shen first for his transform into Terracotta Warrior, just using that armor to keep themselves up. Really, really interesting fight. And we were nervous when we saw that final circle because it was down at the mines. We know that typically Transformers struggle down at the mines, and Wolves still made that work. And I think like Wolves had a lot going against them in this game, in the way that the game moved, but they still made it work. And to me, that bodes some good signs, because obviously moving on to games 2 and 3, they can't pick this comp again. They can't, because they're on 0 hero points. So they can't pick this comp again, so they have to play something else. And I think we're now moving to the point where they actually get to play the slightly easier comps for Morosio. They can play these Tessa very aggressive comps and go for the third parties. So I feel they've done a pretty good job, considering they got an MVP on a game where I feel like the lobby should have been against them. So Wolves kicking it off with a really, really solid start. MVP started the day at the top of the list anyway. They are closing in on getting towards that point. And obviously we'll, before we get into game 2, bring up the scoreboard and see how many points they've gained. But they're going to be, off the back of that one, climbing up a little bit closer, getting ever closer to that 74-point mark. But before we have a look at the points and while we do some maths on calculators in the background, let's find out how many players chose Wu Shen in game number 1. Was it A4, B5, C6, or D7 for A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat? Make sure you check that whisper box, because that's where you will be notified and given all of your goodies. But yeah, A, B, C, or D. I'm going to be real with you. I don't know the answer to this one. Actually, I do. I do know the answer to this one. I figured it out.
Oh.
I'm a smart boy.
Did you go back in time and look at all of the heroes being played of the compositions? No, I'll give you a clue, chat. There were a lot of them. There were a lot of Wu Chens. Like the Tessa Viper Wu Chen composition was one of the most picked in that game. And like that really just adds more credit to the fact that Wolves were able to find that win with that transformer. And as we talked about, like that was the thing. When we saw them think about maybe going for that second to last Spirit Well, and they saw it being occupied, they just backed off. They gave it up for free. They did not want to reveal their hand. They did not want to reveal and shout to the rest of the lobby, hey, we're running traditional Transformers. Like this is a composition that if we have to use our ultimate to be able to capture that Spirit Well and buy ourselves up that space, the second that dome breaks, you're getting third party, you're getting fourth party, you're getting lobbied by just every single Tessa, every single Viper lobbing in the V1 or the V3 if you've got the Viper, or even the V1, because we are seeing more Vipers revert back to the V1 as well. And they played it so smart, because they never really even used it when the final zone started to close through onto Shadow Jade itself. Like they never looked for double grabs to secure the kills. They were using cannon pressure, but they also just like backed off, allowed some of these other teams to fight, acknowledged that a lot of these compositions were running third-party favorable compositions with the Tessa and the Viper, right? So it was much better to let other teams initiate the fights and then just play from ranged and pick up the kills where you could, so that you could just always force the sustain from your team. That is where the Karumi and the Tianhai really do manage, and the Yushan as well, manage to really start popping off in final zone, because if it goes to a heal off, you have two players, the Yushan and the Tianhai, who can immediately use their ultimates and just get a free health reset, which they can use to outlast things like the Yoto or the Farrier, or indeed the Takeda if we have a 1 versus 4 or 1 versus 3 and it's just 1-1-1-1-1 from all the teams in the area. As you can have a look at the damage, like it's not even that much in terms of true statistics, nor is the healing that much either. 13,000 coming through from that V2 on the Kurumi. But again, it's because the Kurumi wasn't using the V2 when the Monk was using the ultimate. It was being used when the Monk was out of it.
Oh, there we go. Have a little look at the overall standings. I feel Alliance are probably very upset with this one. Same with GG as well, because they had a pretty good start, but in that end game, they're just unable to really let it all stick and kind of make the most of it. But we'll continue up the ladder a little bit, see how everything is going, how all of our teams are doing. Bad game for TE as well, 1.6 points, not particularly great one. But yeah, we are Wolves up to 40 points already. They are over halfway to the match point stuff. So great start, coming in with 20 points to start off and then almost getting 20 points in game number 1. Just hit that 74 mark. And then this is all theirs. Having a look elsewhere. JL's got some work to do. Now 9 points behind, but still a bloody good game from them. Bowder also having a good game. JJH having a good game. It's still anybody's. It's obviously we're only 1 game in, so of course it's still anybody's, but I don't feel like we have an outlier yet. I think Wolves played very well here, and they played very well this bi-weekly to be at the top, but I don't think anybody's, like, we still had like a lot of teams shining in this game.
I'd say JL.
Yeah, I would agree with you actually. JL had a really fantastic game. Unfortunately, got knocked out a little bit earlier than maybe they would like to have, but they still played really, really well.
Oh, that grapple bump into charged R&B on the halberds. Walls! Oh, that was clean. And then the follow through on the fan. Like, this is what I was saying. You can really quickly see that Wolves have built up this synergy between Ram of Yang fights when ultimates are out of cycle, right? And they have like one person run the hang sword, one person run the halberds, and one person run the fan, so they can always just be active. The hang sword to be able to confirm into that grapple bumping section, the halberds to either be able to chase down some of those targets with the charged RMD when they try and disengage, and then the fan to be able to play off of whenever a player has been staggered and is just going to get extra damage, and also punish if players try and stack on top of each other to be able to peel for their teammates. This was one of the few times we actually saw Wolves use their ultimates. The zone is collapsing through, and they want that health reset as well as that stagger and knockback potential from the Yushan to be able to try and shove some of those players into taking all of the corruption tick damage. It is going to be EG who's going to be taking the MVP, and we can actually have a look. And this is what I was talking about when it comes to the economic situation of the new talent system, right? We do not see anywhere near as many legendary soldiers. Some of those teams only had 1, and Wolves MVP, he didn't have any. He had soft step Gecko Foot, Poison Splash, and Soothing Boon. However, he did have Rupture Gale and Flame Breath, that combo cannon Soul Jade, which is just the be-all and end-all of managing to push that rage, push that cannon damage, and push the other teams around you to the absolute brink. That 50% nerf in healing effectiveness when you are being damaged by a fire tick is absolutely brutal.
Yeah, Rupture Gale is a legendary Soul Jade. It's just colored wrong. Like, that's the problem with that one.
This is colorblind.
Yeah, it's a colorblind Soul Jade. It should be a legendary. 12,000 damage with the cannon. Out of their 20,000 damage, 8,000 came from everything else. Absolutely enormous performance there, coming in from the cannon, and Wolves get themselves the MVP to start the day off. But what this does mean is the team at the top of the table get the first MVP of the day. They climb ever closer towards that 74 point mark, and the more closer we get to game 4, the bigger that target over their heads starts to be. You know, they're obviously a team who everybody doesn't want to take game 4. They want to be able to have their own chance to catch up or even win. So I do worry for Wolves. Like you said, I didn't talk about it, but you talked about it at the beginning, or you at least mentioned it, and I wanted to kind of expand upon it. You said Wolves dropping in their normal spot just by Sunwing's Rest. Now, J-Team did this last season where they dropped always at Sunwing's Rest, and they got, it was DRG who punished them every time. Wolves need to make sure that they have a few extra drop spots up their sleeve, especially once we hit that 74 mark, because otherwise they are going to get dropped on some weeks. Every time we're on Morris Isle, they're going to get harassed out of the game and not be able to find that MVP. So it's really on Wolves to make sure that while they've obviously the team aspect of the game, you can see, and we saw from the replay where we're watching their perspective, they are a well-oiled machine when they're rolling. Once that fight gets going, they obviously have a really, really good grasp on what they need to do. But they also need to make sure that they have like these little things by having multiple different drop spots under your belt, places where you can go and get yourself at least some gear before you get into a fight. Because it's the worst feeling in the world is dropping in, opening a sash. There's like armor pot, a grey armor, and then nothing else, and you're like, cool, I'm in real trouble now. And then someone comes at you with like a blue sword they found in their first cache. It really sucks when that happens, and that's what Wolves need to be very, very careful about. They do not want to be getting caught out on that one, but we will see. We're still a long way away from that, obviously, but we'll be moving back onto Morris Isle for game number 2. First 3 games are there, so maybe Wolves just continue to drop at some wings for the first 3 games and almost play the bait of like, we don't have any other places to drop. I'll be interested to see how JL play as well, because another really, really standout team from that first game. I think, again, Alliance, disappointing that they went out so early, because they actually had a really good start. It was just the third party was really, really good against them, and that was what took them out of the game. I think there was a bunch of teams. OUG, though, underperforming still. It's not like they didn't get points. It's not like they didn't have a great game, but like, this is a team who, coming into the season, everybody was excited about. A team who everybody said OUG are the team to watch, and that fact was true for like the first 2 bi-weeklies. And then as soon as WBG took that second bi-weekly and denied OUG have been struggling to kind of get on there, get going, and kind of find an opportunity to pop off at all in any of these games.
Part of it is because like we're moving away in terms of meta, right? OUG made significant roster moves in terms of both solos by picking up Mike, but also in trios when they picked up Yu. And Yu is an incredibly strong player, but I would say his strongest hero is by far the Takeda. And Sand Siphon composition is still insanely strong. Do not get me wrong, it's still going to be able to pick up MVPs. The problem is it's now meeting more and more resistance as more of these teams figure out, one, how it plays, and also compositions that can be used to counter it, because it used to be that everyone would just lock Sand Siphon, right? That would be just the way that we played before we had the phases introduced, and it would become a Takeda versus Takeda situation, and that's where you always find a lot of value, because he was able to always find the better Takeda ultimate inside Realm of Yangtze or on the open world. But since we've moved away from Sand Siphon being the uncontested king of the meta, and some of these compositions like the Siphon coming through, a lot of the time it feels like OUG are still sort of trying to adjust to that tempo shift that we've gone through. This happens sometimes in Nbpl. We go through new metas, we go through different tempo shifts coming through, and some of the teams who dominated in the past still have to try and figure out how they want to play into the new meta and pacing that the game has now turned into.
Yeah, because it's interesting how the meta shifted beyond just what like heroes and what comps the meta, due to like the way that the game is entirely changed. Like you said, Soul Jade meta is so different, where before it would go to shop, spend all your Dark Tide coins on just rolling Soul Jades until you got like the perfect layout, or as close as the perfect layout you could get. Not happening anymore. It's maybe pick up that a couple of priority Soul Jades that you can guarantee for yourself. Don't roll. Guarantee the Aurora Burst, the Rupture Galen Orb, all of the kind of Soul Jades that you want to be rocking. And then, if you have spare cash, maybe roll. But like realistically, most people have spent all their cash on that. Plus, they're still buying the rebirth charms. People typically want to make sure they have at least enough in the pocket in case something goes bad in that front as well. But you have the rebirth.
Buying the purple armor as well.
Buying the purple armor. Dark Tide coins are like super high value, and it's interesting where I think stashes are gonna be like super high priority. If you get like a Dark Tide stash, that is potentially game winning now. I mean, it was always good, but like now it's really big.
You have to remember that when you actually buy a key from the dealers, it marks that location on the map for everyone to see.
Yes, it does. It does.
So it's always like that toss-up of, is this worth the risk? Because
So
we have seen teams mobilize to those caves, get those open and manage to lock down those spaces and find success. And then other times, specifically on Holoroth actually, we've seen teams try and do that and just get lobbied by like 3 teams showing up to grief them. Actually, were you casting when it was it the Justine? I think it was, yeah, it was the ice pick variant. That stash just outside the cave, just south, or rather north of Shipwreck.
Yeah.
They opened it, and the Justina popped the V1 ultimate, and it just like, it minced absolutely everyone in that space.
I missed that one, but I understand that like people are also going to want to get their hands on those stashes, so they'll wait for you to kind of have your guard down, jump in and take you out. GG with, sorry, not GG. Wolves were very lucky because everyone was in the south when their stash was in the north. So they got into the Roma Yang, won the Roma Yang, then immediately went and got the stash, and then went and got a couple of kills as well. Like, Wolves got everything they wanted. I don't know what kind of stash it was though. If you get the Dark Tide one, you are laughing. But I don't actually know what the stash was that one on that front. So we'll see. But here we are having a look at the hero select order. Wolves, OUG, Balder, JL now at the bottom of that selection, and it's TE, FPX, JJH, and GG who will get first pick of the little. See what they're going to want to get their hands on going into this game number 2. What comps are going to be tickling their fancy? I am interested actually by this because obviously only one team prioritized the Transformers last game, and it looks like it's a whole lot of Sand Siphon coming in from GGT and FPX. Let's see if JJH have something else up their sleeve, or they just want to deny the Sand Siphon from everyone else below them.
Godly
there you go, Monk.
Yeah, Godly does like to pick the Monk. He really does like to pick the Monk. Him, Xiaohu, and EG, as well as Sleepwalker for WBG, have been very Monk heavy in this current season. However, they're not going traditional Transformers. They're going Sandformers. They're going with that Farrier and Tumult. KLA going to be immediately running into the Xiphon. We've got Viper Variety from Alliance DOG. JDG not yet decided. Looks like they're going to be looking into Xiphon as well, which means that we can see what the third phase is going to go for. A lot of these teams who've already picked that Sand Siphon. I mean, there was only one team actually on the first row who picked Sand Siphon, going to be denied that one. I'm going to see Yiran go for traditional Transformers. Cannibal comes out from OUG. Wolves go for Viper Variety. What did JL decide to lock in with? Be interesting as well to see whether or not the Kurumis pick the V1 or the V2. I think another aspect that we haven't really talked about it's the DRG composition. It's the ACOS. TXJ is going to be locking in the ACOS. We're going to get one thing on the Yushan and VVV on the Farrier. This is a composition that I know Raven is really excited about. He loves to see DRG play this specific one. They crucially have it play it a lot of the time on Holoroth, so I'm really excited to see how JL are going to be piloting that one. ACOS is very, very strong when we do have those Fireflies. That ultimate is very, very good. So being able to confirm those grabs on some of those players. However, like, as well as the fact that you get like the additional movement, so you can play forward position and then very quickly reposition to the rest of your team to, if we have final zones, more out in the open, keep pressure up on the other teams around you, but also make sure that you're not the one getting picked once everyone turns on to the next target. I want to see these Kurumis.
I'm excited by this. I am very excited by this. This is a cool one. I'm just like, the thing I'm really liking right now, especially in the last couple of weeks, is the addition of new heroes. Like, the Zai is super fun to watch. It's a really interesting like way in which to play that comp, where you get like the triple resets. The ACOS is going to be super cool to watch. I'm loving seeing the experimentation. And while yet the GG Valda didn't really land where they wanted it to, it's cool that they tried
kills.
it.
Okay, it got kills.
Hey, it won the Maroma Yang. I didn't see how, because I was looking away.
Didn't win them the realm of Yang.
No.
Yes, they did with a Valdo win a realm of Yang.
I am willfully ignorant, because I looked away during the realm of Yang, and then when I looked back, I saw a Valda standing over the chest, and they had the victory go up their heads. So in my head, the Valda won. God, bring me Valda back. I want to say it so much. But, you know, we've got some variants. We got some cool stuff coming in. And looking at Wolves, they are still relatively close to Sunwing's Rest, but in a slightly different spot. It looks like the way the zone worked was they weren't actually able to go that far north, so they'll probably run up there. But they are contesting TE and FPX on this drop spot. Alliance could potentially come in for a third party, whether they go left or right towards the GG side or the Wolves side of the map. We'll see. A lot of teams are dropping off in the north, though. A lot of action over there. As you can see, JJH, Bowder, GG, and I can't make out who that fourth team is, but there are 4 teams over there. It's going to be quite action-packed on that front, and no one down by Shadow J Mines.
No, I mean, GG always drops Secret Tunnel, so no surprises where they're going to be popping from. Wolves are going to have to take a fight, like you said, off of the rip against TE to contest that golden loot area. As we can see, it is going to be FPX and TE all in the same area. Everyone racing to try and get their hands onto the weapons as quickly as possible. Musket going to be picked up from one of the Wolves players. Unfortunately, that doesn't mean any movement abilities nor parry ability, as JL is going to be able to find with that ACOS an immediate pick onto Oh Hugh Cheese You. PVV getting a follow-up onto SS, and that is that ACOS V1 just coming into full motion. JL were able to instantly get their hands on that ultimate and just shred through an entire team. As Bowder currently looking to try and loot up while keeping themselves information to be able to deal with pressure coming through from the challenge of JJH. Huron throwing out that fan, catching onto the back of JJH's Godly, who comes in with the dual halberds. Don't actually get to see the parry come at Euron. Unfortunately, times the red flash at the wrong aspect to be able to catch onto that charged RMB, and instead actually loses the fan when he throws out the charged vertical. However, Flames is still able to find the pill onto Bowder's peak. So we're going to see that transformation start to come on through. Godly clearing up the space immediately as Euron, now trying to move out of position, is going to get chased onto by JDG, who shot with the Xiphon. Euron with that bell will be able to keep himself alive a little longer. Tries to cut over to the body, throws out the fan, the charge vertical catching onto both of the players who stacked up. However, Tutik with that Xy V2 will be able to have the range necessary to be able to catch the monk in the back, and he does go down, which is absolutely crucial. As Tutik still has a little bit of that ultimate left, and they are still chasing. JJH's Moran going incredibly low, loses a lot of the armor. The F3 trying to chase on to the player. Unfortunately, means that he doesn't have the F3 now to reposition that to launch ultimate, and has to go over the tree instead to be able to do so. Gets the zip heal, but the cannon coming through from the Pharaoh on the sideline actually catches Tutik. He's able to kite over to his zip heal, will be able to get that sustain going on through as Moran with this Farrier V3 just managing such a good job of peeling for his players. Godly still alive on the front line off of the pressure and staggers that Moran has been able to set up, and you can actually see that JDG lost a player and are now trying to disengage as Moran with the F3 now catches on. We see the ultimate now start to come on into play. Moran on that side lane trying to come in with the dagger. The effort from the side looking to lock down someone. The monk ultimate comes in. He's already found one grab. He converts it into the slam and finds the kill off of the back of it as poor Tutik. Rock, paper, scissors.
There it is.
Beats all. He's able to find the grab onto the Xy, and he's going to be able to clean up the other players from JDG as a result.
That fight just went a little bit too long for them. But honestly, I think the main thing that really defined that was that Farrier mech. It was just so oppressive, the cover fire they had. Absolutely brutal. Now we're cutting over to Alliance, who are getting themselves in a fight with DRG. Instantly, Alliance get on the bad side of that and do blink away. DRG, I don't think they saw where they went. Even with the easier tracking, they do finally get an idea of where Alliance are. But Alliance are able to pick themselves up and scatter to the win. Bo, low HP. Bo desperately trying to get some healing done as revenge. The only member with full armor and full health is the one getting opened up onto. Does a whole bunch of damage to Xshy. There comes the ultimate. The parry comes down onto Revenge. Alliance can't catch a break. Can he get out of range? He can. Breaks away for the moment. In comes the rest of the team. Alliance throw down the Tessa ultimate to try and keep themselves going. DRG are able to cleanse himself away from that one as Bo gets himself a counter off onto Xi. Comes in with a full charge with the spear. So much damage coming in as the third party, like you said, has come in though. DRG gonna get themselves a kill. No, Alliance actually get himself the kill as in comes the Bane's Breath from KLA. Beautiful little third party for them, and Alliance That fight got turned around, luckily for them, but the third party should be the end, as they do actually get the lockdown on two members of KLA. That's a long stun onto 17S. Not going to be able to get too much here, but Alliance are going to lose Leon here as KLA secure themselves that kill. The Bane's Breath still KLA's to control as Alliance lose revenge, lose their players, and they are going to be forced away from this one. Beautiful third party there from KLA.
Yeah, I mean, great heal as well coming through from that Zip. Sees that it's the Viper V1, not the V3, which means the 5-second stun, and drops the F to be able to heal themselves just before that stagger window procs. And as a result, even though the Zip does get hit by that stun, no one can take advantage, and KLA are still able to sit in the middle of their Bane's Breath, stop any potential third parties from coming through, and use the AoE to be able to isolate a lot of those target mobilities and just chunk them down. As JL looking to pick themselves up. I assume Fireflies either just got grabbed by this team or got picked up on drop. As TXJ does have that Akos V1, we're going to see just hunting for the gear. Finds a purple dagger, absolutely huge. Akos, one of those players who needs that weapon, needs that scaling for the ultimate damage. Is JJH going to be looking for a little bit of loot scaling themselves. Everyone who's running any variant of a Transformer, anyone who scales with the damage on their ultimate off of the equipment level is going to be looking for those loot upgrades, looking to try and pick up as much money as possible by running these quests. You can see JDG, I believe, just completed one of their own to be able to get that upgrade. TE going to be able to open up a cave, gets the Morris Blessing. This is where the Morris Blessings have been repositioned to. They are still around. They're just only in the caves now. Everything else is going to be a capture. The Spirit Well, as they're not going to get griefed out of this one. Wolves, however, in the area do know that the team just went into this direction and start to show up to look for that challenge. You can see the Scout XEM just up in the air to be unexpected with that Viper V1 looking to drop down on an unsuspecting player. Do they try and actively take this engagement? They are still only on blue armor. This is a composition that isn't the greatest at taking Realm of Yang fights, so they're looking probably to find an upgrade off of either the scraps left behind in this cave or controlling a Spirit Well and being enough of a threat, enough of a pain with the threat of that third party that other teams don't want to challenge them.
Yeah, we'll see what their game plan is. But for now, we're cutting over to GG, who are geared up. Purple weapons and armor almost across the board. It's 3-3-0. Unfortunately, not got themselves the purple armor. Has got FPX in their sights, though, so does look like we might have a little bit of some action breaking out here. Roma Yangs will be spawning up soon as well, so there'll be some action coming off that. It's GG. Actually not that interested in taking a fight here versus FPX. GG would rather get their hands on to a Roma Yang, but where are they on the map? Trying to track where they are right now. Oh, where everybody is. By that one portal, yeah. There is a lot of people in the area. That's why I couldn't find them, because there was so many people on the map. They got Alliance, who they're right behind. Actually, to be fair to GG, Alliance are fresh off a revive, so they're probably a little lacking on the gear department. So they're either not going to contest them or will be an easy pick. GG are beelining for this Realm of Yang portal, but they got OUG, JL, and JDG all collapsing in on the area. Question is who's going to get their hands onto it? I feel like the tester teams are just want to play interrupt and deny the opportunity to get into that Realm of Yang. We actually see the zone shift hard off to the north. And it's one of those zones that I really like. The one where it cuts a lot of the map off because it makes part of the zone in the water, which basically just really shortens the map, cuts for resources, forces everyone together a lot quicker than maybe they would normally be. As GG coming in, can they deny it? Looks like they have been able to get some damage off, but they can't full deny. Not going to be able to stagger anyone from getting inside that Realm of Yang, and they may just
only two players with JDH. Oh no! Moran got caught out by wolves when he tried to enter the Realm of Yang. Jake, this is a 3v2. Oh no! And it's against JL as well, who already have two sets of purple gear. TXJ with the fan gets the scale rush. Throws out that F2 as well, that roar that you can sit in with the golden frame. Both of the Transformers going to start to come into play. Godly instantly having to go for the transformation. As we're just going to see some more ultimate getting dropped to make it even harder for the team to be able to lock down some of these players. TXJ hasn't popped that ultimate just yet, is waiting for the transformations to burn on out from JJH's side. As the Yushan from One Thing is doing more than enough, finds the stagger onto Flames. We do see one grab come through. Godly is able to get one onto VVV before he drops out of that ultimate, but unfortunately, yep. You're gonna get the ultimate back anyway, TXJ. May as well use it to flashily grab that last kill. Godly goes down to the Yushan quarterback charge, and that is so unfortunate. Like we talked about, the Tesla teams, they are built to grief the entrances to the Yang. And unfortunately for JJH, you talked it directly into existence. They lose one player as they try and get through the portal. It looked like actually they almost lost two too, because Godly, when he entered, he was entirely void of armor. He had to full reset armor before that portal popped up.
Lovely, lovely stuff. OUG actually very close to JL. Both of these teams may just be burning through their Vermilion Birdsmite very quickly. You getting opened up onto here by TXJ, but you does get a bunch of damage off onto him. In comes the backup. TXJ losing a fair amount of health here. Armor here has popped the ultimate though, so we'll be waiting for the opportunity to sink the Tiger's teeth in to SS. Immediately though, getting his health bar stripped away. Tries to get some damage off of the Tiger. Is able to find it as he's absolutely rattling through the members of OUG, but his armor has been stripped away. Is able to get some healing. A pot has been popped. He is just going to look to break away, and look at JDG hovering in the distance, waiting for an opportunity to get that third party off. Both of the Ferromex have been using. TXJ getting some damage off onto the King here. Is going to just keep himself up into the mech. Use health bars being liquefied by TXJ there. So much damage being laid in from this Ferromech with the golden weapons scaling, really coming in for them as U is taken down from TXJ in the mech, and in comes JDG. Try and see if they can get some damage off this one. Have been able to pick up one already onto OUG's SS. JL being melted through as well, and JDG, they timed this third party absolutely beautifully. TXJ gets into a mech. JDG trying to get the damage off here with the Zai, is going to be able to absolutely rinse through that health bar. GG now coming in for that potential third party on top of that one. This has just been an absolute blender of kills. JDG just cashing in 7 kills and jumping up the scoreboard off the back of that one. Getting everything they want off this. They've still got their own Vermilion Birdsmite for another 80 seconds, so they can aggressively stay and take these fights. Jumping in, 2-tick goes with that F. Is going to get himself caught out, though. The stagger from GG just actually starting to build up to be too much. Does a lot of damage off. Does have the ultimate available to them, but can't pop it in time. GG sliding in, finishing up everyone as GG capitalize on their own third parties, collecting 3 kills for themselves.
Now, off screen in the meantime, JJH are actually able to purchase a Rebirth Charm and then have 2 of their players who had that Yang depletion go down so that one of them can be brought back up by the Farrier. So we do still have 1 Transformer up for JJH alongside that mech. As unfortunately, I don't think they have enough to buy the Tumult back, which is going to make it pretty dangerous if they do decide to throw those ultimates through, because they're not going to have that Sandstorm to stop the projectiles from connecting onto that monk. As KLA are looking to find a hit onto Wolves. QGG comes in with the F3, immediately forces the Wuchen teleport away. That is really unfortunate for KLA, because you can see the orange background on their portrait means they are currently under the duress of Yang depletion. And unfortunately for them, Wolves with that Wuchen reposition will be able to just immediately disappear into the night. And there is not a bell nearby for the team to be able to track down where exactly they ran off to. And that's going to make it really difficult for KLA to be able to translate the 8 kills that they've already picked up with this incredibly hyper-aggressive Zai, Mitari, and Zeeping composition, which is so good right off of the rip, but being able to confirm really quickly a lot of kills and in a succinct fashion. They're not going to be able to, if they're not careful, make it to the kill multiply, because they've got 49 seconds left. One of them stuns the Yang depletion, at least. The Zai is still going to be alive. And you can see that they've already funneled over a majority of their coins so that QGG can try and find a rebuff charm if they're not all bought out. There's 17S. Scouts out some of those shops. The second realm of Yang is starting to come through, because like you said, this zone is cutting into that sea, which means that a lot of these teams have already been forced into taking early fights, and we are down a fair number of players with how action-packed this round has been before the second Yang actually even spawns on up. OUG starting to move their way over. DOG likewise going to be trying to contest that one. JJH going to be dropping by and away from KLA as they are just recovering still from having to play on the back foot with losing their players early off of the last Yang depletion. GG, it looks like are going to be running into a fight just now. OUG uncontested, might be able to make their way into one. They have got the cannonball. You've already got the legendary halberds from the last win on the Yang. Do they make it in time? One, yep, goes through. Currently, no one's actually entered to contest them, as both GG and FPX are actually just looking at each other right now. This stalemate going on between the two. CJS just sitting on top of that storm, denying it from FPX. And the second that GG have purchased what they want, FPX slide in to pick up the scraps. Remember, there are only a finite number of those armors for purchase in the shop. So if one team manages to show up to that shop first, unfortunately, a lot of the time, you're just too slow on the uptake to actually find the upgrade that you were looking for when you initially repositioned.
Looks like OUG are going to be uncontested. There it is, a freebie for them. Very interesting now that we are starting to see, as the meta changed, less and less people jumping into these second runway Yangs. A lot less confident to do that. Only that those who are either really want those kills or are, you know, just confident no one's going to contest them are the ones jumping in. Wolves got a freebie last time. This time it is going to be OUG. Grab them a freebie. Immediately out into a Bane's Breath, though. So they have to quickly position away. Have got that Draco Storm, interestingly. So not going for the Misty Might, not going for the White Tigers, which are typically the go-tos for our teams. Going for that Draco Storm, which to me says they are very eager to take some fights. So we'll keep our eyes on exactly what they're going to be doing off the back of that one. GG and Alliance get themselves in a bit of a scrap for the moment. Lane getting some damage down onto CJS, but Lane does find himself pinned against this wall, back against the zone as well. CJS doing some work there with that legendary longsword. Alliance blink out of that one. Only with 2 kills this game, so not as productive of a game as game 1 was for them, but they have made it later into the circle, which is probably more what they were looking to be doing here. Have got themselves the blind date comp. So we'll be looking to kind of go for those third parties as more and more people are close into one another. And we are only on to zone 3 right now. We'll be closing in on zone 3 momentarily.
Oh, he iframed it!
Oh, did he?
The Viper V1. Yep.
Oh! Broke away from that one. Beautiful. Now, Godly is going to get himself caught out by the tether. Wushin 98 losing a lot of HP. Can he get the slam down? No, he can't. Godly, health bar getting absolutely liquefied. He finds himself caught out by the charm. JJH forced to use that monk transform as Godly is on the run. You're seeing the power of the Tessa into the monk. He can't break the urn. So
no, it was the team that they were fighting used the Wuchen teleport out.
Yeah, I saw that as well. Yeah. Well, my point was more, it's just like, it's so hard to get the damage, well, to break away from all the crowd control when you're playing the blind date comp versus these monks. Well, the monk really struggles to break away because you are guaranteed to get hit by the urn of the Tessa. She can have 2 charges of that as well. So it can be really, really rough going into that. The Wuchen did bail them out, though, as that fight was getting a little bit too hairy for them. So they were bailed out from losing their monk there, but very, very scary stuff for the only monk to be playing into right now. Godly has to play this very, very intelligently.
Yeah, he doesn't have the transformer ult. The crucial thing is JL were not the team that they were previously fighting, so they do not know the state of the ultimates. Oh, there you go. OUG, find money stash. They're gonna be very happy about that one. As you has that legendary, but I'm not sure if he has the soldiers. So come yet, we'll have to see if the animation is different for the Dragon Slayers or the Nessas if it's over the head of the Yodo. As it is a little bit of just the calm before the storm at the moment. Draco Storm about to run out for this team. Haven't been able to run into a whole lot of fights to be able to take advantage of it. However, they're now going to run not into 1 team, but 2. Cannonball onto JDG to be able to start initiating that one. JDH also in the areas. We cut over 2 Sunwings. No surprises that this is where Wolves have decided to take up refuge. This is one of, I think, the best areas of this map to just go unnoticed. All the way at the very, very top of the ribcage is just very, very good, especially for the Vipers, right? If you're running that traditional V1. The V1 is very different in how you position with the Viper in comparison to the V3. Because the V3, it basically, for the entire duration of the ultimate charging up, means that it has the silence and the Viper can still freely move and freely fight. The V1, however, has the charge up and only hits into effect once the charge up is done, and you get the 5-second stun window, leaving the Viper incredibly vulnerable. It's why the V1 has so much damage reduction attached to it, because you know that the Viper is going to be incredibly vulnerable and cannot protect themselves. But I believe it's 70%, yeah, 70% that it got upgraded to on the patch that these teams are playing. So those Vipers are going to be incredibly durable, but you still want to make sure that the Viper is not spotted when you drop down for that 5-second stun window, which is why we see Vipers hide up on the high ground, on trees or on ledges, to be able to get the drop down and find that tether before the players can see it coming and break line of sight to cancel the 5-second stun.
All right, well, OUG getting himself into a fight here versus JJH. Morin actually looking to break away. No one's fully willing to pull that trigger and full commit, but it is a tight zone. There are not a lot of players left. We even see the transform come out here, so pretty sure that OUG quite happy to keep the pressure up. Morin actually losing a lot of HP. In comes Flames. Gets a massive cannon shot off onto King. Flames getting hit in the backside, though, by Yu with this golden spear. Able to do a lot there. Not actually full committing right now. Is Morin getting himself TXJ coming in onto him. Loses a lot of his armor. Getting shot from all angles. JJH. Morin goes down. JL with the ACOS. Just executing beautifully on that. And now Flames is just going to try and blink away. Finds himself caught out by JDG. Flames taking the shots from the distance. Everybody collapsing in. DRG also in the area. Flames gets himself inside the building. And he actually broke away there. No. WFC is going to catch him off. And down they go. JJH are taken out of the game. It was DRG to secure that kill and eliminate our fourth team of the game, as they are taking out 24 players left in
that
this
was
zone.
really mean from DRG. They had WFC with the halberds body block the door frame with the charged RMB, which forced him to have to just wall hang directly into the cannon shot coming through from DRG's team. He had absolutely no place of safety to be able to go. Speaking about cannonball, oh my goodness, okay. That's a lot of damage coming through from the cannon yet again, as JL's TXJ using that same weapon, trying to regenerate the ult necessary to be able to build back into this ACOS V1, putting pressure onto FPX's Don Queen, so he's not going to be able to sit on those resources. TXJ not finding any in at the moment. He's not wanting to take a kill. This is purely just Buccaneer phase at the moment, as all of these teams just wanting to try and chunk through these resources. This game has been going on as long as it has, which means that a lot of these places in the area have already been picked clean by teams that have come through since, which makes the Spirit Well incredibly impactful in terms of being able to lock those up. And we are going to see it contested. Tessa V1 comes on through, catches TXJ actually, who was hopping into this Farrier mech to try and use the boosters potentially and reposition if he gets enchanted. We're gonna see just immediately TXJ with this mech controlling all of that space. Wolves throw out the Tester ultimate to zone JL, stop them from being able to get a couple of parting shots when the team tries to disengage. The Spirit Well immediately gets captured, however JL get grief from picking up the loot. The Tessa V1 for TXJ is just forced to watch as all of the loot that JL worked so hard to be able to unlock just get snatched up by other teams. Wolves, however, take a lot of pressure, have to use that Wuchen port from EG to be able to bail XEM out before the Viper goes down. Crucially, still holding onto that Viper V1 as well. Now we're going to see that legendary armor that Wolves stole away from JL being funneled over to the Vipers. Like we talked about, when you're running that V1, the Viper is a lot more vulnerable than in the V3 state. So you need to make sure that the Viper is the one getting the better armor to be able to live for that V1 to properly come into play, as OUG start to take control of this high ground, want to be able to referee the teams on the low and middle shelf with the cannon, just doing so much damage. Merciless Havoc in the hand for SS. to be able to control the left side. You throwing out the charged verticals on the halberds as well, just to try and catch anyone who tries to grapple on through, as well as alleviate some of the cannon poke coming on out from Alliance's lane, who goes so incredibly low, and then in true GG fashion, this gets absolutely eviscerated by the repeating crossbow swap coming through from the team foe. With a good grapple connection onto GG, will be able to stop them from farming the resources off of the corpse, knocking GG into the zone. The Wuchen teleport gets set up, and they do manage to connect it onto their teammate. However, in the middle of the Bane's Breath, Jake, they're taking their chances with the gods of NARAKA. Bane's Breath is smiling upon them, but so too is all of the damage from the teams in the area. Huge Wuchen Windwall to be able to block the ranged poke coming through from the other team's bow, able to cancel out of the heal and tap dodge away before the AoE hits. An Alliance, by the skin of their teeth, have 2 players that live another day, but lane goes down again to the Bane. And Alliance are in such a bad position. They don't have the Wuchen teleport, they don't have the Viper to be able to clear the space. They just have to try and slip away unnoticed before FPX try and pressure the other 2 teammates that survive.
The amount of harassing that just went down on Alliance is not okay. Everything got thrown at them while they were standing in a Bane's Breath trying to pick their teammate up. That was a miserable experience for them, unfortunately. Denied and now losing their Viper. So they do have the Wuchen, they do have the Tessa, so they got something. They do have some members, but they're going to have to do some work. JDG 8 kills this game, so they've really been able to slingshot themselves up the standings. JL with another banging game as well. 8 kills under their belt. OUG actually are in it. They're in the game. They got 5 kills. Right now, still in the lobby. Still within a chance. Wolves 4 kills as well. So we are seeing actually DRG with 8 kills, finding FPX in a corner inside the zone, just trying to melt through this health bar, trying to gatekeep them from getting out. But XJ is low HP. Can he break away? No, he can't. Down he goes. FPX able to pick up a kill onto 2 members of DRG, and DRG with those 9 kills now losing 2 players. They thought they had it all, and they were denied heavily for that one.
Oh, I think the Wuchen got the port on the Viper and the Tessa, but unfortunately he teleports directly into the middle of where everyone else is fighting, and just immediately the poke pressure from all of the other teams in the area stop him from being able to sit on top of one of the bodies and get a teammate back up into the mix. He just has to prioritize full survival. Spiritwell comes on through. Unfortunately, that is going to be the end of DRG. JL are able to track down the lone Wuchen and take him down. Wolves now ignoring the Spiritwell, wanting to try and put focus onto OUG, dropping in with that F2 from XEM, looking to try and find the silence onto FPX. The V1, they're probably pushing onto this team. They're trying to body block FPX's water from coming through. Poison Mushroom procs in the cave, and all of these players are immediately going to be chunking through so much of their health. ZK going incredibly low, does indeed go down. Zone Queen also getting affected by that Poison Mushroom. Manages to find the heal reset off of one of the Soulbums, finds the parry with the fan as well into the jump cancel vertical to be able to land more damage onto EG once the parry has gone through. Gets another Soulbum reset off of the body as a result, and FPX hold their ground and actually managed to live against the contest that Wolves launched upon them, this siege that Wolves laid at their doorstep. But at the moment, the true final boss, Jake, is OUG. They're controlling this high ground. They've got you out on that farrier with the legendary scaled damage. They've got the cover of the Merciless Havoc to make sure that the farrier mech does not get ranged down by any of these other teams in the areas. You can see JL's TXJ trying to find the cannonball to be able to stagger you before he's able to go back into that state as well. JDG are going to lose one of their players to JL, but both of these farriers are locked onto each other. OUG lose the mech first. SS, the target that TXJ is locked directly on top of. He's not going to be able to find the kill. However, VVV has been able to pull up so much rage. She's immediately got another V3 to drop for TXJ. The ACOS going into the middle. FPX trying to play out of line of sight, wanting to stay off of the low ground, and all of the teams in the areas notice. Let everyone else burn through their ultimates so they can sit on theirs, play the sustain game, and properly come in with a better kill multiplier when the zone fully collapses. GG. The same thinking coming through from them. CJS on that Takeda wants to wait for the zone to properly collapse to be able to shove all of these players with the Furin into taking the corruption tick damage. As SS is making sure that no one is sneaking, no one is creeping, no one is hiding. Using that Yushan ultimate, flushing out the members of FPX and not letting them sit back and watch from the sidelines. Tumultual gets dropped. JLTXJ back into that mech yet again, covered by One Fang. With that Yushan, OUG's SS, no armor, having to spam crouch to get the shield reset on the purple armor. FPX still above. TE also going to be that JL's TXA able to find one hit onto OUG's SS. Alliance now dropping onto the low ground, but it's LX and the JL have turned on to JL, slowly starting to really run this lobby. 13 kills to 14 kills. TXA now outside of that mech, looking to try and find some more pressure onto these players when they're too close with their backs to that corruption tick damage. Alliance gets spotted by GG. OUG also going for the same play. All of these players trying to play the survival around the lone tree left inside the corruption damage. We're going to see a mech come through. OUG's unit with the Yodo ultimate might have to iframe through. Manages to iframe out of the test. No, he doesn't. He mistimes the next teleport. Gets countered by the V1, but enough damage has been done to all of the players below. OUG's U with a huge Yodo ultimate, finding the connection necessary to everybody stacks on top of each other. Is it enough to be able to steal the MVP away from JL, who were already so far ahead in terms of the kills? The camera is hovering. It's not panning away. JL,
they had 15 kills.
2 current defending world champions, take game 2.
They had 15 kills. They did the groundwork. OUG were able to slide in and take a bunch at the end, but JL had done too much work for that to be taken from them. And FPX even denied OUG the last man standing, as they actually did have that final player standing. I just want to, like, reverse a little bit on that game, because, man, FPX took 2 teams out because people kept contesting them in their corner. I don't know why people were like, let's just jump into the cave with FPX and see what happens, because FPX clearly had the ability to hold it, and time and time again, like, it was the death of Wolves. I can't remember who the other team was who went in, but 2 relatively stacked teams basically gave everything up because they were jumping into FPX's corner where FPX controlled them. The poison mushrooms were just savage. They'd go in, pop the poison mushrooms, get caught by crowd control, and their health bar would just tick down so fast. Really, really big stuff coming in. But JL obviously taking this second game of the day. It's going to do a lot for the scoreboard. Wolves actually got taken out quite early here. They did make it to the final circle, but all things considered, still fairly early. That was a pretty clustered final circle, to be honest. Like, there were a lot of teams in that final circle, so there was a lot going on. I expected from how the circle moved and how we actually had 2 circles back to back, which had part of the zone in the ocean basically cut off from the map. Because of the size of the map, we'd see more action because people were kind of forced closer together, but people were very combat evasive until the end of this game. The first game was a complete bloodbath. This one kind of took a while to heat up. That was almost like a more traditional NARAKA game, like what I think of like old school NARAKA, where you'd have lots of teams in the final circle and it was just like a cluster at the end. Not really the case in this one. It was a bit more of that old school style. But let's have a little look at the question. How many kills did KLA get in game number 2? Was it A, 5, B, 6, C, 7, or D, 8? Genuinely, question 2 is always the hard one, because they're not even the team who won. KLA is just like a random team in this game, and we're asking how many kills.
If it was how many teams did kills did Team JL get, you gave it away like 10 seconds ago. You said the answer. You said that they got 15, but no, it is indeed going to be KLA. How many teams did they? How many kills did they get? Was it A5? Was it B6? C7 or D8? But sort of going back, circling back to that point against everyone, like those 2 teams trying to challenge FPX inside that cave, I can tell you the exact reason why they did it. And it's because TE actually MVP'd around. It's not the exact location, but it is a similar style play. There is a cave in Shadow Jade Mines that you can basically just like bunker up in, and they literally just resided inside that cave and allowed all of the other teams above them to play themselves like through the ultimates, through that resources, and then when teams would get incredibly low and would be looking for spots where they would reposition and try and find like those reset points, they would run inadvertently into TE, and FPX were hoping to do the exact same thing, right? They wanted to be in control of one of the safe spaces that was out of line of sight and out of just the way of the Farrier mech and the cannon fire coming through, because the caves have enough space that you can hide from things like the flame breath and the rupture gale, as opposed to some of the buildings where if you're just inside a building, you're going to be getting hit by all of that AoE damage. So FPX actually controlling that space, they knew that they would get challenged. They knew that they had the soldiers to be able to hold down that position, but for a lot of those other teams like Wolves, it was worth the risk, and if they didn't risk it, I think FPX get a lot more than 7 kills, because they get to sit back, they get to watch everyone else play through all of their ultimates. However, it is going to be JL. I told you the ACOS composition was one to watch out for. JL, TXJ on that ACOS, 24,000, nearly 25,000 damage with the F2V1, one thing on the Yushan VVV. No surprises, yet again, pioneering this Farrier with that V3, F3 doing 32,000 damage with a whopping 7 assists as well. JL, TXJ, and VVV, 2 defending world champions that got picked up by JL. You say that OUG were the team that we were all looking at. JL was my team that I was watching heading into this new season.
Yeah, JL have been very, very good this season, but they've always been not good enough, unfortunately. They've never, you know, they've always shunned, but never shunned the brightest. So it's nice to see them get that MVP under their belt, but they have some work to do off the back of this. But that was a monumental win for them. And just a reminder, KLA got 8 kills for the people answering the question. They were 8th in the scoreboard. Crazy if we're asking you how many kills the 8th team got, but second question is always hard. Second question is always super hard. JL theoretically could get themselves to match point at the end of the next game and then look to take game 4. That is within the realms of possibility here for the side of JL. Wolves, very underwhelming game number 2, unfortunately for them, 6.5 points. Weren't able to really achieve too much, and have now dropped quite a lot in the scores. I mean, they've gone from first to second, but the deficit between them and JL has actually grown way more. And they have some work to do, and OUG also playing catch-up after a 16.5 game coming in from the side of OUG. So really, really good stuff. I'm well excited for game 2. Game 3. We've just done game 2. Game 3.
We're still going to be as well on the 0 hero points. It's game 4 that the hero points get reset, so you can have a look and see exactly how game 2 went down. This is JL coming in, nunchucks from VVV on that Farrier, getting to just clear up so much of the space and play off with the stagger that TXJ has already been able to set into motion. VVV here with that Farrier as well, finding this cannon pressure on that monk. Unfortunately, does get grabbed out of the mech early and gets slammed. However, One Fang is able to come in, clear up that space, and then VVV with the F3 and the silence attached to it as well, able to just body check the Tian Hai once that ultimate has been removed. No surprises that it's the fan coming through from the Farrier when we go to the low ground fight. There's the F3, that golden frame, that's it, to be able to keep the pressure on the Takeda, and then we go right back into controlling space with the fan, making sure that we have a free path for our ACOS to be able to hop into that ultimate. JL looking up as well. This is crucial. They look up and see so many of these players above them, trying to play out of line of sight, out of notice, so that when the zone collapses, they can properly come in with their wing conditions, things like that, Yoda ultimate fully intact. And as a result, JL are able to hold on to a lot of these resources and guarantee that they have a game plan once they finish cleaning up all of the players on the low ground.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a really, just a beautiful game from the side of JL, really controlling it well. I am excited by this ACOS. I am always excited when something new jumps in, something that we don't typically see, gets kind of introduced into the meta. And, you know, the ACOS didn't feel like a desperation, oh, we need to pick something up. It felt like there was a very clear identity what they wanted to do with it, and they were able to execute on that. So it was really cool to see. It was a bit like when the Zycomp showed up in the Ratari. Like, there's a very clear idea of just get the F off 3 times in a row and melt health bars this is, you know, you know what the ACOS is doing. You want that aggressive kind of carry. And he is doing the work there. Thunderstorm as the only legendary Soul Jade coming in for TXJ. Did have the focus slide, the nunchucks up, and then 3 blue attack Soul Jades. So the Soul Jade meta
look at
has
the damage
seriously
on skills
changed.
and ultimate. Ignore the weapons.
Hey, oh my
and
word.
Look at the damage on skills and ultimates.
I was looking at the Soul Jades. Totally missed 20,000 damage coming in from skills and ultimates. The vast majority of what TSJ here did was with his Tiger. Absolutely brutal game coming in from him. I want to see more of this.
Well,
I want to see
we've
more of this.
already
Obviously,
seen
they
more
can't pick it.
Yeah, like this isn't actually the first time we've seen ACOS this season. DRG. DRG have been running a lot of it over towards Holoroth. Like, they've been finding little bits of value here and there with it. Like, you can definitely, like you said, see the game plan coming into motion. It's really interesting that we saw the F2 coming through from TXJ as opposed to the F1, because when DRG are on it, they run the F1 because the amount of defense that you get on that ACOS F scales off of the amount of players hit. So when you're in a trios composition and you're in the middle of a trio team and you run in with that F1, you're always going to be getting huge amounts of damage reduction to your name, so you can just become an absolute tank. However, we're going to be saying goodbye for a little bit and see you on the other side. It's still going to be Morris. It's going to be game 3 right after this.
所以呢，然后呢？没事，你看这03年像那个我的是吧？07年注册08年，那这个哪一年就是11年概况8。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. New challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
Hello and welcome back everybody to the last, I cannot believe I'm saying this, the last NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Spring Split bi-weekly final for trios before we head into LCQs. And then pre-finals, Jake, we've been having, well, it's been a little bit of an inconsistent day so far. Granted, we're only heading into game 3. Just now we haven't even passed the halfway mark, but Wolves taking game 1 in a steamrolling fashion with a Transformers composition, and then unfortunately not having that great a pop-off in game 2 allowed JL to actually overtake them on the leaderboard, which is pretty crucial, because even though we have the new rule set, which means that once you hit 74 points total, you become match point eligible, and you manage to take an MVP, the day ends early. If we do go the full distance, and we have gone the full distance in both trios and solos previously, and no one who's match point eligible manages to pick up the MVP, it does reroute back over to the winner being decided by overall highest amount of points picked up in the day. So keeping that first place position is going to be incredibly crucial for all of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, obviously running off a small sample size for our first 2 games, but yeah, it's been interesting because I think game 1 we had some teams perform who didn't perform in game 2, and vice versa. Wolves is probably the biggest example of that. They had a pretty disappointing game number 2, but they did enough work in game number 1. They did enough work in the bi-weeklies in the run-up to this fair. At the end of the day, like, they can have one bad game, but the problem, and we talked about this last bi-weekly, and I feel like everybody's talked about this every bi-weekly, is because the day can end early, because all it takes is one team to get that to that break point and then hit that match point. Well, it's not it. Hit that match point and then get the MVP under their belt. The day can end quicker than maybe you expect. These bad games can actually come back to bite you. Like, let's say we do get to game 4 and Wolves are on like 72 points and another team has, well, in this case, maybe JL, have surpassed them and hit that 74 point mark for that game 4. Even if Wolves hit the 74 points in that game, they can't get 74 points and MVP. They need to hit 74 points, and then the next game, after they've gone beyond the 74 points, they have to win. So in that game, if JL were to take MVP in game 4, then suddenly Wolves' opportunity to win is cut short, and it's cut short because they had a bad game too. So these are the kind of things you've got to think about. Is, yeah, the day normally goes longer. I mean, for trios, I think it's always gone longer. I think it's only solos that's ended early so far. But there's always that world in which a team could end the day before you're ready to even get in position to win it all. Typically, you expect it to go all the way. And if no one wins by game 8, your points are basically what decides the day. So let's say no one has hit that MVP by game 8 and we're done with game 8. Whoever has the highest points wins the day overall. But the closer you get to that, the less likely that is to happen, because the more teams get past the threshold, it's like I think it's like game 6 onwards is where you're probably dealing with at least 4 or 5 teams who are beyond 74 points. So 4 or 5 teams could win at any point. And then by game 7, by the end of game 7, suddenly it's now like 7 teams are at that point, and it quickly grows to the point where anybody could win at any point. So
yeah, I think we've had 9. At one point, we've had 9 out of 12 teams.
I want a day where everybody hits the point, and then it's the bottom team wins at the end. The guys who have been trailing all day are the ones who win at the end. That would be
amazing.
Way.
I would
so
love to see that as well. We can, however, see the compositions that are going to be locked in. This is still game 3, which means that all of these teams still only have 0 hero points. You can see that. The reason for this is because they're going to get a hero point reset once we head into game number 4. They're going to have to play different compositions until then. However, OUG are going to be locking in the Siphon, Sound Siphon already being more than a little too expensive for some of these teams to be able to afford with the 0 hero points. It's going to be Viper, Variety, third-party composition central. But JL and Bowder as Wolves going to be locking in EG on that Transformer yet again, since no one had picked it.
Interesting, but they go for the Transformers 2 times now. Felt most comfortable. GG have done it! They've done it! The Valda's back, baby!
Yeah, I was leaving third phase in the hopes that GG would do this. They said in the interview that they had faith in the Valda. The problem was that they felt they needed more time to be able to perfect it. I am really interested to see how they take the Yang fight now, because the last time the Valda Ultimate did not find the same value that it has in the past, right? Jake, I'm sure you and I, we both
hold on.
can
It has
say...
a 50% win rate in Rama Yang right now.
We both can agree that Valda is not quite the same powerhouse as when they initially reworked the V2 and gave her 2,200 additional health when she went into that ultimate activation state. She has been receiving nerfs every here and there, but it's going to be really interesting to see how GG actually decides to pilot her. I'm sure we're going to get the F3 as well to be able to one, have the combo break, and two, just have that CC potential. But as always, Valda is incredibly dependent in terms of loot loadout, because unlike Tumult, where you get the Wisp for the entire duration of the CC, with Valda, it's a one and done, right? The second you take one hit of damage, you're immediately free from the CC and can go about your business. So you have to make sure that that one hit properly counts. Wolves gonna be locking the Kurumi V2 again with that armor circle. Yep, there it is. It is gonna be the F3 V2 coming out from LXM on that Valda. F3 V3, F3 V3 as well for the Yushan and the Ferry alongside it. So far, no real surprises in terms of the composition. Something else I actually wanted to mention about the Kurumi V2, I think the V1 is just an immediate, like, flare that you're running Transformer, right? Because when we see Kurumi in the Sand Siphon, it's always with the V2, so you can get the armor circle, but you can also still have that interaction, that elemental interaction with the Tumult. When you're running the Kurumi V1, it is for the traditional Transformer, and I think with Wolves wanting to play out of notice and keep the fact that they have a traditional Transformer composition hidden, running that V2 is going to sort of be a bait play. Teams are going to see the V2 and assume, oh, that's the Kurumi V2. It's obviously going to be paired up with a Sand Siphon, right?
Yeah, you are right. Anyway, looks like we are getting ready to go into this third game. This is potentially the opportunity where some teams could jump onto that match point, although I do feel like we are a ways off that 74 mark, so I don't know. It'd have to be a pretty pop-off game from JL. Otherwise, it's probably looking at game 5 at the earliest to hit the match point mark, which is quite interesting. GG once again, though, jumping into Secret Tunnel as they typically do. LXM just going to throw down the bubbles, gets himself caught out, is going to dash away from this one, but he has found himself caught out. Dongqing able to take that kill. GG off to a pretty bad start off the back of this one. CGS goes down, and there it is. GG punished. And to be honest, no surprises, to be honest. GG always drop on Secret Tunnel. They knew they had the Valda. They knew, like you said, the Valda's gear dependent. So that was just a no-brainer from FPX, to be honest. Like, GG, that's on them for only having one drop spot. And this is something which is starting to be less and less of a problem for the better teams, is they have multiple places they can go. I think if you're GG, the main thing you need to look at, especially towards the playoffs and everything, is shifting up the amount of drop locations you have. Practicing where you're going to drop and not always going for Secret Tunnel. You can go to many other locations on the map for Fireflies or Morris Isle. You need to shake it up.
Yeah, especially because we're seeing Xiphon come through, right? And Xiphon is probably one of the best compositions to be able to contest Secret Tunnel because of the Xi-F3. You can use it to either close the distance on your opponent, right? And because of how claustrophobic the space inside Secret Tunnel is, a lot of the time you just don't have the space to be able to dodge around the F3. But you can also use it to be able to get on top of loot a lot faster than your opponents. And that actually happened to GG. The Valda didn't have a single weapon equipped. You just had to try and disengage and just loot as the fight was progressing. And they steadily just lost more and more health. There's JL with the Viper variety. Throw out that Tessa V1. Do manage to find the stun onto JJH Flames. Gonna get caught up into that one as the Xiphon composition unfortunately still gets caught out by that Tessa ult. Now that the Matari ultimate has run its course as well, TXT is gonna come in with that V1. Immediately JJH are gonna separate so that only one of them does go down if the stagger hits. And unfortunately, however, JL is still going to be able to rally together and clean up the straggler afterwards.
Oh, cutting over to DRG, got himself caught out by the fan. WFZ goes down. They did trade out though for Keck. So it's a 2 for 2 as we're in the no ult zone. And we are just going to see Tutek getting himself the damage he needs onto Wushin 98. Wushin 98 is going to pop the armor heal there so they can keep himself alive a little bit longer. But down they go. JDG are going to be happy to take that fight. So OUG get himself in a fight here versus KLA. 17S loses a lot of HP. Is going to go down to OUG. Lovely little pickup off the back of that one on KLA. Losing their Tessa and their Wushin. Hence why they didn't decide to fight for that one. Are just on the run. But QGG being harassed off in the distance. May find himself going down to JL as TXJ is going to keep the pressure up onto him. And nowhere QGG goes is safe. He's got KLA. Sorry, he's got OUG on one side. He's got JL on the other. TXJ quite happily on the hunt. But somehow it looks like QGG has been able to break away from JL here. So it's like, yep, TXJ, not entirely sure where they are. Do have TE closing in on them, though. And yeah, QGG able to break away. Lovely little play there.
I was actually about to say, you know, who's been relatively quiet, uncharacteristically quiet, is Wolves. As we immediately cut over and see them taking a fight against FPX. Water just with max range, able to find the parry onto the charge vertical on that fan. However, reinforcements come for 1 versus 2. Wolves are going to be able to shred Water down. Now they're just trying to deal with this Zai. EG dodges out of the fire tick cone. Now turns onto that Z ping. And will be able to, again, just turn it into a 2 versus 1. The stagger on that fan, the light attack into the wind gust to be able to keep Corki just locked into stagger so that ZK with that longsword can shred through any sustain that the Zip has left. Really good plays coming through from Wolves. Yet again, just really able to get in sync with their teammates. That's a huge first fight win. Granted, they only get 2 kills, but they get to absorb the loot that FPX were running into and conserve the ultimates if they get challenged as moving on over. Bowder go up against JJH. Muran with a double jump. Unfortunately, still gets caught out by the Tessa V1 because he's in the air and can't dodge out of it. And Bowder will be able to find the 3-second stagger to be able to lock down the kill. OUG and TE now going head-to-head. Kurumi V2 coming into play as Han on this side just tries to set the fire tick to be able to just push all of these players out of that one. The Every looking to find the connection. The Kurumi cleanse, however, coming into place of the fire tick is going to be just nullified almost immediately. Matari ultimate means that we get another Every cast on Han on the Zai. Hasn't used it just yet. Is able to find the kill onto one of them. TE's Leo able to actually find that one with the Matari ultimate onto OUG's SS. As now it's just clean up. 4U is getting hounded down by 2 players from TE. As Han looks to try and come in with that pole sword. Matari blink. And immediately TE have to backstep the F3 trying to find the kill. He's able to dodge it. But unfortunately he's not able to dodge any of the follow-up. And he finally goes down. Valiant effort from OUG to hold on as long as they did.
Yeah, really nice there. As KLA also getting himself in a fight here versus JL. Just snowballing off the back of that last game. 5 kills in already, leading the kill lead again. And I think there's been more time where JL have held the kill lead in the last 3 games, but they haven't. In fact, I think they had the kill lead for most of the game 1 as well. They're just being super aggressive. It's really, really great to see from JL. Very, very comfortable on this blind date comp, and you can kind of start to see. These bi-weekly finals are like a great place to see where the comforts are for the teams. And like when you're playing these 0-point first 3 games, what comps to prioritize? Where teams feel comfortable playing off the back of that. And Blind 8 has been the one for JL. Kind of just briefly while we're talking about the hero select, you talked about it at the beginning of the day, but just to kind of reiterate the point, remember from game 5 onwards, if you're at the top of the scoreboard, well, basically, Hero Select goes in reverse order. So the lowest of the scoreboard gets first priority on heroes, and the highest on the scoreboard get least priority. So for the side of JL, they want to get those comfortable games in now while they can, because if this does go to game 5, they are potentially going to be forced off the comps they're most comfortable on.
Well, first round of Yang now going to spawn up. We're going to see Alliance use one of their benchmarks probably to cover. Yeah, at the entrance, they are going to be heading to one of those portals as Bayer is going to be taking a fight. Viper variety against Siphon. Tessa V1 catching on to Dongqing. As it is now going to be that 3 second stagger come for a peak now with the Viper V3 managing to find the silence, connecting into Dragon Slayers, into Nezhaz, cleaving through all of the players, doing enough damage to be able to just mince through FPX's water. So we're going to see Dongqing use that Zai F3 to reposition, even though the Tessa V1 manages to catch him. The F3 carries him so far away. It's only now that Bauda are able to come in, peak with a huge spear shutdown onto 2 players in one fell swoop. Spear, we don't often get to see it in solos, but in trios, it is absolutely a monster in terms of weapon placement meta because of how much cleave it can set up for all of these teams when they group up and stack on top of each other, as we're going to see. Wolves with this transformer no doubt wanting to take the fight inside the realm of Yang. Unfortunately for them, it didn't pan out the last time that they actively got challenged. They got a freebie on the second spawn. However, this is the first. An Alliance who contributed that Bane's Breath to be able to guarantee they were able to get into this portal. And now you're going to have to go up against this Transformer team. Wolves not really running any good soldiers at the moment. However, EG with the purple halberds is going to have a lot of damage attached when this ultimate comes through. Remember though, this is Kurumi V2, not V1, so we're going to not use the transformation immediately. It's all going to be up to EG trying to live and bait the ultimates out from Alliance's side before he actually drops in with the win condition for the Transformer team. Bane's Breath not going to be there for the Monk either to be able to shred for some of this healing. There's the Kurumi V2 coming on out. EG loses the halberds. Unfortunately, they go directly into the pocket of Alliance's revenge with the charged R&B. Kurumi 7 now attached onto EG for the damage reduction, and the Monk is just sitting in the middle of this armor circle. Now that the ultimates have gone through, crucially now that the Takeda ultimate has burned out, the Monk ultimate comes through. No Fury and Shove left to be able to stagger this Monk and stop the grabs from coming through. Tumultuous ultimate is invested. Alliance will have the time to reposition around the Monk as a result, but Revenge unfortunately does get grabbed out and immediately goes down to that first slam. Scarerush now comes on out as Alliance look to mince through this Monk's health bar. Unfortunately for them though, it's already a 3 versus 2. EG's going to be dropping out of that ultimate, and immediately Wolves are going to be getting into full stagger setup. Like EG, however, gets caught by the Takeda F. Kurumi Teva, though, attaches onto the Monk, and even though he gets stuck inside the Wisp, he takes 0 damage. His health bar does not drop a single tick. And Wolves with the peel keep the Monk alive, keep the 3 versus 2 into 3 versus 1 into a win. This is what I'm talking about. Wolves' synergy, their coordination, it has improved in leaps and bounds compared to it was last year.
Yeah, they really have stepped up their game. Very, very comfortable team in these in these fight scenarios, and you know, playing it very, very slow and steady. They don't feel threatened by the timer. I think that's the main thing, is when you're playing the Monk and Transformers inside the realm of Yang, expect to run that timer down as low as you can, because Wolves are doing that, and that is the way, because you have to kind of play the fights very spaced. You can't just explode all your ultimates. Yeah,
the Valda won a realm of Yang.
Why did we watch them? I'm fine. I promise I'm fine. Right, we're gonna see them win a fight versus Monk, I promise. In they come. LXM trying to just get a couple of pistol shots off on the Valda. Finding an opportunity to get some damage off onto Wolves, holding before jumping into the fray. In they come with the Scale Rush, getting a whole bunch of damage down. Do still have that F, gonna throw down the ultimate immediately. EG is getting liquefied by the damage of GG. So much work coming out. They've still got a couple of charges left on that F there, available to throw down. Looking for the spear, aren't gonna be able to quite hit it, but it's just a complete cluster. I'm losing track of what's going on. We are gonna break back out so we get a bit more of a wider picture on this fight. GG getting a lot of damage dealt to them by the members of Wolves, but Wolves are still also going low HP. ZK, one more cannon shot, but the healing does come in. GG are going to trade out 1-for-1. EG transforms, trying to catch 3-3-0, but it's so hard to get onto the Ferromech. They are just trying to find those grabs, trying to find the extra bit of damage onto them. 3-3-0 is going to break out. It's going to avoid and evade from getting the grab. Slam comes down. CGS also breaking away. Is going to get grabbed. Is going to get slammed. Wolves find yet another kill, as it looks like Balder coming in for the third party. The tether comes through. Wolves are blinking health bars. No ultimates to speak of. And Jing has them pinned against the wall. Down goes EG. Bird's Might is burnt. And only one Wolves member stands as down they fall. TE also sliding into this fight. That just turned into a fourth party real quick.
I mean, like I was saying earlier, right? When you go for those caves, it gives the location to everyone in the lobby. So the teams that are under Yang depletion are immediately going to gravitate to the area. And no surprises, TE is one of those teams that gravitated to where they knew a team would be off of that information. As Alliance also going to be under the effects of Yang depletion, unfortunately for them. They don't have that Cicada, well, they do have that Cicada ultimate. They still have 3 of those shards. They're going to be losing time to be able to use them. There's 1. We've still got 2 remaining as Alliance's bow is about to use the ultimate. 1 last shard that we have available if we want to peel for our team. Nope, we don't need to use it. Instead, it's going to be JDG with a Cicada ultimate of their own is going to use those shoves and keep Alliance's bow from being able to lock down some of these players. That fan flash is coming on through, trying to clear up the space, trying to find the stagger. As here comes the third party. The fight went on a little bit too long. That's what Sun Siphon is great at. It just sustains. And now we come in with a huge Viper V1. JLTXA catching every single player into the 5-second stagger, and it is just spare cleanup. JL shredding through the players as we get to have a look at GG, who just revived after using that Vermilion Bird's Might. The Valder ultimate about to come back into the mix for LXM. The pulse up chunking through the players on LYD. The Soul Bloom is going to buy LXM that V2 usage if they get challenged by the team just ahead of them. Is DRG in the area, KLA also in the area. Okay, we're fighting inside the zone fully. JDG unfortunately getting caught out of the Karumi ultimate because of the Tessa enchantment from VVV. JL juggling the Karumi away from the sustain and getting the lockdown kill. Unfortunately, GG not in a great position right now. KLA have spotted the team behind them, have spotted that this is a team still taking that corruption 6 damage and getting the heal cut reduction as well. So JS is going to use the Yushin ultimate, go for the full transformation. KLA immediately going to reposition, probably looking to come back in once those ultimates have been removed, as they do have both the Tessa ult and the Viper ultimate. As we see, oh, are they teleporting behind them? No, they teleported ever so slightly to the side of them. They teleported into Celestra so that they could just disappear amongst the buildings and also control the bell so that no one could kite over, ring the bell, and figure out where they decided to head off to.
Yeah, that's nice there from them as JL just going to do a little bit of shopping now, burn through some of those Dark Tide coins they've been able to pick up. Meanwhile, Roma Yang, I didn't expect to see any of the front runners in here, just because, other than OUG, because everyone else had just burnt a lot fighting. So Valda going to get themselves a little dome for themselves, and it looks like OUG are going to be uncontested inside their Roma Yang, as Valda have found DRG's WFZ. They're trying to make a breakaway, but they are being swarmed by Valda. Can't find an opportunity to get out of this one. Just wait for the opportunity, and that is the end of WFZ. Balder quite happy to pick that one up, and now that means there's only one player of DRG left in the game.
Yeah, I wonder if DRG was trying to make a play for the Rebirth Charm inside the Spirit Well, because they were missing one of their teammates. And I imagine, especially since we already have had the first Yang go through, that all of the Rebirth Charms from the boxes have since been brought up. As it is going to be the last play from TE, poor old Han. Unfortunately, gets hit by the silence. Uses the F3 now that he's got it available, and the ultimate activation to get another of those F3s to just keep himself moving ahead of GG. Fire Tick comes on, connecting onto CJS. However, the Valda F3 catches TE's hand, allows the CC necessary for Free Hero to come in with that fan and claim the kill. JL sitting on 11. I do believe they just put a bounty onto Wolves as well. Yep, there it is as we head over to Shipwreck. FPX also in the area on the Xiphon composition, which is incredibly strong for third partying, as Wolves are on the Transformers team. They don't really want to get spotted out by too many of these teams in the area. They want to try and keep it hush-hush. They're still running this Monk, and unfortunately for them, they really do not want to take a fight against a composition that is built to counter them with that Viper F2 and V1. And it looks like JL actually don't want to chase Wolves. They know that they're sitting on 11 kills. They don't want to overstep their boundaries. They don't want to bite off more than they can chew and run into a situation where they don't have information on how many teams are around, especially since we know OUG are going to be hunting with Mystic Might and the damage reduction that it contains.
Yeah, honestly, really, really good restraint there from the side of JL. Not to just kind of almost smell the blood in the water and go manic with how ahead they are, because they know after this game, potentially, if they get a good enough multiplier, they could be on match point. They could take it all in the next game, provided they play this game well. Obviously, they have to play the next game well as well, but provided they play this game well, they can at least put themselves in the position where they have the chance to win next game. So instead of that, they slow down, they catch their breath, and they say, let's not go for the Wolves kill now. Let's play it. But here's the Valda fight. We do get to see it. Thank you, production, for showing me my Valda. Want to see this as we are seeing this from CGS's perspective. Just getting a whole bunch of damage off onto Keck. Keck being spaced back nicely here. The CGS actually does start to get juggled around quite a little bit here. Going very, very low actually to JDG. The cannon fire is not covering enough as he is going to be able to finally get the transform out. Really brought up a lot of the attention of JDG while the rest of his team were able to buy themselves some space. And LXM still ready to go on that. Valda is finally going to pop the ultimate there with extra health and catching so many people out. That is just a whirlwind blender there actually coming in from GG right there. Beautiful stuff.
He holds it. He holds it until the Tumult ults. So when the team tries to take refuge in the middle of the Tumult ultimate, LXM is still able to find the spears and actually punish the fact that all of those players are so close to him that they just don't have really the time to be able to react when the CC comes through. As it is going to be the Valda. Well, it was a 50-50 win rate. Now we've seen them take 3 Realm of Yangs and win 2 of them. So, hey, that's going positive. As Wolves still holding on to this Transformer composition, still holding on to the cards that they're running this Transformer composition, and still being chased by JL, who still have the bounty on this team. They've seen that the team have come back into Shipwreck, that they were rotating here early to try and just play out of sight of all of the other teams, as far away from everyone as they possibly can. And JL just, again, decide not to overcommit and take the fight. They know that too many of these teams are going to start rotating over to that area and pathing over. One, because Shipwreck is a really good looting path. When it comes to the economic state of the game, right? There's a lot of breakable boxes, which when you run through them, they will give you coins. There's a lot of quests that you can do in the area. There's like the prayer statues that you can go to. There's the bell directly in the middle of Shipwreck as well, which is really good for information. It's a really good central hub of activity that we always see a lot of teams either drop onto or halfway through or towards the end of the match start to drift towards for all of the reasons listed. As FPX going to be taking a little bit of pressure from GG. Spider also looking to try and incite a little bit of aggression. No one really wanting, however, to overstep and take the fight first, as all of these teams are on compositions that want to third party, except GG. GG are on, what is this, Waterable? I guess like we have Ice Pick. I know Surf calls it Snowball with the Justina, the Yodo, and the Yushan. We've got Cannonball, which is the traditional, and then we have GG's variant, which is with the Valda, which I guess is just Waterball.
Yeah, we'll go Waterball for now. I'm not against that name. Right. 8 minutes 44 seconds left until the game fully comes to an end. 24 players left. So it's still a relatively busy game. And actually, we're seeing some Soul Jade rolling coming out from, I think that was GG who were doing that. Valda also going to try their hand at a bit of shopping goodness.
Valda got better. Valda got a legendary. Or it looked like they had a yellow flash. Yeah. No, that was just the weapon.
Yeah,
they got a lot of purples though.
It's kind of crazy to see the meta change that much on the Soul Jade front. Like, I can't remember the last time I saw a pro game prior to this patch where like you'd see more than one blue Soul Jade, and if someone had like one blue Soul Jade, you'd be like, oh, that was an unlucky game. But like now it's just like They got 4 blue soldiers. Oh wow, lucky they got 2 purples. It's crazy. It's crazy how it
used to
goes.
be Fort Knox in terms of the amount of gold that that those players' bags would contain, but unfortunately, someone's closed the bank in the last couple of weeks. As Spirit Well opens for business, Baida going to be trying to contest with JL. As we're going to say, Dreadful Whale is their soldier of choice to being able to control this space. That's going to be in their hands. No one really wanting to get in the middle of that, rightfully so. TXJ just patrolling, making sure that no one is getting ready. Once JL's done the hard work to try and slide in, looking at you, Wolves. They're starting to close up that distance. They really want to try and slip through and grab some of this loot. Spirit Well gets captured. There's the loot. The Dreadful Whale comes through to try and deny it, but it's the Viper ultimate that comes through from another team in the area. Were Wolves able to get away with some of the loot, as unfortunately for JL, they saw the pressure coming through from 2 teams on opposing ends. They knew that they were stuck in the middle in a position they really didn't want to be in, and they just bailed. They pulled the ejection cord with that Wuchen teleport. They'll live to see another day, but unfortunately for them, they had to leave a majority of the loot behind as well.
Yes, but they did get the gold armor, which I think is the most valuable thing the Spirit Well could have dropped for them. It's interesting how I wonder how Spirit Worlds are actually going to really change the game, because the Wu Shen gives you the ability, because you have to stay there inside that zone, gives the teams again around you to kind of have that time to collapse on. Interesting to see how the Wu Shen's actually going to be very valuable for that very reason. Like TXJ, that was dangerous, but like that was as safe as that could have been. They got out as soon as they got what they really needed. They didn't get to have a proper good old shot, but they got what they needed. And there is a large party happening at the back of that ship. Most of the lobby seems to be hanging out in one area. Obviously, the Bane's Breath playing a factor in that kind of dead center in the zone, forcing the players to kind of spread out. But there are so many teams in this area. This is completely manic here. But there's so many levels to the boat, so many places where you can hide. Where when you're looking at it with that eagle vision, it looks like they're all on top of each other, and then you jump into something like this where you get a bit of a look in and you realize actually they are all spread out and away from each other, as AEG have themselves their own little level on the boat to chill.
Solomon's got scatter shot. Wolves taking a little bit of pressure from 3 hours every single bow pull, having to hide behind that Karumi umbrella, which does actually soak up the majority of the range pressure. As GG not playing in the boat at the moment, one of the only teams who aren't playing in the boat currently. KLA occupying top level as well as one of the masts. Wolves gonna be opposite them, sitting on top of one of those sails, allowing EG a position to be able to start pressuring with that cannon. Still does not want to give away the fact that there is a monk currently in play. JJH's Moran gets pressured by Wolves, has to give up the crow's nest and drop down to the rest of his team. JL also wanting to try and see where that player has rotated to, as FPX and Bauda currently have a little bit of a stalemate going off, with one being on the inside of the boat and the other being on the outside. Merciless Havoc going to be coming on out from you. Actually, I believe, is that stanchion that we have? As it is going to be Wolves still. Don't know if there's Aurora Burst. EG is not throwing it out. I think all of these teams will really want to be very quiet about the legendary soldiers that they currently have in position, as it is going to be the zone, starting to force some of these players into taking more of an aggressive fight when the collapse comes through. And if you don't know the soldier that the team in front of you has available, you don't really know how to play into positioning towards them when the zone collapse forces you to. Until then, everyone's going to lull. Until now, QGG comes in with the Viper V1, tries to find all of the stun onto the teams contesting KLA before they pop that Wuchen teleport and immediately nope out of that position. Too hot for their blood to take that fight. Donkwing with the Zai F3 is going to be able to find a kill onto KLA's 17 as. Unfortunately for them, as with everyone positioning inside boat, JL might actually cap the Spirit Well for absolute free, Jake, which is an absolute sin if so. Wolves see it happening, can't really do anything to stop it, but then use that trump card, use that transformation, but yet again, they want to hold on to it and be as quiet as possible. As JL on the low ground did indeed, they got it. 2 sets of legendary armor, all of the legendary soldiers that they
They're
want
so
to
set
be
up.
able to pick from. Like you said, they are incredibly set up. The V1 going to be attached. KLA actually trying to prioritize holding on to Crow's Nest, having to play out of line of sight of everyone because they lost that Wu Chen to the Zai F3, which means they don't have the Wu Chen shield to stop the range poke pressure from coming through. And the Crow's Nest is the only position they can take to actually make up for that absence. As everyone now starts to take a lot of pressure from Wolves. EG still not kicking things off, but that monk is getting into position to prey off of when the zone properly collapses and flushes all of these players outside of the inner of that ship and right out into the open, right into these monk grabs. Is EG on that high ground? Oh, he's waiting for that zone collapse, Jake.
I don't know if he's going to be giving it, though, because he is being pressured by Chewy right now. Looks like he's actually going to try and move up towards the Crow's Nest himself, but KLA still, like you said, holding that one. Are down a player, though, so it does make that a little bit harder. It's so many players in such a small space because of the fact that the zone closed on the boat. Everyone had so many like nooks and crannies to hide in, but we've actually got to this point where there's still 20 players left. Zone's about to make its final move in the next 50 seconds as well. And that's when there's just going to be an absolute explosion of action. And you're going to be happy if you're Wolves right now because you're going to have all of the tools available to you to throw that down. But JL are going to be even happier. Gold armor on both of their main CC characters. The Monk's going to transform and immediately get caught out. There's a Tessa Charm going in onto EG right now. He's going to get himself caught out. No one can really do anything about it, though. Just going to be a little bit of kind of light harassment, light annoyance for the side of Wolves. Is actually KLA have lost QGG to ZK's already been able to pick that one up. TXJ comes up actually onto the top of the boat, joins everyone else up on this high ground, has got his ultimate. He's looking for his own high ground at this point. He wants to be able to set up for that lockdown. KLA are going to go down, but this is going to be a messy ending with the fact there's multiple levels in play, multiple rooms and places where people are going to be able to hide and evade this monk. I would be a bit worried on that front, but in comes JL. They're going to pull that trigger immediately, coming down with the Viper Stun, able connected. They even get everything thrown down onto them. GG using the Valda to buy some space for themselves, but already Wolves have been able to pick up some kills. Valda securing a kill onto Flames as well. JL pressuring onto GG, but they're not willing to fully commit right now. It's getting a little bit too hairy for them. They're waiting to see where the monk is. There he is. EG transforms on the high ground. There is a Viper Stun to lock him in place, though. He's going to try and break away from that, but he gets himself caught out for the moment. Everybody is just throwing the damage in, and EG is melted. He's liquefied. So many kills getting picked up. GG are taking it all, but OUG, they are just reeling in the kills. Left, right, and center. They just crashed in on like 16 kills.
15 kills from OUG. Oh, that flamer. Oh,
Brutal.
that flamer. They held that in the back pocket too. Like, that is the thing that I have to like compliment OUG about in terms of how they played that final zone, because just like Wolves, right, are holding on to the fact and like not showing that they have the transformer composition, and KLA are trying to play on the Crow's Nest and not show that they're missing the Wu Chen. OUG hold on to the fact that they have a flamer. They could have pulled it out at any point. When all of those teams are stacked inside Shipwreck, if OUG had pulled out the flamer, they would have roasted and toasted every single person. That ship would have gone up in flames and all of the players inside would have burned to a crisp. But OUG hold on to the flamer because they understand holding on to the intel of giving away the fact that you have a flamer to the other teams, crucially of giving it away to the Farrier teams, is going to be a much bigger win condition when the zone properly collapses and all of these players are grouped on top of each other, because that's the first flamer that we see the entire game. So all of the players think, okay, there's no flamer, we can stack on top of each other, we can use our Farrier V3, we can go like rotate our mech and build in all of the rage necessary with the cannon and then get a V3 back online again to drop for our win condition, a hyper carry on the composition, right? But the flamer comes through, and the flamer ignores the armor. The flamer ignores the Farrier mech health and just goes directly onto the Farrier herself. And especially because so many of those players were stacked on top of each other, things like the Zip, the Karumi, the Farrier, all of them were getting hit by that fire tick cone, and it meant that the Farrier's health got nuked. EG for Wolves, his health just got absolutely melted from 100 to 0 in the blink of an eye. That hit boiling point real fast. And also, like, the fact that, like, the Karumis and the Zips were trying to stack with their players so that they could get the full hit of the sustain off of all of their abilities. The Flamer was like, cool, awesome, you're doing 50% reduced healing effectiveness. Try and live through this. And you just saw what happened. All of the players' health bars just tanked in a matter of moments, and it was just like a repeat of when GG won the MVP in Biweekly 3 2 weeks ago. All of the players stacked on top of each other, and suddenly a team just shoots up from like 5 kills to 15 in the space of sub a minute.
I mean, so this game really highlights my issue with the Transformer comp as well. Like, they held that Transform. Like, in any other scenario, in any other meta, that would have been the perfect play from the side of Wolves. Like, they held that Monk until the last possible moment. But the meta right now is there's so many comps to counter it, but the moment he transformed, he jumped dead center of circle, got crowd controlled, Flamer, every ability landing on him, just melted. Especially when you're running the armor Karumi as well, so you don't have the healing to even back that up. Like, I feel like it's greedy to take the armor variant of the Karumi heal. I obviously, you know, Karumi obviously kind of posts. I know Zippy got nerfed, but you know, we see a lot of the armor being the kind of the meta way to play Karumi. But it just leaves this Monk so easy to take out. And Wolves, they did well. They got 12 kills this game. That is not a bad showing at all from them. But a lot of those kills were earlier in the game. The end game, they weren't really able to achieve all that much. OUG just putting 16 kills on the board to end that one out. Absolutely monstrous performance coming in from them. Bowder, 12 kills. JL, 11 kills. JL weren't able to get too many more off the back of that one, but really, really big game. 4 teams scoring a decent amount of points there. Actually, GG as well, also scoring. Really high scoring game across the board. I'm sure these teams at the top 5 are all sitting quite happy right now.
Yeah, honestly, I thought for a second when you were like, GG also on 9, you just wanted to praise the fact that they got 9 kills with the Valda. They did! Going... Well, we'll return to the point about the Karumi V2 in a little bit, because we can't take away from the fact that OUG got the MVP, the Xiphon, yet again coming to the top. It really feels like this composition, like, it really does just really find its footing. In terms of being able to contest Realm of Yanks, it's incredibly strong. In terms of just early game, being able to just clean so many of those kills and really quickly stack up a lot of points. And then when we do get to the final zone collapses, when all of the players are pulled together, just like Yoto, who always values her ultimate much more when the players are stacked on top of each other, the Zai 2 with the V2 and the F3 finds a lot more value when the players are pulled together, because they're always just going to be pushed into so much of the damage, since it has so much cleave potential. So we can have a look and see if there's any teams potentially on 74. Nope. Unfortunate. JL 67.9. OUG after that 26.4 game score from game 3 going to be rocketing up to 67.5, with Wolves a little bit behind on 63.9. So for these 3 teams, there is a reality very much so where after game 4, they're going to be on that 74 marker. They're sort of returning back to the point. I think for Wolves, the reason why we're seeing the Transformer, the reason why we're seeing the double pick of it, and the reason why we're seeing the Kurumi V2 is because they've identified that this is not a composition that is going to consistently MVP. Because like you've said, there are too many compositions that are designed to counter Monk currently at the top of the meta. Right? It's so reliant on Realm of Yang scaling. It's so reliant on having all 3 of your players alive in the final zone. It's so reliant on final zone actually being in your favor in terms of scenery that Wolves, I think, have sacrificed the V1, and a lot of the other teams are doing the same thing. They've sacrificed the V1, which loses... which gains value the later on in the day that you go, right? Because when the corruption tick closes it ignores the armor health. And obviously the V2 with the Kurumi only restores armor. So when you're taking corruption tick damage, it's going to do virtually nothing for you outside of being able to get those cleanses off on the fire stick. What it does, however, is find a lot of value inside Realm of Yang. And I think Wolves and other teams have realized that Transformers, yes, you're not going to be able to get MVP with it. However, if you're able to go into Realm of Yang and if you're able to win a lot of fights early in the game, you're going to be able to stack up the kills. So even if you don't make it to final zone, you're still going to have enough kills to actually score pretty highly. And you're also going to be able to do it while putting in a composition that you're not going to be holding on to for MVP. So when it comes to the hero point rounds, you're not worrying about when you're picking a certain composition, whether you're not going to be able to pick a certain composition because other teams are going to buy it away from you.
Absolutely. It's interesting the kind of thought process they have on this one. I was just looking at the replay of OUG. That flamer, it absolutely brutal. Especially you got the Imatari, so you just have that invisibility to play with as well. Really, really nasty. Really well played by OUG, honestly. Just being so hard to deal with. Played that really, really well, and we are going to see our Zai getting MVP for the side of OUG coming in from this game. And I think the big thing as well is coming into the next game, yes, no one can get MVP. Well, someone has to get MVP, but no one can win outright. Wait, hold on. SS has no purple soul jades. That's all blues.
Yeah.
This meta is crazy. This is such a crazy patch. I love it, but it is crazy. But yeah, going back to my point. Game 4, probably won't see a game end. Well, we won't see a day end on game 4. So we're guaranteed at least to go to game 5.
Yeah.
We could have 3 teams at the end of the next game, all on match point. Typically what we see is one team is first to match point, and then they get griefed out of the game. And then you get to the next game, a couple teams come through. Because once more and more people hit that fresh point, it's harder to that threshold, sorry, it's harder to grief them out of the game. But in this case, where like if 3 teams hit at once, you can't actually grief all 3 teams at once. Like unless all of the teams make like an agreement behind the scenes right now. But if this happens, we're dropping on them, we're dropping on them, or we're dropping on them. Which is, I'm not sure if that's even allowed. If that was to happen, I was about to say, I'm pretty sure that's definitely against the rules. But, you know, that's the only way where that can happen. So if 3 teams all qualify for match points, potentially 4 teams all qualify for match point, we could have like a really, really crazy game 5 where like it could really go to anyone, and it could be like these game 7s, these games 8s we are used to. It could be really interesting.
Speaking about interesting, though, it's going to be really interesting to see what our players have to say, because I do believe we have an interview right and ready to go.
Hi everyone, this is Yeager and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with BVV and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，小伟先和观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是各位的小伟。
欢迎小伟来到我们的赛后采访。今天又是一个周决时刻啊，我相信对小伟来说也是一个很重要的时间。Okay, so first we saw that in the latest game, it seems like you guys just vertigo at the in the final circle, and that at the time you guys used the ultimate of Wu Chen suddenly, and I would like to know so how you discussion at that time. 那我首先要问一下，今天最后就是刚才打的这一把对你们来说的一个惊心动魄的时刻，就是当时一个红叶给了一个眩晕之后，3个人马上就传走了，那一波当时队内是怎么交流的呢？
其实我们当时为了拿那个地幔仪嘛，所以能抢东西，但是对面其实是对面失误了，降的比较慢，所以说我们跑掉了，反应过来了。
Okay, so to be honest, at the time we would like to, we just want the Geomaster, and we know that another team they just be here and use the ultimate of Viper, but actually because there may be a little bit error, like they'll late a few seconds, and then we have time, like we can use the ultimate of Wu Chen. That's why we can transfer at that time suddenly. Okay, 我们也看到其实那波真的是非常的惊险。Okay, and also that we know in the latest game, a lot of team they are used the double transformer combination. So I would like to know why you guys choose another hero combination. 那我这边也要问一下，因为可以看到在第3把当中，其实很多队伍他也用了我们一个传统的双边阵容，而且也是拿到奇效了。这个情况底下，为什么JR你们自己选择的是一个红橙湖的阵容呢
因为我们红尘雾只是载双变的呀，所以说这把就掏红尘雾。
是已经当时想好，就是说这把要去 counter 他们的阵容，对不对 ？So to be honest, I think that we know that in the latest game, a lot of teams they will use the double transformer combination, and for us, we choose our hero combination, which is the Tesha and Wu-Chen and Viper is used to counter their combination. So that's why we choose it in the latest game. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好，也到了我们一个抽奖问答环节，来看一下今天的题目。So you guys can see the question on screen, and if you know the answer, just type it in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and lucky guy will be whispered. So let's see today's question. Which team killed Alliance in Game 3? 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中 A 队是被谁击杀的？自己知道答案吗？我们先不说。
我知道。
你知道哦，知道答案了。But I just asked him about if he know the answer. But I think this question may be a little bit difficult for everyone, every audience. You have to pay attention to our matches, right? And I think our players prepare, and let's start counting. 那我觉得小伟应该已经准备就绪，对你很简单，对吧？对观众还是有点难度的，等下真的要好好看比赛才能拿下我们的奖品。那接下来我觉得小伟应该也准备好了，那我们就一起进入倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 有请小伟公布一下正确答案到底是什么。
B 我们。
Yes, the correct answer is B, JL. Okay, and we know like today is the bi-weekly final and everyone really looking forward like your team. So I would like to know for now, so far, like any team for you really like a big treasures for you. 那我这边想问一下啦，就是因为今天又是一个周决，其实我知道很多观众朋友真的特别期待你们在周决当中一个表现，就可能也是想弥补一下上周的一个遗憾嘛。那目前前3场打下来，今天有没有目前为止哪些队对你们来说是威胁呢？
OG 跟狼吧，因为他们今天打得挺好的。
So I think the threat is from the team OUG and Wolves because they really have good performance today. 好的，接下来我们也期待 GoL 的一个表现，我们只能说加油了，好吗 ？Okay, cheer up for Team JR and thank you for today's interview. And we will take a break and be right back later.
如何成为一名永劫高手？重点在于学习。我每天会花费大量的时间去研究刀法。
刀不是这样用的，你这样用刀是不会有人想看的。 对吧，兄弟们？
那应该怎么用？
一句话，人刀合一。
难道说这就是
百战无限？
怒火焚身。
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NBPL. We're getting ready to go into game 4 as we start anew. Hero points are now refreshed, well, engaged, I guess, and heading over to Holleroff. Moxie, I am a man when it comes to the bi-weekly finals where I have 2 outlooks on it. I either want it to end on game 4 because I think that's super hype, or I want it to go all the way. We physically can't end on game 4, so we better be going all the way. I want this to be an absolute banger last bi-weekly finals of the split.
I wanted to go all the way. Honestly, I feel like it would be very fitting, right? If we go all the way, because as you said, this is the last bi-weekly finals of the split, which I'm really sad about. It's gone so quickly. But I'm also really excited because I feel like we're just seeing a taster, because we're already seeing meta moving at a breakneck speed.
Yeah.
We've had Xiphon come through, we've had Karumi get slotted into Sand Xiphon because of the nerfs that Zip went through. Zip's come back because of the buffs that Zip inadvertently got when the new talent glyph system went through. We've had Akos finding a place in trios, we've had Justina coming back into trios, we've had Matari coming back into trios as well. The OGs remember that when Xiphon first originally dropped. But speaking about drops, it's a bi-weekly finals day, which means it's a bi-weekly finals drop enabled stream. Make sure that your account is connected and you'll be making away with your hands on the amazing Conquesta banner for your avatar in game. It is an absolutely gorgeous player banner. I've already got mine. Mine came through yesterday when I was watching solos because, my goodness, we went the distance there.
Yeah, I mean, solos been so fun as well. I finally got to cast some solos last week, actually, or was it the week before? I can't remember. Fairly recently. It's sick. Solos is so cool at the moment. I mean, we were talking it a little bit before we got into today's show. I really want to see who's going to be the person to break the mold of the Mike Spider cycle of solos, because I look back on all of my notes in the last, well, all of last year and this season, only Wang Liang has taken a single bi-weekly final. Other than that, it's been Mike and Spider pretty much taking each one after that. So I'm excited to see who breaks that cycle. It won't be this season unless we're talking actual full-on finals and someone else pulls the win out there. That would be unbelievably hype. But it has been those two kind of ruling the roost. But over in trios, we haven't had the same thing. There's always been different teams stepping up to the plate. Various different weeks that certain teams that look better, certain metas, certain teams that look better. We've had a different team win every bi-weekly so far. And I kind of hope we keep that going, as much as it would be cool to see another team, you know, the likes of OUG reclaim their spot at the end of the bi-weeklies, because they have kind of fallen off more and more as the bi-weeklies have gone on. But last game, they came back with a vengeance, dropping down the invisibility from the Matari, flamer onto everyone, just toasting the lobby in that final circle. Really, really cool to see. I'm excited to see what game 4 looks like, but obviously, like we said, no one is on match point for this game. And then from game 5 onwards, the teams at the top are at the bottom of the hero select. So this is the last chance for those teams to get guaranteed what they want without major consequences to their hero points. So I'm excited to see what gets picked up by these teams and what the attention looks like, because I think the big thing for me is GG have this Val to pick up their sleeve. No one else is playing it, but this is like, and as much as like it's exciting for me as a Valor enthusiast, I think what I'm really excited about it is the fact that no one's going to be picking Valor and denying this from GG. Like, this is a pick that only they're playing right now. So that in its own right is a superpower. It might not be as effective as we've seen some of the other comps, but having the ability to have this in the pocket and it not just be a total like write-off of a game is really big.
I hate to sink your battleship of hope,
No.
But the last time that GG ran the Valda, it was only game 3. I mean, granted, okay, I will try and give you a little bit of cope. Granted, they said in the interview that they thought it was stronger than the Yodo, that they wanted to still run it, and they thought they needed time to be able to practice it. However, that was an interview that they gave on Friday, not Friday of last week, Friday of this week.
They had 24 hours. They had Saturday, just all day.
One day of downtime where they probably have non-stop been practicing this Valda composition. And I mean, it did much better in game 3 that we saw it from in comparison to when we saw it on Friday. But I don't know if they're going to go for the double pick, especially because GG at the moment are one of the teams who aren't within like the 10-point distance of reaching 74.
Yeah, absolutely.
All of the teams that are in the 10-point distance of picking the 74, they're not going to pick their strongest composition.
Okay, so hold on.
Pick...
My interjection point on this is it's something they have in the pocket if they need to, because we've seen teams where if you get low down on that pick order from game 5 onwards, and your stuff starts to get denied, having that Valda, which no one's going to be denying, is going to be a big thing. That was more my point. I don't expect them to pick it here. I think they are going to probably go for something big, depending on where they are in the hero select. To be fair, they might actually be at the bottom for this game. I didn't check where they fell for game 4, but it's just more that they have it in that pocket. But yeah, I think realistically, I'd like to see them just pick up like a blind date comp. Something that can just be very aggressive. They could go Cannonball or Ice Pick. We haven't actually seen that much Ice Pick today at all, actually. There's been no Justina so far, so that could show up at some point. Obviously, we're going to Horror Off, which means we're moving away from the Fireflies and the energy recharge that is going to offer for them. So I'll be interested to see what the hero selects will be looking like. Typically, Horror Off before this patch was like 3 of Sand Siphon, 3 of Cannonball, 3 of Blind Date, or maybe the Ice Pick variants of Cannonball. It's been very interesting seeing how like Horror Off, because it's been Firefly-less, has actually been massively different on the hero select so far. But hopefully we'll get into that game.
Horror Off is not Firefly-less. There are Fireflies still on the map. There's also the Firefly cages. So if you're dual dropping into Horror Off, one of my personal favorite places to drop on Horror Off is Ruins, because you can loot through all of the area, and then you can hop into one of those rifts, and it can take you into the Firefly cage room, which if it's dusk also has 2 Firefly spawns directly to the left and right side of it. So it's not just one person going to use the Firefly cage. A lot of your team will be able to grab those rage generations as quickly as possible to have the ultimate for the first fight. We can have a look and see how close the teams are to that 74 marker, and yet GG unfortunately 30.5 away. However, the teams that we need to be watching for this game are JL, OUG, and Wolves, because JL is 6 points away, OUG also 6 points away, Wolves 10 points away, and there's like 2 roads that's available to these teams. They can go for a composition where they're going to be able to, off of kills alone, very quickly rack up the points necessary to hit 74 in this game. Or they can go for a composition which is going to be stable in the eyes of getting roof dropped on by other teams. And I think that's going to be something that OUG especially is going to be hyper aware of. Because let me tell you, OUG has trauma with Horror Off. Because OUG have been in the lead previously on bi-weekly finals. This is another reason why OUG have been doing incredibly well at the start of the season as compared to now. There's been a lot more time for their strats to get figured out. One of their big ones was that they would always drop on Horror Off on Salvation Podium, and they would always solve it uncontested. And it got to the point that when we hit bi-weekly finals, we would see them get actually fully contested on podium off of drop, and then 2 other teams at least would drop not on top of Salvation Podium, but close to Salvation Podium. So they could loot up and then come in with a timing attack to third party when OUG were taking a fight and their attention was elsewhere. And that meant that those 2 ballista on either side of the podium were just free real estate for the taking. And poor OUG with 1 kill 1 kill away from taking that bi-weekly finals, but because they got griefed on Salvation Podium off of drop, WBG ended up taking it instead.
Well, we are getting ready to go into game number 4. See what the hero select order is going to be. GG are at the bottom of that table. Still, they'll be, by next game, unless something absolutely miraculous happens, they're going to probably be on that second round selection going forwards for a little bit. JO and OUG are, honestly, both of these teams are like a bad game off making the match point, right? Like, they're so close. Wolves need a slightly better game. They just need a 10-pointer, though, to make it. There's a very high chance that we have 3 teams all on match point for game number 5. And like you're saying, it comes down to the griefing. It comes down to reading these teams and the denial. That is the real question right now. What are they going to be looking to do? We're seeing Sand Siphon, Blind Date getting locked in. Third-party team comps, basically. Team comps want to be jumping into these fights and playing that denial game. So that comp has already had the hero point increase. So don't expect to see too many. Might just be actually FPX jumping in on it. Wow. FPX willing to burn points to secure themselves the ability to shut down these top teams.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I can see these top teams like having to save the Xiphon composition, because another thing that the Xiphon composition is really strong at being able to shut down, it's the Viper ultimate, right? Matari ultimate fully counters Viper ultimate. And allows the Zai to still keep up the pressure when the Viper ultimate is going through as well. And no surprises, it's going to be Xiphon from Wolves, because they're anticipating, and JL, both of these two teams are anticipating being immediately dropped on by everyone in the lobby with the Viper variety composition. As I said, like, this is a very smart decision play coming through from these two teams.
We see OUG actually taking the cannonball, but GG actually going for the traditional transformers. So I actually, this is the one time where I'm like, actually, I kind of get it, the monk. Normally I'm like, everyone's countering you, why are you picking monk? But GG know most of the lobby haven't got their eyes on GG right now. GG are too far off that landmark to be worried about them. So they're hoping they can sneak through unnoticed, get geared up, get into late game, get to the point where the monk shines, and then take off from there.
Basically,
we will have a look in a moment. I'm hoping that's the V1 on the Kurumi, though. I'm not sold on the armor variant. I'm really not.
Well, you'll see as we get to see what ability lockouts are going to be coming on through. Is it going to be a majority of F2 V1 Vipers, or is it going to be F3 V3? That's what I'm really interested to get to see, as it is going to be the Xiphon composition coming through from Wolves and Bada that we're going to get to see alongside Alliance and JDG. But their loadouts, F2V1 for ZDI. No surprises that it is going to be the usual F3V2. I still find it so weird to say in 2024, F3. Zai is top meta at the moment. F2V1 coming out from DRG for their Viper. F2V1 coming out for FPX as well. F2V1 as well for our TE Viper team. As did you get to see GG's Kurumi loadout? It is the V2.
Yeah, interesting. I am surprised by this. We saw the major weakness with it in the last game. Why you know. It makes sense in the Renwa Yangs and in the kind of like isolated fights, but when you get to those final circles, that heal on the monk is a real game changer. It's potentially a game saver. Oh, you are doing it. Yeah, they're doing it. They're doing it.
And I guarantee you that KLA are going to loot Plumed, and then they're immediately going to kite south and just push straight in onto Salvation. DRG, there's no J team for DRG to grief, but they're still going to be landing in City of Tang as GG. And is that Bauda behind them? I think I just caught a flash of Technicolor Rainbow Purple. TE, JDG, and Alliance all going to be loading up towards Ruins as well for their team. And yeah, OUG, that's gonna be the one to watch. They're gonna try and solve Salvation Podium as quickly as possible. They're on the cannonball. They want to scale their transformer up as quickly as possible. But my goodness, Jake, they are inviting a lot of challenge to the teams in the area. This has already cost them one bi-weekly final. Hopefully it doesn't cost them a second.
Yeah, it could be a rough one, but we're actually over by the rifts right now. Ruins is ZDI getting himself absolutely melted by Han. Is going to drop back down. Scale Rush is up to a bit of safety, but is being just completely bullied, unable to move. Gets a beautiful parry off of the Han, actually. It makes a bit of a turnaround. 2-tick backing him up. ZDI coming in for the Scale Rush. Interrupted off the wall, though, so not going to be able to get too much off that one. Comes in for that Scale Rush. Does get himself the kill. Kexter wants to secure it. JDG, ZDI buying so much time for his team, gets an armor swap into the Grey as well, so he is out of the real danger zone, looking for Han and a potential kill and finish up onto him, but Revenge has joined an alliance, have actually made an appearance here in this one as a beautiful third party is coming through, and now Alliance Bow secures one onto Han, taking that one, ZDI goes down. Alliance, just really, really well done on that third party, coming in and taking the 2 kills as DRG get himself in a scrap with Wolves, and that's over before it even starts.
Yeah, they tried to grief Wolves, but they did actually, DRG managed to get the first pick onto Wolves, but Wolves were able to turn around. Like I said, this is a composition that anticipates being griefed on by those Viper teams. They are going to be going up against GL now, who's on the exact same composition as well. VVV comes in with the F3, finds a huge opener onto Wolves XEM, immediately forces the light tap to rotate away with that F3. Matari ultimate comes into the mix. VVV now trying to find the kill against ZK. Fan is incredibly good as well, being able to counter that Matari ultimate with how far it cleaves and how fast it comes on through. XEM, however, had the rage generated after the fight that they'd taken against DRG. And unfortunately for JL, they were coming in without that Zai ultimate. And as a result, Wolves will be able to survive the third party and put themselves into first place on the leaderboard. They're already up to 5 kills. They are so close to passing that 74 checkpoint, and we haven't even seen the first Realm of Yang come through. This is the gamble, unfortunately, that is attached with going for these teams that are ahead in terms of the leaderboard. If you unfortunately lose the fight, you give kills away to a team that's already ahead in terms of the leaderboard and only allow them to start widening the distance between themselves and everyone else in the lobby. OUG, by the way, also incredibly quiet at the moment as JL's TXJ is probably trying to kite Wolves towards Salvation Podium in the hopes of running into a team that wanted to drop land and grief OUG. As TXJ has been able on that Matari to break away for the most part. They are running the double blink variant of the Matari. Got the R&B on the halberds. Unfortunately, however, the health is just not enough to be able to stand up to when Wolves XEM is able to come in with that dagger, even getting a little bit of zip sustain just in case the 1v1 went south.
Yeah, nuts. Now, almost there. Almost there for the side of Wolves. They're going to be very happy with this start. 6 kills under the belt. Like you said, JL and OUG actually going quiet. JL have gone down, actually. They are all on rebirth right now, so...
Yeah, they tried to third party Wolves in City of Tang.
Yeah. Do you know what? I saw it happen. Didn't even register it in my brain. I was just like a full like glassy-eyed moment where I was just staring at my screen, smiling.
Well,
like, yeah,
something to register is OUG were able to solve puzzle. They got themselves a legendary staff, and crucially, they did it fast enough that KLA were not able to push onto them. So they have since repositioned over to Vineyard.
So that is a lovely one there for OUG. While they might not have any kills, gear-wise, off to a pretty solid start. And that means that Realm of Yang, it's scary. Going up into a Realm of Yang where the team are rocking, you know, the Transformer with the golden weapon could be really, really nasty to go into a fight versus. So keep our eyes on that. Let's see how this breaks out for them for the moment as JL. Obviously, no revives, and actually TXJ has only just come back. This could be bad for them. VVV immediately getting himself caught out. Needs to break out on the urn. Hasn't actually touched it yet, so is going to find himself getting caught out. Walt's going to immediately follow up with the stun onto him. He's locked. He's stunned. VVV has spent most of his ultimate standing still. Corki opening up on the VVV. He is going to catch another tether coming in. VVV just doesn't get to move. Down he goes. Beautifully juggled, and JL, 2 players down.
That was 11 seconds of CC.
That was brutal.
That was 11 seconds of CC. They saw that Zai and they were like, you pop that ultimate, you're not gonna get to throw a single chainsaw. They're checking the purple bushes too. They don't check the one that one thing is in. But I do believe Epics are gonna be camping the area until they see the body just like fully bleed out. Because they know that JL has one player still in the area and they could potentially make a play to try and revive their teammates. That's really unfortunate for JL because they're on 67.9 points. Jake, if they go out of here, they have to go another game before hitting that 74 marker. And Wolves, with 6 kills already, might hit the 74 mark and be on match point eligibility heading into game number 5. That is not what JL wants to see occur. As over towards Jin's armor, we see JDG just circling around JJH, whether or not they want to take this fight. DDI going to be coming aerial with the Skywalking on that pole sword into the Viper V1. No, into the F2. The silence landing onto JJH's 2 Louis. And immediately they've isolated down this target. The pole sword Stoneform actually buying enough time for the reinforcements from the rest of the team to rally, mobilize, and try and peel. Tesla ultimate comes on through. ZDI losing a whole bunch of his armor, having to reposition and get a part of that healed up. Dips back to his Wu-Chen, gets a little bit of reposition as well, and revival on the shield from that Wu-Chen wind wall. Teleport gets called into place. The Farrier V3 starts to land once the Yoda ultimate is gone. As unfortunately, it didn't take them very far. JJH's 2 Louis still inside that Farrier mech and still putting pressure onto JDG. However, they do, I believe, have one other Tesla ult to be able to throw in, as well as that Viper V1 that they've been holding on to, and they're going to immediately push back in the second those ultimates have been removed from the cannonball composition. You can see ZDI wanting to try and find this isolation onto the Yoda, get that silence to stop the F from being able to peel when the Viper stun comes on through. There's the F forced early on out. There's the silence, finds the connection onto God Lee. The Yoshan, however, saved his ultimate for the rubber band when the team came back through once the cannonball composition was sniped 2 of their ults. And as a result, yes, they lose God Lee, but they're still able to clear a lot of space, potentially for their ferret to maybe turn this around, but no. Unfortunately, Flames isn't able to find the spear stack as JDG take out 1, take out 2, and then it's just clean up on the lone Yushan, who will be able to find a lot of spear connections onto the 2 players of JDG who stacked up, but it is not enough. They lose the fight to just JDG getting to sit on ultimates, and crucially as well, they didn't even need to use the Viper V1.
No, they didn't at all. Really, really nice, actually, coming in off the back of that. We are cutting over to the end of one thing, unfortunately. JL eliminated. So already, they're now having to look for game 5 as their opportunity to get to that match point. So Wolves and OUG a little bit closer towards getting to that spot. And I mean, a big game from Battle or GG would also do it, but I mean, with the start Wolves have already had, it's going to be hard to have a big game along at the same time as Wolves. Alliance, I just had a quick look at them on the scoreboard, all the way down at the bottom. They've had a very hit or miss day as they're jumping into the realm with Yang, so they're hoping to make this one hit. We'll see if it works out for them. OUG not going to follow through. OUG actually playing this a little bit safer, knowing that they are within reaching distance of making it into that realm of, into that match point for the next game. It's going to be Alliance versus KLA inside this realm of Yang. And KGG already got 2 legendary Soul Jades. That is really big. That is, I don't know what they are, mind you, because I can't read Chinese, but that is really big that they picked those ones up. KGG gets up aerial right now. He's just trying to catch out onto the others, waiting for an opportunity to come down with a drop. Is now going to pop himself the F. So he has that charged up and ready to throw down if given the opportunity. Basic playing around the edge of that sandstorm. Lane just getting some damage off on to KGG. Still got the ultimate, waiting for the opportunity to throw that one down. There's going to be the pop on that one. Immediately gets himself propped back though as the Fear and Shove comes in onto him, and KGG going low HP. Alliance actually starting to get a bit of pressure built up here, but that Karumi ultimate giving a full armor reset onto KGG is absolutely huge. Lane going to get some resetting dealt onto himself. They've got the Zip on the other side, so they don't have that full armor reset that the side of KLA have to work with. And we are just watching the perspective of this Takeda, not really able to do too much with his ultimate, waiting for an opportunity to get that opening as CXZ being chased and harassed down here by Alliance. Over the shoulder, QGG goes as Bo's able to get in and open up onto him with that pulse sword. Does a fair amount of damage to fans, buying some space for QGG, but he's getting juggled back. The zip healings are coming in. The parry lands onto QGG as he's going low HP, trying to back off and just find himself a healing opportunity. Has to be careful though, because Bo with the pulse sword is getting him incredibly low. Down he goes. Bo now turning onto Cuckoo, and Alliance take the realm of Yang.
Zip overall sustain wins it out in the end, but crucially, Jake, did you see that banner just proc up? Wolves also managed to pick up a Realm of Yang and a Vermilion Bird's Might. That's going to be 3 extra kills on the board for Wolves. I'm not sure if that qualifies them past 74, but they're definitely going to be incredibly close to it. And now they're going to start hunting. XEM, legendary dual halberds to be able to scale up that size damage. GG, unfortunately for them. I was wondering if we were going to see them take a Realm of Yang with the Transformer composition. Looks like they lost it. They'll have their ultimates up for this fight against Batter inside Imperial. CJS managing to find the uppercut into RMB. Unfortunately not able to find the kill. F1 now being invested. Monk transformation going to come through. Bowder immediately going to split away. Bowder did win their Realm of Yang. This is actually potentially a rematch of GG against Bowder. And as a result, CJS is going to lose a lot of his ultimate duration. He has to cancel it and go straight after Powder, who just managed to make so much distance between themselves and the Monk that no grabs were available. And now with the re-engagement coming through, Bowder held on to their ultimates. They've still got the Zip, they've still got the Zai. There's the F3. Surely we're going to see the V2 follow through in a moment. They don't even need it. The parry comes through. We're going to have the Kurumi trying to keep everyone healed up. The Zai uses the F3, gets the reposition to try and just push away from being isolated. The ultimate does start to come into play now as the Zai is trying to use the golden frame focus, but remember, Zai does not get damage reduction on her golden frame, and you can see her health bar just absolutely tanking as the Kurumi gives the tether. Peripheral making sure that GG can keep hounding the Zai, not allowing Yuran to set into the golden frames and use the fire tick to connect onto GG. 1-2 uppercut confirm off of the hang sword onto that Zai. Barrett's Yuran incredibly low now, turning on to free. Oh, since the tether has been removed, the Kurumi suddenly out of position without the tether to be able to teleport back to the rest of the team. Huge interruption from the charged RMB on that fan allows Free to reposition. Massive fuel coming through from CJS. Unfortunately, it means that he trades his life. His Kurumi lives, but the TN high goes down as the third party comes on out. Barrett's Peak will be able to live a little bit longer, but Wolves XEM finally finished them off before now turning on to the other players from GG who tried to run further away from Wolves.
Oh, what a third party from Wolves, and that is it. They are in to the points they need. So win or lose here. Next game, Wolves, it's on them to close out the day and get themselves that 5-game victory. But with OUG about to get knocked out, actually, this could be their only competition, potentially. OUG were able to cleanse their Pharah, so they do have at least one person who is in the clear right now, but you about to go down. Golden weapon, purple armor. This is a kitted Yoto that just can't find anyone to take out.
Well, Wolves, they're going to be incredibly happy with how this game has been going. Playing this composition just perfectly. It's so good to be able to confirm kills. It's so good to being able to contest Realm of Yang. Wolves came in with a game plan for Game 4, and that was hit the cap. Hit the cap and make sure that you're the first team MVP eligible, and then look to grief these other teams. As we can have a look at the replay, this is how they won their Realm of Yang Kurumi. It was against actually GG. This is how GG lost theirs. XEM now getting that Zai ultimate connecting, just putting all of the cone damage connecting onto all of the players of GG who are wanting to try and sit inside the Kurumi ultimate and keep healed up. Gorgeous little armor relay drop comes through as well, so that XEM is able to get that purple armor upgrade and sit in his ultimate longer, because he doesn't have to cancel out of the frame early because he's being hounded down or about to drop because of that damage reduction just lacking on the armor. As CGS is able to find one grab But XEM with the F3 is able to find the reposition,
so
stop getting the
good,
double
Monk.
grab, and the Monk ultimate is gone. Yushan F now burns, and that's going to be the swap over towards the pistol for Wolves to be able to claim the kill. Like I said, this is a team that's synergy. I would say at the moment is one of the best in the league, and it's those tiny little micro plays where they do things like drop the purple armor for the Zai to use once the Zai's already burnt the first set of purple in the ultimate, so you don't have to take downtime in your ultimate's duration, hiding behind a pillar, getting the armor reset, and then coming back in. It's a really good adjustment to the fact that you're probably not going to have group heal since it's a purple Soul Jade, and that's a lot of the time what these players have been relying on, that quote-unquote support player playing far back and allowing the heal to attach onto all of the players, and the hyper carry still getting to play super aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Another thing to note is I absolutely love how good this Zai is into the Monk as well, because it's so hard to dodge the slam to the F coming in from the Zai. Really, really nice stuff. Anyway, cutting over to this fight, it's Alliance taking on Wolves here. Wolves already opening up with their first F. They do have that second one back as the ultimate gets popped. Coming in for the slam down. Does miss out on that one, but Lane, very low HP. Bo getting caught out by the scythes though, losing so much HP. There's another F up and down he goes. Lane, it falls. Lane crumbles. Bo is getting shredded by the chains from Zen. He whips them back, coming trying to get a bit more damage, trying to get that pullback as Bo charging forwards. Wolves, they still have all of their members healthy right now. Zem finally loses his armor, but he is still feeling pretty comfortable. He's going to be able to get that reset off. Bo's keeping the pressure up, and Zem's actually starting to go a little bit low here. They almost find the turnaround on Zem, but here comes the F. It's up. The slam down from Zem, and he secures another one. Wolves are running away with this game 4. They are in position to take it all next game, and they are just dotting the I's, crossing the T's right now. Beautiful play by Wolves. Absolutely, yeah, honestly, phenomenal game 4.
I would say that Siphon at the moment is probably one of the strongest compositions, right? Because a lot of 100%. What San Siphon relies on with the Tumult is being able to use the Temi ultimate to either provide the safe space necessary for a reset point, or to isolate some of these targets and lock them down for the group to be able to tread through. Zai ignores all of that entirely, because Zai ultimate, even though it has range, it goes through the Tumult ultimate. It's still counted as a melee weapon. It's the same rule as the fan. Charged RMB and LMB, right? That ignores the quote-unquote projectile block parameters of the Tumult ultimate. Even though it has range, it still connects onto players on the other side of the wall. And as a result, you counter a huge portion of how San Siphon sustains and finds the power to be able to win out these realm of yanks, but also with the Meta. Ooh, hello. The literal ambush comes in as OUG. Nat 20 on the stealth. Unfortunately for GG, Nat 1 on the perception check. You have no idea that that team is there. Off they vanish into one of the rifts to be able to reposition and dodge away. Good use of the bell as well. They ring it before OUG are going to be able to use the information grab. Unfortunately, GG's 3-3-0 does go down. Burn the Karumi ultimate just to buy time for LXM to get far enough away. And because 3-3-0 rang the bell before the other team could, they don't know whether Yushan's going to be playing from. Unfortunately for GG, however, they're on a quite limited timer as the Karumi is about to bleed out, and the Yushan is also taking full Corruption 6 damage currently.
Wolves using this Mystic Might just to play aggressive onto DRG, the team who it started with, dropping onto the Tang with them, and they're looking to put that final nail in that coffin. Zem is actually breaking away, is going to get caught out by Zai, but EG covers Zai to make sure he's okay. In the meanwhile, LXM goes down, GG are eliminated, but JDG coming in with the third party. The lockdown comes in onto WFZ. They look to take this kill away. It looks like Wolves quite happy to just give this kill up, and to be honest, Wolves are playing with nothing to lose right now. Like, the MVP is nice because, you know, it's just another kind of like another like badge recovered.
They're on 3 kills now on 71 points.
Yeah, they were able to get rebuff charms off. They picked it up, but Wolves' main game right now is play denial. If they can take OUG out, they are the only team going in. But then there's the world of like, maybe do they want that not to be the case? Do they want to be able to be the only team who's going to get basically harassed by the whole lobby? If OUG qualify with them, they've only got to worry about OUG next game.
Especially because like OUG are much easier to read in terms of where they land.
Yeah.
Wolves like City of Tank, but everyone knows that OUG a dual salvation podium. They are gonna lose EG, and that might actually be the end of Wolves. Yeah, that is. They fought inside the zone. As they know, right? They racked up so many kills. They know how close they were to 74. Like I said, this was job done. They did not come into game 4 to win it. They came in to hit the 74 point. Because even if you hit 74 and get MVP in the game that you hit 74, it still does not count. It still does not end the day early. They'll be able to conserve energy as well, which is honestly, in my opinion, a very smart play. These bi-weekly finals, they can go for so long, 8 games in a row. It is much better to give yourself a little bit of a break and be able to conserve your resources, especially with how much momentum Wolves have been picking up.
OUG is so close.
OUG on a knife's edge. 72.9. They lose the Yoto though. Alliance might be able to deny OUG from hitting the cap.
They need like 2
is going to be dropping out of this ultimate any second now. His health bar is so low. Yu is about to bleed out. He takes corruption tick damage. He takes the full hit of the charged vertical on the halberds. And that's going to be Jin Yu going down. It is just OUG's Farrier who's going to be able to try and live and play for placement points. As this third party coming on through has actually saved OUG's skin. They're 73.3 points because they outlived another team. Now they just have to outlive one more before being spotted, and it might be TE. TE coming in, Han with that Viper V1. Everyone going to break away, break line of sight before immediately pushing back in on the Viper now that the ultimate has been denied. That's another kill taken away from TE. Just 2 players remaining from that team. If OUG's last remaining player can outlive TE, then OUG will be able to qualify to 74.
It's so close for them. Leo playing evasion. JJH's Flames is chasing him around the rocks. Leo making like a squirrel and scurrying up a tree to break away, using every little bit of movement he can to break out away from this one. LYD losing a little bit of HP off in the distance. Have OUG got enough in the tank to survive this one? Is actually KLA opening up on to Leo. Down he goes. One last player. OUG, they're gonna do it. That should be enough. With the multipliers, that should be enough now.
Yep, 73.8. we still have not got to the last 5 teams, Jake.
True. But I don't think it's the count for multipliers, I don't think. I'm pretty sure it's just multiplier.
Yeah, that's when the multiplier kicks in. OUG have to live a little bit longer. Good news for them, Spiritwell now spawns on up, and this might have the aggression needed to be able to knock one of these teams out of the lobby. JJH trying to control it. They've still got blue armor on one of their players. Ferrimac immediately dropped for Flames with that legendary weapon, scaling up the damage. There's a Viper ultimate going off in the distance. FBX feeling cornered, dropping that one in. KLA's QGG actually getting hit by the full 5 seconds stun. Gorgeous Peel coming through from the smudge, drops the ultimate directly over his Takeda, so FBX aren't able to capitalize on the stun. None of the teams are actually able to capitalize on the stun because everyone would have been able to sit on that Takeda, stop to the range, and be able to melt through us. We can have a look and see what exactly OUG is going to do. This is SS just playing full survival. He's not playing NARAKA right now, Jake. He is playing survival mode. Just putting himself into the zone, playing as far away from everyone as he possibly can.
That's actually honestly a really nice reposition there from SS. He just has to hope that no one sees him. He's going to get himself scurried away in a nice little corner. Everyone's up in the snowy area. He played that very well to get away. Really, really nice. We'll see whether or not they can keep themselves going. They are a Farrier as well, so they have that mech as a additional safety tool for survivability. They could even use it to steal away 1 kill. It's literally 0.2 points. Oh, no, SS.
Oh, not like this. I think Corky's about to spot him. No, they went over him.
They haven't seen him.
Yeah, because there's no purple bush. So this is actually a really smart adaptation that a lot of teams actually do in Nbpl. Instead of hiding inside purple bushes, which as you're going to see, like FX just checked one to immediately highlight my point. What they'll do is they'll go into places that still provide a little bit of cover. So on Morris, one of the really big ones that everyone likes is using the haystacks. but on Holarov, with the amount of verticality in cliff faces, what players will actually do is they'll just plaster their character model as close into the cliff face as they possibly can. And a lot of the time, even if they're being actively chased by players, right? No one expects you to, when you're being chased by someone, immediately halt and just watch and hope that the player runs directly ahead of you and goes over your head, because they don't spin the camera 180 and check to see if you're hiding around the rock face. And as a result, OUG's SS has been able to live through being spotted by FPX and now gets to put himself inside a purple bush that a lot of these teams are probably going to credit as already having been checked. There's no way! Says the glyphs must be stacked. KLA checked the purple bush. SS wasn't in.
No way.
And then Cuckoo goes into the other one.
Just getting away with absolute murder.
Did they
He
see
has
him
been
roll?
seen. He's been seen.
They
He's
didn't
been
see
seen,
him
right?
roll. There's
SS,
no way they didn't
he's
see
healing.
him.
No, he's gonna go down. This is so bad for him. Down he goes. 0.2 points off. I'm not sure if kill multipliers get applied in the game score, so there is a world where they might qualify. I don't know.
I don't think they do, Jake. I think that is that score done.
That's a yikers.
Oh, that is heartbreak. We've seen so many teams get really close. GG had a 73.4. I've never seen a 73.8. FPX will go down to about as Yuan coming in with that Zai V2. This is a salt in the wounds for OUG. The fact that literally the minute that their Farrier went down, Bida almost immediately wipe out FPX. Yeah, there goes Yahoo. If their Farrier had just lived a little bit more. But unfortunately, he had to give his position away, otherwise he would have died to Corruption 6 damage. Regardless, Spirit Well now comes into play. JJH's Godly gets aggressive yet again with that Farrier V3, lands the shots onto KLA's QGG. Unfortunately, won't be able to contest Bauda, who have a repeating crossbow and Venom Tip attached to it. As you can see, poor Godly gets blocked from the shots. Bauda, in the meantime, absolutely free firing off of the protection that the Spirit Well Dome provides for them. Peak as well. Blue staff, the reason why he still got that staff is because he has Merciless Havoc attached to it. As Bad are about to be absolutely stacked when it comes to Soul Jades, and they're already absolutely stacked when it comes to kills. Jake, they've hit the double digits. They're on 10. This game score might be enough if we go another game after 5 to catapult them into MVP eligibility.
They really could have done it. It depends on the performance this game. They could even get pretty close, as now Godly losing a lot of HP to Yoran. The invisibility makes it so hard to actually follow up onto Yoran. He still has the ultimate, comes in for the next slam down. Loads of damage onto Flames. He's getting low. Valra able to get Godly, Nobly kill there. Chain's coming in for another kill. Suddenly it's 12. Absolutely monster performance. They might just go for the 13 off the back of this one, because KLA on the run away. CXZ caught out by the chains. Remember, can pull them back using those chains there. On the Zai, breaking away. You can see Chuli now going to quickly get himself up into the sky in that mech and just spray down onto Peak, try and find some damage. But Bowder just control this final circle. Only 2 people can test them, and they're on separate teams, so they're not even working together. This is going to be rough for CXZ. Getting a beautiful parry, actually, off into Yoran. Yoran is able to pick up his hang sword, though, so keeps that pressure going. On to CXZ, who jumps into the zone, gets very low. The slam comes in. Bowder's Yoran secures that kill. The Farrier mech wears out, and this is going to be a beautiful end to the game here for the side of Bowder. A 14-kill game as well. Absolutely flawless. Getting just those last little bits done. Chili goes down, and we actually end the game with a minute left to spare as well.
Yeah. Do you want to know the reason why? You're going to see it on the MVP screen when it comes to Soul Jade setups. Jake, yeah. I think Bauda had the most amount of purple Soul Jades we have seen combined all day. Not just purple as well. They had legendaries. They had Phoenix Blast. They had Merciless Havoc. They had Blistering Edge that we saw a snippet of in that 1v1 with the Pulsar, but we also saw it when everyone was playing around Tower Base. Bauda positioned on one of the shelves inside the tower and basically just threw Blistering Edge and Phoenix Blasts into the windowsill of whoever tried to challenge them. Absolutely stacked when it came to Soldier. It's absolutely stacked when it came to armor as well, that legendary armor on their Zai, allowing for all of the aggressive forward plays, getting to be incredibly hyperactive with that F3, which is really strong to reposition the Zai. If you get like isolated by Smolch ultimate, you can just F3 right out of the middle of it, just the way that you do with a Justina V1 dash, but also really strong at confirming kills on low health targets, or just baseball bat home run styling them into the zone, the way that you saw that F3 just absolutely careen on top of that Cicada and force them into taking all of the Corruption 6 damage.
Huge game coming in there from Bowder. Really, really nice stuff to see. And yeah, like you said, Soul Jades just got themselves geared up. Really, really geared up for that game. Huge performance coming in from Bowder. But Wolves are on MVP eligibility now. So this game 5, they could potentially take it all here. Otherwise, I don't think Bowder are close enough. I think you are right. I'm pretty sure it'll be game 5 that they would qualify, providing they don't, you know, JL it or UG it in this next game. They should be pretty close, but I feel like Wolves are probably going to have quite a few visitors at City of Tang coming into this next game, because that is their
but they could turn the tables.
They could. I mean, that's what they did this time, right?
Yeah. So Wolves, it's not just that. I think like Wolves are one of the teams when we first started going into this format on the first bi-weekly finals week. Wolves and KLA were the 2 teams that started actively griefing the teams at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
They were the first teams that understood it's not just about you doing incredibly well, it's also so monumentally important that you deny the other teams from doing incredibly well, especially because like we have so many of these points coming in from regular week that you have to be able to grief the top teams. However, make sure that you're not griefing yourself by ignoring answering this question, because there's not going to be a whole lot of them left with this season being so close to the end. Which team which team broke OUG's hearts in game number 4? Killed is not a strong enough connotation with what OUG are probably going through right now. Was it AJJH? Was it BJL? Was it CKLA? Or was it D? TE. Get your answers into chat. Make sure you keep an eye on that whisper box to see whether or not you're the lucky winner. And the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Twitch channel will be contacting you if you are. But going back to that point, right? And we'll get to see the scoreboard just now to see whether or not Bowder were able to put enough points. Oh, it's going to be close, Jake. 23.6. I think they were close. 50. When I last saw them in game 4, they were sitting around about the 50 marker. So that is going to be very, very close to putting them towards the match point eligibility.
So close.
But like Wolves and KLA were the 2 teams that understood the requirements of the new formatting. And as a result, I feel like if any team is going to be prepared and understanding being the lone pack, the lone team on MVP eligible, and how much aggression that is going to invite, how much grief these teams are gonna put at your doorstep from the get-go, it's going to be Wolves. So I would not be surprised if instead of landing City of Tang, they reverse where they drop and timing attack the teams that try and grief them, so that all of the teams that try and drop onto Wolves on City of Tang instead get third-partied by Wolves.
Alrighty, well, I'm going to look at the overall standings. We will see where everybody is at KLA. Unfortunately, still got a way to go. Everyone on this side of the table has a long way to go. Better game by Alliance, though, after their last game was a 0-pointer. Let's see what the top end of the table looks like. I think it is... Oh, OUG, you are right. They can't even do it next game. Like, sure, obviously they can do it. They can get to the match point, but they can't even win next game. It's literally all on denying Wolves and then forcing it to a game 6. Oh, that is heartbreaking. Bowder, very, very close to himself.
Well, like, if you force it to game 6, JL might be MVP eligible, Bowder might be MVP eligible, if FX pop off, they might be MVP eligible. This is worst case scenario for OUG as well, because we're going from game 5, right? You know what that means. Phase shuffle comes into play.
Yeah. And that is the one silver lining for some of these teams who are not top 4 right now, is they have a little bit more control, a little bit more say in what team comps they're going to be playing. But like we said, some of these teams have interesting stuff up their sleeve. I mean, we saw the ACOS earlier. We've seen Valda. There has been a few slightly off meta. I don't know if say slightly. Some off meta comps that are in the wheelhouses of these teams, but I am absolutely loving the Xiphon. I think it's such a fun comp to watch. You saw it versus the Monks as well. Like, it's so easy to land that slam because so many times we see the Xiphon miss that F. And it's a meaty cooldown. Even when, yes, you get 2 free resets, so you get to cast it for free, it's still meaty to burn all of those cooldowns and miss the key damaging ability. But on the Monk and the Ferromech, it's very hard to miss it because they're just a big standing still marker for you to land on. Really, really nice stuff. But we'll obviously be getting going into this next game very, very soon. And Matari MVP! It's been a hot minute.
Oh, it's been so long. Yeah, like I said, the most stacked soldier loadout that we have seen all day. Bauda did not hear the news about the economic recession going on in Immortal War right now. They had Phoenix Blast Hepta attached to it. There's the Venom Tip and Bob Bolts that we saw putting pressure onto the Ferromech when they were trying to control Spirit Well. Focus Slide as well, which is, that's such a grief of a soldier in the 3v3. You never can do what you want if you have someone just constantly blue focus sliding into your legs. And because it's a focused attack, it staggers you, but because it's not attached to a weapon, Jake, you can't even parry it. You can't even parry it. You just have to hope that your teammate's gonna be able to peel for the follow-up. And when it's on a Matari, you know that the follow-up is gonna be brutally into that Zai, into either the F3 or into the V2 scoop. As Bauda claim the win, put themselves one step closer to being able to be MVP eligible, which is actually a position that they've been in previously. That was that bi-weekly final where both Bauda and Alliance were coming in top of the leaderboard, and unfortunately, even though they hit MVP eligible, even though they crossed the threshold of the 74-point marker before we headed into game 5, they were just never able to follow through because every single team in the lobby turned on them, which is unfortunately a position that Wolves are going to be feeling right now. I guarantee you, when these players, they're taking their snack breaks, they're making sure that they're hydrating before they go back to their PCs, every single person is staring Wolves down right now.
Yeah, I think so. I said it earlier, but you know, we talked about like City of Tang being a bit of a Wolves drop. Last time it was Wolves and DRG. They took out DRG, then JL came in and they took them out. I think this time it's going to be more than one team dropping on top of Wolves. I think there might be a couple of teams waiting for them. And yes, it is a potential to feed them the kills and potentially a way to deny them. But you can't also just let them free loot up and then take the end of the game like we saw GG do last bi-weekly, where they were just uncontested and they had no business winning because they had no kills, but they just took out the lobby. It could be a similar situation where, you know, that could happen. So I think people will take their fates into their own hands, drop on Wolves, look to harass them and deny them the ability to play at least the early game aggressive. Because the thing is yes, you take them out, they get the revives, but teams who don't have their revive then have to play way safer, because until that first Rema Yang is done, everyone has revives other than you, which means every other fight is just a little bit more dangerous, where you could get taken out way earlier and don't have that revive because you lost your drop fight. So yeah, I feel like that's why I'm going to jail this game. They lost their fight very quickly. They had no revives. Then they got taken out of another fight immediately after that, and it does suck. So I expect that to be what happens to Wolves coming into this next game.
Yeah, I tell you one team that needs to grief up onto Wolves, OUG. OUG are 0.2 away from being able to hit that 74 mark. One kill, and they instantly qualify into the 74 threshold. They need to drop onto Wolves, because for them, it's not just about getting to 74, it's stopping Wolves from having a good start to the game, because Wolves, they're a really momentum-based team, right? For better or for worse. In 2023, unfortunately, a lot of the time, it was for worse, because they would ramp up, and they would get really confident, and they would just like go for anything that moved. They would try and take every single fight they possibly could. Oh, that 0.2, so it hurts, painful. Jake. It hurts. JL 6.1, Bauda 7.4, as we talked about. Like, this is the worst possible situation for OUG to be in, because now not only do they have to worry about griefing Wolves, they also have to worry about griefing JL and Bowder and not being griefed themselves, because OUG are known. Everyone has already scouted out how OUG plays. Everyone knows where OUG drop. Everyone knows that they land Salvation Podium, and it has cost them bi-weekly finals in the past, and it has the potential to cost them this bi-weekly final again. But going back to that point, like, they need to drop on Wolves, because best case scenario, right? You get the free kill onto Wolves. You force Wolves having to play a lot more passive, because they're playing on the back foot and they're having to take time to be able to recover resources, and they don't get to take that first round of Yang, so they don't get another free kills to be guaranteed without having to worry about third partying, which I feel is a massive aspect of being able to get your MVP round when you are on 74 points, winning the realm of Yang, getting to all in on a fight without having to worry about getting griefed by every single other team in the lobby is absolutely massive in terms of being able to set up those points without worry, since your ultimates get refreshed anyway if you win or you lose. But also, worst case scenario, you drop on Wolves, but you only get 1 kill. You've still gotten over the threshold of 74, and you just have to hope that the other teams are going to target Wolves down as well.
Alrighty, well, getting ready to go into this game. Very excited to see what the hero select looks like. So game 5 is going to be a big one. OUG probably a little heartbroken, to be honest. Probably, well, not heartbroken, irritated. The heartbreak comes if they don't make it this time. Game number 5, about to kick it off. What are the teams going to be playing? So we can see the last round selection, as makes sense, is going to be all of those teams at the top. They do get that last priority pick. So the likes of FPX, the likes of GG, this is their time to shine. They got that middle selection, so they don't get that early priority, but they do get the ability to make sure that they get something at least they're a little bit more comfortable on, and try and deny as well. It's picking what you know Wolves, OUG, JL are all good on is the big thing as well.
Yeah, make it as costly as you possibly can. When it comes to those compositions, there are multiple ways that you can grief these teams. Macro has never been more important in NARAKA esports. Like, these coaches are doing work to give their teams the best advantages. This is why we're seeing the likes of Bowder suddenly like doing really well this season, because they got to pick up XCG's former coach heading into the new year. We're going to see Zyphon immediately picked up from DRG. Interesting that they've moved away from the ACOS, because they were one of the teams who were a huge supporter of it on Holoroth. Alliance going to be running Transformer composition. JGG and TE going to be running that third-party grief comp. GG also going to be running it. FX already locking in Sandformers with Donkwing taking up the mantle of the Farrier. We're going to have JJH running traditional Transformers. KLA on Sand Siphon. Interestingly enough, no one has actually picked a composition or a hero that makes it more expensive. Everyone is going for a... Oh, there it is. Tianhai, Wuchen, Viper, Kurumi, and Tessa all going to be that much more expensive. JL going to be fielding the ACOS. I really want to see whether or not it's going to be the F2 or the F1 variant coming through from T. Actually, I feel like it's going to be the F2 again. Bowder opting for the Zyphon. Wolves anticipating the grief priority targeting, going to be going for the Zyphon, and I think this is now the best composition you can possibly go for, because it counters Sand Siphon. It still has the sustain of the Takeda composition that is afforded. It counters, for the most part, Cannonball as well, with the Zai being able to put pressure onto the Farrier mech with the V2 fire tick, ignoring the mech health and going straight into the Farrier health bar to force her to demech early. And it also massively counters the third party opportunity, where you're going to have multiple targets and teams after your head in lobby, and you are constantly going to have to watch your own back.
Oh, there we go. Game number 5. Let's see what the teams are going to be playing. Well, we know what they're playing. Let's see how this game is going to go down, where they're going to be dropping. I'm curious, what are your thoughts on what Wolves getting this Zyphon? Because I saw a lot of people obviously picking the Monk up for the reason of, like, probably playing a little bit of denial. But I feel like giving them the Monk would have actually low-key been better than giving them the Zyphon, in my opinion.
I mean, Zyphon has one problem. And that is that you have to pretty heavily commit to these fights if you want the full reset cycle, right? Because the power of it is you get free F3s, but to get free F3s, you have to burn both the Matari ultimate and the Zai ultimate. So if you don't win that fight when that ultimate is in play, you do start to lose a lot of momentum. It's very, very good at the beginning of these fights when you control a lot of the tempo, but the second that those ultimates get removed, you're relying off of the zip sustain being able to carry you. And that's why it does struggle a lot of the time into its mirror. So DRG, no surprises, pick the exact same composition, and I guarantee you DRG are going to be dropping directly on top of Wolves. It's going to be one team landing City of Tang, and it's going to be JDG. Interestingly enough, Wolves, like you pointed out, are going to be alone. No one is griefing them on drop. They're going to timing attack. They've got control of the golden loot area, and they're going to be able to timing attack onto JDG, who are landing City of Tang and are going to have worse loot.
Okay, OUG actually switching it up, moving away from podium and actually heading up to Imperial. So they're happy to give that one over. GG are in close proximity to them. JL and DRG are near each other. So honestly, DRG been a bit of a freebie. Hate to be mean, but it have been a bit of a freebie recently. So JL probably all right with that one. Mostly pretty scattered, pretty spread out. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one goes down as we get on to game number 5. Remember, Wolves are the only people of ending the day right now. Only people capable of ending the day right now as OUG immediately get themselves in this fight with 3-3-0. As long as they get one kill, anything else just literally doesn't matter. They just need the one. As LXM just using his fists to try and win this fight. Trying to get the damage off. OUG with the nunchucks, though. You looking to finish this one up. CGS is getting the damage off onto you. You going down. And that is not the start OUG needed. They just need one.
Yeah, Jake, it's worse. It's not the start OUG needed, and it's also the start Wolves wanted. They purchased a Moonbane. They've been uncontested. They were able to loot the entirety of the golden yellow area, and they managed to buy themselves up a Moonbane immediately. Alliance also have a Moonbane. So remember, if Alliance proc their Moonbane before Wolves, Wolves cannot drop theirs until Alliance is done. However, Wolves might take a fight first as JDG now come into the area. JDG who dropped City of Tang. Unfortunately, moving into an area that Wolves have already just absolutely run dry in terms of loot loadouts. And Wolves still not actively taking the fight against this team. JL managed to find... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the golden loot coming through. Alliance dropped the Moonbane at the time that JDG and Wolves take the engagement. Wolves are not going to be able to drop the Bane's Breath to be able to isolate this fight and rely off of the AoE to be able to knock down JDG into those AoE puddles. And as a result, they are just full kiting until that Moonbane is gone.
Yeah, it's going to be the escape game for them, but right now they're not given that opportunity. JDG running in, the urn is down, Zem is caught on the edge, he can't even break away, so he's just going to put distance between them for that stun. Already ZK goes down, EG gets a lot of damage off with a spear. ZDI trying to put some distance between him and the rest of Wolves, but Wolves still on that run. Uppercut comes in from ZDI and down they go. Easy victory there for JDG.
Okay, OUG owe Alliance flowers and a thank you card for dropping that Bane's Breath first. Oh, that could have gone so poorly. But Wolves lose the first fight, have to go to the Soul Altar, not the start that they wanted. However, OUG, off of the Soul Altar themselves, still have not found this one kill that they need to be able to climb from 73.8 to 74. You finds the parry. This could be... Yes! They've done it! DRG's X-Side goes down! OUG pick up the kill! Finally, their first one of the round. Oh no, they don't! DRG managed to find the pick onto Jinyu. SS was able to find the kill. The scoreboard I don't think has updated just yet. CGS eats the full Dragon Slayers into Nezhaz. Will be able to use that Tessa V1 and finds the parry onto DRG as well to be able to get all of this damage off of the Katana. And there it is, confirmation. OUG with that 1 kill that they're able to net before the third party comes through, Jake. 73.8 plus 1, 74.8. They've done it. In the next game, they're going to be MVP eligible, but only if Wolves do not manage to MVP this round. Speaking about Firefly spawns, as I talked about, that is Firefly Cage that JL just took a little bit of a visit to and made sure to clean that one up to be able to get their ultimates online.
Just a thing to note as well, JL are very close. They've got 5 kills. 5 kills under their belt. They are, what, like 3 points off now? They're super close. Super close to getting their position where they want to be. So if Wolves don't MVP this game, and let's be real, they're off to a pretty rough start, they will have to be contesting OUG and most likely JL at this point. And Bowder, again, while they haven't done anything yet, if they start to come online, they could also come into that position where an MVP is within their possibility. This is typically what happens. Whoever gets that MVP first is always the one who get, it's not MVP, so who get to that point threshold first are always the ones to get basically just griefed out of the game. As Bowder, fresh off their revives after losing their fight, now looking to put some gear together because they've undone everything they started with, unfortunately. T-Tick finding FPX. Let's see if JDG are actually able to take this fight. It looks like FPX are actually breaking away from them, although ZDI does catch out onto water, drawing their attention. Sandstorm comes out. He does have that Viper ultimate available to throw down. The tether will break out as well, catching onto the members of FPX. ZDI has cooled down the Bane's Breath as well. This is even harder for them to break away. Water, low HP, down he goes. The Bane's Breath connects as well onto Xiaohu. He's next up on the menu, and JDG able to take those 2 kills. FPX were able to break away at least 1 player to get them to safety.
That Bane's Breath is courtesy of Wolves. By the way, that's the one that Wolves bought early, and JDG took off of their bodies on first drop fight. And so you can see that Wolves had to loot their way through Plumed. Have been able to find 2 purple weapons, but unfortunately the armor is where they're really going to be suffering. There's Alliance's bow on that Tian height. Gets the Kurumi to have a revenge. Getting pressured by TE, Bo throwing out the hands just to buy space for his Kurumi. Lane's already gone down with the Yushin ultimate intact. The second that Bo drops out of this ultimate, it's going to be open season, and TE already starting to farm. LID gets grabbed. Bo's not able to find the double slam, unfortunately for him. Has to go for one last jump to try and get away from TE and proc the F1 to live a little bit longer. Manages to get 1 hit of the focus strike. Unfortunately, is going to be held into position by the Tessa V1, and TE will be able to clean up the kill on the Monk. Crucially, however, the Kurumi was able to break away. I think it's taking a fight currently, yeah, against the other player from TE. There's Han on that Viper, trying to come in with that spear. Nice little scale rush comes through from Revenge. Unfortunately, it's not fully blue charged. We do, however, get the uppercut into potential follow-up damage, but the Viper is going to be able to find that silence onto Revenge. No Kurumi umbrella to be able to try and teleport away from. As a result, nice parry onto TE.
Hold on!
The horizontal punishment onto the Viper, gets the Soulblum reset as well. Dodges the V1 Tessa coming through from LYD. Revenge in the 1 versus 2 gets the Kurumi ultimate if he can use it. The V2 will come through. The armor reset. Tina having to actually push the Kurumi out of her ultimate. Revenge using the 1 recast to be able to get it back into motion, and the golden frame to just live through all the stagger. Unfortunately for him, however, he does not have the damage at the moment to be able to break through. Dodges the next throw of the Tessa V1. Han coming back in, rest off of that soul tonight, trying to find the cleanup necessary. The parry, finally Revenge goes down. But for a moment, Jake, there was a glimmer of hope that maybe, just maybe, the Kurumi would take down one alongside.
I'm going to be real with you. Han played that so well. Not Han, sorry. The Kurumi from Alliance. Yeah, sorry. Revenge played that so well. 1 versus 3, able to find a kill. Honestly, I think they had slightly better weapons and slightly better armor. With that Kurumi ult, they just would have been... They might have been able to get 1 more. I don't think they would have 1v3'd, but they definitely could have got 1 more. Really, really nice stuff coming in from them. played that as well as you could in a pretty unlucky situation. Now, Wolves, I mean, they have to take this. They've got the team that wants to be taking it. They need to get the kills on the board. Like, there's nothing really to lose at this point. But JL, hot on their heels right behind them. Wolves actually seem a little scared.
I think they were anticipating potentially getting griefed on the entrance. So they wanted another team, like they wanted to see one if the team was trying to either grief their entrance or go through it themselves. Plus, they didn't want to take the first entrance because losing that first fight means that their gear is going to be a little bit behind in terms of the other teams. The teams that immediately take the Yang portals are the ones that are super confident and are incredibly scaled when it comes to the loot. As I believe KLA are a sort of legendary weapon clash. I'm pretty sure, so maybe they've visited Salvation Podium. We're going to see XEM look up into the sky and making sure that no one is getting dropped down on by a Cicada with the charged RMB on that fan. Sai F3 already going to be burned. We've still got 2 more. Still holds on to that V2. Getting so much pressure. Uses now the activation of the ultimate. Turns the fire tick onto the Takeda. 1 shove already going to be used. XCM having to use the F3 now to reposition away. Matari ultimate called into play. Fury and shove, however, just cleaving this Sai. It goes so far, unfortunately, that XCM is forced to back off even in the Matari ultimate. As we're going to see XCM just unfortunately not able to isolate any of these targets or get that fire tick to properly start to proc. And KLA Sand Siphon will come out on top against the Siphon.
Really, really nicely played there by KLA and Wolves. It's the classic, isn't it? You're the first to MVP, you're the first to get to that threshold, and then you just have a bad game immediately after. Now they're on the debuff. They've got to cleanse it in the next minute. They have no kills, not particularly great gear. We saw their Soul Jade loadout. There's quite a few greys in there. They are a ways off being where they need, as we are actually going to see our other team, JL, losing out on their Realm of Yang to Bowder. So Bowder... Oh no, Bowder didn't. Bowder got the Spirit Well. That's how they're set up. It's going to be JJH. Sorry, JJH beat out JL. There we go.
Yeah, but this is really bad for JL because JL are currently on 72.9.
Yes,
and that is with the 5 kills already added to that tally. Wolves going to be scouting out to see if anyone else is going to potentially be using the Soul Altar. Bowder also starting to move over to this position. Wolves are burning a lot of time, however, on that depletion, using it to try and find a read in Spirit form as KLA off of that Yang win. Gonna have the Vermilion Birds might stop all of the aggression they want onto this Transformers team. We're gonna see the scale rushing coming through from QGG to be able to translate into that confirmed RMB. Immediately, so much damage off of that pole sword. It just absolutely tanks your health bar. Flames almost gets pushed into the cacti. Doesn't manage to take any hit. Has to go for the Yushin ultimate to knock the Takeda back. We're going to see the Tumult ultimate now being invested for KLA to try and break away because QGD loses a huge chunk of health. All of his armor just absolutely disappears. Using the Takeda ultimate, buying himself back the neutral space to reposition towards his Karumi, get that V2, start to come on through as Godly gets 1 grab. QGD not able to find the stagger. However, we do see the Venom tip attached to a repeating crossbow come through. The third party, or not the third party, CXE actually, breaking away from the scene, swapping over to the ranged projectile, and just mincing through that Monk's health bar. As Godly, out of that transformation, is going to be vulnerable, still holding on to the F1. Third party now from JDH with a Karumi ultimate of their own, going to be dropped into the mix as QGG goes aerial, activates the F, tries to drop down and put this pulse to use against the Karumi, who still has that recast. The reposition of the ultimate means that all of that armor is immediately going to regen, and QGG is now just trying to buy time for the rest of his team to lock down this Karumi. This is really dicey for KLA if they don't win this fight. That Vermilion Birds fight was so close to taking down. If they'd lost the fight or had gone a little bit longer, they would have been out of the lobby, but as it is, they're able to see off the third party, put themselves up to 9 kills. That is going to be a hefty game score for this team as Wolves comes in, hits that Frost Butterfly to be able to freeze the Yushan in position. XEM with the F3 looking to try and lock down this player that they desperately need to find a kill onto. I told you it was a risk when they took so long to scout out the intel of the teams around them. Wasting, well, not wasting, but burning through about a minute of the Yang depletion that only goes to 4 minutes. They'll be able to find 1 cleanse. Unfortunately,
they got
2 cleanses.
Somehow. Yeah.
They still are missing 1 for their Matari, however. But they do have enough coins to be able to afford a rebuff charm if there's any left in the boxes.
Yeah, so that's going to probably be their game plan here, although Wolves, they got some work to do. That is a rough loss there for JL as well, losing 1 of their players, puts them massively far behind now, as they were so close. They can, it's almost there. Actually, it might be there, actually, for the side of JL, now I think about it. Mathing. Yeah, they've done it, I think. I shouldn't do maths live. I swear you've told me this before as well.
That is the golden rule of casting.
Yeah,
that's 67.9 plus 9.
Yeah, they've done it.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
I
don't know why. I think I second guess myself because I get it wrong so much. Like, if it was like 2 plus 2, I'd still be like, it could be 5 though. You never know.
Yeah. They're on 76.
Okay, so they've done it.
Well, there's the rebirth.
So they're able to get the rebirths off. So that's, well, the rebirth off. So that's good for them. But they have a hell of a lot of work to do if they want to get the MVP. Because this is their only chance where they physically doesn't matter if anyone else gets MVP. This is the one time. I'd be nervous if I was Wolves right now. They're going to have a big ending to this game. They're hoping for a GG-esque ending to this game.
I mean, I don't know how they're going to achieve it, though, is the problem. Because, like I said, GG were able to do it off of just slow rolling for soldiers. And when last we saw Wolves loadout, because they've constantly been having to play for the recovery, right? Losing first fight, losing Realm of Yang, being under Yang depletion, they haven't had the time to be able to bank up coins and go to a Rift Dealers. Spend the Dark Tide coins and roll for soldiers. So they don't have the win conditions like the repair roll on the cannon. Or a legendary soldier, the Soldier of Destiny. Flames does have a Soldier of Destiny. Not sure which one he has available. We'll probably see it come into play. Yes, JJH's Godly does not have the ultimate.
Is that aerial parry?
Available. Yeah, aerial parry comes on through as Godly with this legendary pulse sword just hits in with that charged R&B, looking to try and threaten out some of the spacing. CXD goes for the interruption, making sure that he's not able to turn it. We should instead turn and for the first stage charge directly behind us onto CXD, who was not anticipating that 180 and eats it directly. As Godly still, without having to burn through this ultimate, Tumultuous ultimate has already been invested on the side of KLA. The second that burns out, we're going to see Godly now not have to worry about being zoned out or burning through a huge chunk of his ultimate, repositioning to try and find some of these players through that Tumult. Trying to just find the grabs. Unfortunately for him, Realm of Yang, Transformers struggles not just against the compositions, but against the natural cover of the pillars. He does find 1 grab holding Cuckoo, and you can see Chu Lui on that Kurumi swaps to the repeating crossbow, finds the kill as KLA's Cuckoo is just held in Godly's hand. Another grab comes down. We don't manage to find the slam in time before the ultimate time's on out. However, it is a 3 versus 2. Godly with the Scourge on the pulse, so just keeping himself ahead of the pressure coming through from KLA until all those ruin shelves have been expanded. We've left that Kurumi behind, however.
Oh, he's done it again!
From Godly onto the Cicada, denying the pulse sword attachment. We've not got any more shelves left because QGT's ultimate has now timed out. He eats the full horizontal of that light attack on the pulse sword. And now it's just a 3 versus 1. Maybe KLA can keep this into the timeout. He's on the Tumult with the combo breaker F. He's going to be able to break away from JJH. And even though JJH got those 2 kills, it's not enough, Jake. They're not able to tie the Demi down. And everyone times out and gets hit by Yang depletion. And that is not what JJH wanted.
We gotta get Godly a detective hat because he's parry the platypus, man. Like, he is just, he landed so many in that fight. Absolutely beautiful performance there from Godly. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, but it was enough to get the timeout and the denial to the other side because they got that 1 extra kill and evened out the fight. But now 2 teams running around with that Yang depletion. Flames Is he looking to see if there's rebuff charms? He might be looking to go for that. Right now, we're actually keeping our eyes on DRG, who got himself in a fight versus TE. LYD, losing all of his armor, is just going to pop that F. Almost got the ultimate up. Decides to back off and just get a reset away from DRG. And I called DRG a bit of a free win earlier, but they're actually having an all right game. They're pretty geared up. They're beating TE in this fight. Let's see if TE can find the turnaround, though. Han looking for the lockdown on the Viper. Isn't actually able to get it onto Wushin98, who is able to break through and away. In comes the Tessa Charm. Parry comes down from LYD. Charm will be quick to follow as the Urn proc is going to come off, and that should be the end of XGI, finishing him up nice and easy. DRG go down. TE secure themselves that kill, and that puts them up to 9. They just jumped from 12th to 10th in one fight.
Yeah, some of these teams are really starting to come alive in the second half of this day, and with Wolves only picking up 1 kill and being down one of their players. Well, no, not being down one of their players, it's just the side portrait looking black and white. But still really struggling to be able to put points together and try and actually take this MVP before they're contested by multiple other teams. Getting into that 74-point threshold, we can actually see Wolves now running into JJH. XEM uses 1 F3. Still sits on the ultimate activation, as do all of Wolves players, but they're just so far behind in terms of loot scaling. There was an interview where they talked about the Xiphon composition being incredibly strong because they only needed 1 lot of purple armor, since the Matari and the Zeeping are so self-sufficient. It's just the Zai that you sort of need to babysit in terms of the loot scaling, as opposed to Transformers, where it's really important you get both your TNI and your Yushan kitted up to being able to scale both of those ultimates. However, Wolves only having 1 purple armor is not the problem, it's the kills that they're missing. That is currently the problem, as some of these teams have really started to quite aggressively pop off. They figured out if they don't run into Wolves and push them out of the lobby early, they can take the kills away to prevent Wolves from having enough to land that MVP if we do go to final zone. And as a result, TE have been aggressive, JDG have been aggressive, JJH have been aggressive, KLA have been aggressive, and so too have Nbpl, denying all of these potential kills and making it even harder for Wolves to be able to find the win necessary, as JJH is godly on that Transformer, tries to find these grabs. They've only got 1 minute before Yang Depletion is going to claim this entire team. 1 grab does come from KLA's Cuckoo, who is going to disappear, but unfortunately Godly cannot grab the Soul Bloom until the ultimate is gone, and that's going to give time for JDG to come in with that Viper V1. Godly is going to find the grab. He finds the cancel before the 5-second stun can connect onto him. Will be able to drop out of the ultimate. Gets the Karumi heal now as well to be able to live a little bit longer. As we can see, JDH's Godly still unfortunately not able to find that Soul Bloom. It was another of their team chosen to grab it. It was the Yushan outside of the ultimate that was able to find the Soul Bloom reset off of the body that the monk provided. And now they're able to find another kill. Tianhai gets cleansed. Karumi going to be missing the Soul Bloom. 30 seconds and counting for JJH to try and find survival. And unfortunately for them, Wolves show up for that third party. See the Yushan, see that the Monk ultimate has been invested, know that this is going to be a team sans those 2 win conditions. And as a result, they are just going to relentlessly chase. The F3 comes through, catches on to Flames, who unfortunately eats Ballista shot as well. Wolves finds the kill, has to immediately scarf her because that Ballista is not currently under their control. Zedka actually gets caught by the Tessa V1. The TE throws onto the player mid-disengagement, the 3-second stun window. XEM having to try and peel back, thinks better of it as the Ballista shot catches onto the Zai. It's not the full hit of it, it is just the AoE splash that applies the fire tick. And as a result, XEM does not get staggered and does not tank their health either. He will be able to reposition and get back to the rest of his team. Wolves now with 2 kills, Jake, but they still have a mountain to climb if they want to pick up MVP. Oh, Jake, I think you're muted.
I was muted. They have some stuff to do here for the side of Wolves. Still got a bunch of kills to get if they want to make this work, as SS actually gets parried here by Keck inside the Spirit Well. 2-tick just juggling him around, and down goes SS. OG, they've almost done their work. Actually, they've done their work, so they're fine. Yeah, they're in the clear. So honestly, for these teams, the main goal has been achieved. Hit the 75 points, make sure Wolves haven't popped off. Wolves so far, not popped off. They've only got the 2 kills. There's still a lot of people left in the lobby. Like you said, though, a little undergeared. So it's going to be hard for Wolves to really to find those kills unless they are just using this bow to kind of pinch kills here and there. Maybe find a good engage with that Zai. I mean, a good F on a cluster of people into like a bunch of resets could be massive for Wolves. But right now, the zone is too big. Everyone in the lobby is too spread out. And Wolves, they're just not geared enough to take a risky move like that. Especially when JL actually jumped down on top of Wolves. Don't decide to go for the full harass, but did just jump down on top of them. The Bane's Breath is finally going to wear off. So a little bit more space is going to be gifted to the... Oh, no, sorry. The Bane's Breath is about to start. So a little bit of space is going to be removed from the players now. For the next minute, they've got to evade and avoid getting hit by that one. Or just sit on the edges of the zone where most of the players are just going to go for that. You can see everybody kind of happy with their little zones where they're hiding. JL, though, continue to really keep the pressure onto Wolves. And I think this is something to keep your eyes on. Wolves are not in a particularly favorable position with the Bane's Breath. E.g., Bane surfing into a different position because the Pharah ultimate came down from JL and they did not want to be sitting with their backs to the Bane Breath and pinned between them and JL. So they had to make the risk, jump into the Bane's Breath, evade it, get to safety. But JL, they really have Wolves' number. They know this is Wolves because they are just constantly keeping up the harass onto them. Wolves are going to reset and move away.
Wolves. They do know, however, that this is an undergeared team because Wolves gave that away when they went Bane surfing.
Yeah.
Right? When they got challenged by a team, every other team in this area, if they get challenged the way that the JL did, would have thrown a legendary Soul Jade to buy the space. Right? Would have thrown Merciless Havoc or Dreadful Whale or Aurora Burst. Wolves do not have legendary Soul Jades. So JL, it was really smart how they actually instigated that. They dropped the Ferromech. They didn't commit to it, though, because they wanted to see how Wolves would respond. And whether or not Wolves were holding onto legendary Soul Jades, and it was just the armor that they were lacking, as opposed to the full loadout. But Wolves, the way that they reacted was risking RNG and full sending their entire team into the Bane's Breath to reposition and going up against all of the other teams and risking like their position being scouted out by everybody. So JL immediately, that's his green light. We can go after this team. There's nothing they can do to stop us if we just keep pressuring.
It was. Big old no ult zone popped just on the edge of the zone as well. So whole zone where people aren't really going to be able to do too much. One thing does go for the transform just to keep himself alive as he actually lost a lot of HP off the back of that one. Dome popped. Everyone else actually kind of cooling it off for the brief second. Wolves are just trying to get themselves into this tower where they can get a bit of a reset off, but you end up losing a lot of HP for that harassment they were throwing down. They're going to jump into the purple bush, get themselves out of line of sight, but Uran has their numbers, just chasing with the golden fan. You going low HP, should just be an easy pickup here. Down they go. 2-tick from JDG is actually the one to take that away with a cannon, denying Uran the kill. That's another team down. JL holding this high ground. Wolves just below them, getting very, very tight. 3 minutes left, and there's still 19 players, 7 teams left in the lobby. A lot to play for at this point, as the Spirit Well is getting quite boldly taken in front of everyone's face by GG.
No,
so
Wolves.
No one's actually really coming in for the contest on them. Wolves losing ZK's armor is going to be very rough for them. Zem high up. Remember, Wolves, they need this. They need to get the kills, but they've got to compete with TE with 11 kills, JDG with 10 kills, JL with 9 kills. There's a whole bunch of kills they've got to be competing with right now. And it's only getting harder the less and less people are in the game. Harder for them to take those kills. They are going to battle one thing away, try and jump down, see if they can secure themselves that kill. Zem slams down and gets himself the 3rd kill for his team. Has got that ultimate for the reset if he needs to. Jumped straight back onto that high ground. Ultimate still available. He has now thrown it down. Is he going to use it in the right position? TXJ is going to get hit by that one from Zem. He has got the invisibility from the Matari. He's avoiding away on getting hit by those Tiger Strikes from the ACOS as TXJ gets caught out in the air, juggled around. Still has a little bit more time left on that ultimate. Zem is just playing around the edge of the fights. He's just evading getting caught. Comes in with another S, slams down. Wolves secure themselves their 4th kill of the game off the back of that. Still a whole lot more work to do. They're competing with TE and JDG for the rest of the kills. 12 players left in this lobby as Bowder take down Leo. Lovely little pick up for them there by Jing as Han comes in with a whole lobby stun. Quick Wu Shen port to reposition. Peak's going to get caught out by Han though as he takes him down. Trying to keep that pressure onto them as Wolves getting themselves very low. They're taken down. They're eliminated. Out of the game. It's done though for them. And now it's anybody's game to take. The day is not done. JDG leading the charge with 13 kills, but TE very close behind them. GG putting some work in though, also trying to get themselves to that break point where they can get the extra points, where they can make next game their game. LXM surfing around the edge of the zone, just going to move away. Not popped here by LXM. He's just going to quickly repair before that gets him caught out by the charm. And now LXM loses so much HP to Han. He's doing a monstrous amount of damage. BGS has got the golden fans, comes in with a charm, keeping the pressure up onto Han, gets a lot of damage off onto Keck with the fan getting thrown down. Keck is going down, caught out by that one. Is GG cashing in on their 12th kill, taking out TE, taking control of the lobby. That's GG.
GG's best games are always the Holoroth games.
Yeah, it really is.
There's something about this map where they just have such a good grasp of how to macro and how to kite. Unfortunately for Wolves, the opposite occurs for this team. Like, everything that goes wrong, that could go wrong, does go wrong. They lose first fight off of the rip. They lose Realm of Yang. They are able to cleanse the Yang depletion, but unfortunately, they spend so much time having to recover that they just never get to actually shore up their resources for the fights afterwards. And then they get spotted as one of those teams that we call them blueberries, right? Because they're so easy to pick. Because it's really obvious. You don't see the rarity of the weapon that a player is holding until they hit you with it. You see the armor though. You see the tier of armor that it is. So you can immediately see when a team is undergeared in terms of that regard. And the fact that Wolves have 2 lots of blue armor is a immediate red flag for all of the teams in the area, that this is a team that's had to recover, that this is a team that is not prepared to be able to match you free for free, and that if you challenge them to give up space that they can test, they will just back off and go quietly into the night because it's the only option that they have, which is brilliant news when the base ref comes in, because you're constantly having to worry about having a safe space when the Bane's Breath hits, right? There's a reason that no one tries to fight when the Bane's Breath is ongoing, because it is just a touch of death almost, right? If you start going low and a team is contesting into your space and you have to go into the Bane's Breath, you chance 4 AoEs, target dropped specifically on your location, and you might burn all the way out of your stamina and go directly into another, trying to avoid all of the focus fire coming through from all of those teams. So for Wolves, it's just punch after punch after punch, just hit after hit after hit, and even when they start coming in with a couple of kills, it is at a cost. They lose the Zip first, then Mitari then tries to come in with the ultimate, not just to be able to reproc the Xayah free, but also to get the 50% health sustain from all the damage that's being done. That being said, however, we're going to reproc our after game question. How many players chose Tianhai in game number 5? Was it A2? Was it B3? Was it C4? Or was it D5? We have seen a renaissance of the Transformer composition, which I'm very happy about. I've missed it in trios. I know Jake has mixed feelings about it, but I feel like it only adds an extra level of spice into the competition.
I know exactly how I feel about it. I'm not a fan. I'm so bored of Tianhai. Although, to be fair, I do enjoy seeing people pick it in these games because they are getting melted, and it's very satisfying for me as watching, you know...
It's cathartic, watching all of the monks just get melted by Venom Tip.
Exactly, right? Like, they were meta. They were on top for, like, a year and a half, maybe even 2 years. It's nice to see that we've come into, like, new metas where more and more is kind of available. And this, I think, when Tessa got shown off initially, I remember saying, oh, this could actually be the start of the end of the Monk comps and Transformers, because it's another crowd controller. You already have like Justina, you have Tessa, you have Viper, you have obviously the Takeda can stagger as well. There's so many things that now can stagger and deal with the Monk, but that kind of like big bastion that you just couldn't get through has now been weakened. And like, I also do appreciate, and as much as I'm definitely a hater, I really am. As much as I'm a hater, I have to admit that it's nice to see that like the game hasn't shifted so far that the meta is like, it's completely dead. It's still playable. It's just not like a guaranteed win. It's not like, oh, 330 gets his Monk, he's going to guarantee win the game because he's just too good at it. Like, you have to play really, really well on it to make it work. And Wolves did it at the beginning of the day. Here is the scoreboard, though. Wolves not doing so hot today in this one. 8th place, only 4 kills and a 3-point. But that doesn't matter to them, though. They just need to win. They need to be first. It's first or nothing now. GG, though, coming in with 13 kills, 22.2 points. That could have put them in position. They were pretty close. They might be at 30 points, actually, if I remember right. They might be a way off still, but they could be closing in on that 74-point mark off the back of this one. TE coming in with 19.3. They've still got a lot of work to do. A lot of a gap to close if they want to take MVP at the end of the day and take it all. But here we go. We can see our individual player card. See how well everybody did. 16,000 damage from CJS on that Tessa. 6 kills for themselves. Pretty sure I know who's getting MVP this one. Absolutely huge game coming in from GG. They played that very well.
Yeah, really well coming through from CJS. It's interesting as well, like we talk about the soldiers affecting the 3v3 and also the rotations and positioning in Final Zone. It's also significantly impacting the heal stats for the support players now that you don't always get guaranteed group heal and advanced heal. Gone are the days where we have 30,000 plus heal stats coming through from our supports. Instead, it's sort of settled around about the 10,000, 16,000 mark, as we can have a look at the overall standings, because some teams have managed to make their way to MVP eligibility. OG limped their way there. They needed, what was it, 0.2? They got 1.6. The entirety of Game 5, they got 1 kill. But they managed to get over the 74 mark. It's not about how you get over the 74 mark. It's not about popping off to get over the 74 mark. It's about getting over the 74, because now you are MVP eligible. And crucially for OUG as well, they've saved, I feel like, a lot of their momentum and best compositions for the second half of the day. Wolves, opposite end of the spectrum, probably going to be losing a lot of their momentum. Right?
Yeah,
they did really well in Game 1. They did really well in Game 3. And then they sort of just petered out a little bit. They went out early in Game 4. And then in Game 5, everything just went wrong for them. So hopefully they're going to be able to turn that on. Because as I said, this is a very momentum-based team. As we can see, this is OUG. Unfortunately for them, they got put under so much pressure. They dropped Imperial, hoping to take a fight against GG. Because GG are known for dropping backside of Waterfall on Holoroth. And unfortunately for them, they lost it. Fortunately for them, they were still able to find a kill regardless. But that could have gone drastically wrong very, very quickly, as we can see GG's perspective and how they were able to find their kills. No surprises. A lot of it is off of just really good target focus on targets that are either low or easily pickable, easily targetable with things like the repeating crossbow and the musket shots, which is the GG tradition, both on Morris and Holoroth.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, GG now, they need to do this one more time. Well, 2 more times, really. But they need to make sure that they deny the 4 teams above them from getting that MVP. Force it to Game 7. We said we want to see it go all the way. I don't want a regular NARAKA day. I don't want 6 games. I want 7 or 8. I want to see all of the extra games coming in. I want more hype. And there's a world where if we go to Game 7, we might have 6 teams in MVP eligibility at this point. Because I think it was JJH just below J-Team. Sorry, GG. And they were relatively close. They were relatively close to getting there. They need a big game, but they could do it. It's definitely within the realm of possibility for them. GG scraping by in this game, able to just about put the points together and super close now to that MVP spot. But here we are, Tessa MVP coming in for game number 5. Huge pickup here. 16,000 damage. They had Merciless Havoc and Soul Release. Two legendary Soul Jades. This is almost a regular Soul Jade loadout from what I'm used to.
Well, you also have to remember this is the end Soul Jade setup.
Yes.
So a lot of these Soul Jades they probably didn't have when they were actually taking fights, but every single time they got a kill or someone in the zone fell, they were able to absorb that loot. So when we head into the last Banedraft getting dropped, right? Everyone has one legendary Soul Jade, but when you start losing fights, other teams in the area are going to be able to start stacking those Soul Jades.
Yeah,
and you can see, like, BGG are running a composition, which is, and I feel like this isn't really a point that we talk about a lot of when we talk about, like, strengths of these compositions. The Tessa composition is really good at buying you space to be able to go through dropped body resources. Really good at being able to do that, right? You've got the Witch and Windwall, so you can block the range projectiles. You've got the Tessa F1 to be able to, if someone is like contesting you over the body and you have 2 players racing to be able to get on top of one of those Kens and go through the resources and steal them away, you can use the knockback the way that we see Tessa's. Hold the F1, so when they get the V1 and the urn, someone runs towards it, tries to get the interaction, and Tessa goes, aha, nope, psych, and knocks you back with that F1, right? You can do the same with the body. So I'm not at all surprised that when we see the Soul Jade setup for GG, once they've finished, there are multiple legendary Soul Jades and multiple purple. The big one that we saw coming through was Venom Tip. That was something that we knew that GG had in the back pocket. We saw that they had Venom Tip when they took fights against Transformers earlier on before the final zone properly started closing on through. As we can have a look and see, there are 4 teams on MVP eligibility, but crucially, GG after that game are now 6.3. JDG as well, if they have a pop-off game, if they are able to land a 20 bomb, KLA too as well might be able to qualify into MVP eligibility too, but there is always a little bit of an asterisk, Jake, and that is the day could end if any of those top 4 teams are able to take that win. But we're going to be saying an end to this Dusk segment. We'll catch you with the next game after this short break.
With each breath, pain and destruction, my world is broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I hope we meet again someday. The flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. I know we'll meet again someday. The sky is frozen by apathy, desolation, fear and catastrophe. But I won't stop hunting with blade points.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into game number 6, our final of horror of the day, potentially our final game of the day, depending on how our top 4 teams perform. So far, since Wolves have made it to that top spot, they have not done a lot. They've really struggled in this game, and that has been a bit of a narrative we've had for the bi-weekly finals, especially in trios. The teams who hit that top spot really struggle to actually capitalize on it and guarantee or pick themselves that win. So now 3 teams have joined Wolves coming into this next game. It is going to be a tall ask for them to find that win, but GG very, very close. So they're hoping we go game 7. We know they are.
I mean, like you said, it's very much been a narrative of the bi-weekly finals that the first and second team to hit MVP eligibility have always struggled because it's painted a huge target on their back, right? Everyone in the lobby has not just been balancing popping off themselves and picking up a lot of kills in a high-scoring game. They've also been prioritizing trying to grief the other teams around them. Now having 4 teams, though, because we have 12, that's 8 teams who are going to have to split their attention between 4 different teams. So you're going to have to weigh up, like, who do we want to hot drop onto? Do we want to hot drop onto the team that we think is going to put up more of a fight in the 3v3? Which would be OUG and Wolves, going off of everything that's been said in interviews. All of the teams thought that OUG and Wolves were the 2 to beat heading into this bi-weekly finals. Or do you want to go for the teams that are MVP eligible, but you don't want to hot drop onto Wolves and OUG and risk the mutual assured destruction? So you go for the 2 other teams in the hopes of being able to derail them and then loot up, like absorb all of the loot from their team and in the area, and then loot and path over towards the likes of Wolves and OUG. We'll have to see. I know GG are going to be hoping that it goes another game with how close they've been. They always get heartbreakingly close if they don't take it to being MVP eligible before another team comes in and grabs up the MVP and stops the day. So I was incredibly happy to see GG take the previous bi-weekly finals.
Yeah, I mean, they've twice now had this. That's exactly how it was last time. It was so close. At the bottom of the barrel when it came to those capable were able to pick up that win. Obviously, got to get another game under their belt, get the points in, secure themselves, and hope this goes to game number 7 if they want to have a chance of winning. But as you can see, our layout of who is picking where, nothing will be changing because everybody has stayed in the same, roughly the same area. So no one else is going to be moving up or down in pick order. We're very interested by the hero selection. Let's see what's going to get picked up here. Teams are burning through points. I mean, TE are on 0 points now. They have really spent.
I mean, we're going to see Justina come through from Alliance alongside the Viper and the Wu-Chan. I think they're anticipating a lot of these Wu-Chan compositions. Justina, with that V1, able to do a very good job of catching the Wu-Chan teleport. Xiphon is going to come through for TE. We've already talked about how strong this composition is. Waiting to see what the teams in Phase 2 and crucially Phase 3. We know we've hit into the second half of the day. All of the teams currently match point eligible are always going to be last to pick their heroes.
They're doing it. They did it.
They are indeed doing it. It's going to be the double pick. This is the second time that GG have run this Valda composition. I wonder if it's just to try and use the V2 and the F3 CC to be able to get some of the kills confirmed onto these players off of the rip, because they only need 6.1 points. That's not a whole lot of kills. That's not a whole lot of placement points necessary. But this is where it really matters. That's Xiphon locked in for Bauda. Xiphon locked in for JL. OUG and Wolves still discussing with their coach what exactly is going to be the best move.
Transformer
Wolves
for
are
Wolves.
going to go for Transformers. They spend the points.
That was all or nothing.
3 to 0. This is all or nothing for this team. As OUG are going to be fielding Ice Pick, the first time that we've seen them play Justina today.
Yeah, it's the first Ice Pick of the day, actually. We've had 2 Justinas today in various different versions of the Justina comp. But yeah, interesting to see what's kind of been getting picked up here. I'm so happy The GG are picking this Valda. I hope this catches on. I know you're not sold.
I love the Valda. Do not get me wrong. I went through a stint where I was a Valda main when V2 was absolutely cracked. But unfortunately,
hey, hold on.
Also,
A main doesn't waver. If our character's good or bad, we play them. That's a main. That's a true main. You're a fair weather Valda main. That's what you are.
Look, I play meta, okay? When Yodo F3 was good, I played Yodo F3. Actually, I still played Yodo F1.
Yeah, no, same. I was always the Yodo F1 guy.
I want to be like that. I want to be the Yodo F1 main, getting that confirmed uppercut. Speaking about getting confirmed, we are going to have confirmation of all of the loadouts that these players are going to be coming in with. Not seeing any real deviation from what we're expecting to see come through. No surprises, it's going to be the Kurumi V2 coming out from Wolves ZK. And yeah, pretty much just the usual loadouts. Nothing really surprising, no curveballs. No ACOS this time. A little bit sad about that. But DRG have really like moved away from the ACOS composition, which is surprising. This, however, is where it matters. OUG, that is a risk. They are going for Salvation Podium. They didn't get contested on this last time. I'm hoping this isn't hubris, because KLA last time dropped Salvation Podium, didn't take a fight against OUG. This time they need to take a fight against OUG, because this is going to be the time that OUG are MVP eligible. There's Wolves. There's their favorite location, City of Tang, and as we said, multiple teams are going to be dropping directly on top of Wolves. Both Alliance and JJH going to be trying to grief the startup frames on this one. Baida alone going to be dropping towards Jin's Armory, uncontested. Pretty big for them. That isolated fight is really good. Jin's Armory, I feel like, is an overlooked spot because the Thorny Roller is really good at buying you time. If a team tries to go for a timing attack, you can always see them coming if you control Jin's Armory because of the bell and the Thorny Roller slowing down the engagement.
Well, immediately, Wolves getting himself in a fight here versus Alliance. This time, it starts a bit better for them. Bo, low HP. Wolves able to get the kill onto Revenge. Wolves, actually, with more than just one team in the area, are quite happy with this one kill. And they're just going to break away and grab some loot before they get themselves too harassed by JJH. But remember, JJH very close. No, sorry, I'm getting JJH and JDG muddled up. JJH are way away from getting to that point they need to be at, unfortunately for them. But Wolves just grabbing themselves at the counter. Remember,
Wolves just lost their first fight.
Oh, did they?
just lost 2-3. They got full wiped against T.
That is rough. That is real rough for them. Alliance are back. They have revived in City of Tang, and they intend to continue the fight in City of Tang as EG getting some damage down. He can't touch the urn in time, though. If I believe he was able to break it. Nope, he's got himself caught out. He's being juggled around by Godly here, and it looks like Wolves in some serious hurt now. The Viper Sun coming through. EG desperately trying to break away from this one, but Godly will play the denial game. There's the F to knock him back, and down he goes. JJH picking up the Wolves members, taking their revives from them, and Alliance rejoining into the fight with a salty run back, keeping the pressure going onto JJH, but DRG purple armor in their pocket coming in, and now OUG getting harassed here by KLA. SS low HP. He is on the run, getting himself knocked back. Xinyu's already gone down. SS gets parried. SS gets put down. Now it's you as the final one standing, and every one of our top teams other than Balder have used their revives up now.
Oh, I have a question as well about how QGG was able to get a hold of that legendary, because OUG were the first to drop in Salvation. KLA, they dropped directly on podium. KLA dropped on Plumed. So either OUG were able to solve the puzzle and it got parried out and away from them, or KLA were able to come in and interrupt as the puzzle got solved and make away with the loot. Either way, OUG are not going to be happy about that one. I said it was a risk. I said it was predictable, both to us on the desk, but also to the teams. KLA had shown that they would take that drop location before and look for that timing attack, and unfortunately, yet again, we see the exact same outcome. Yes, JJH's Godly now turning on to DRG. Godly being held in position. Those steel halberds doing so much damage. Charged right click on the pole sword. Godly uses it, just breaks away from the fight, throws in the Tesla V1, catches on to 2 players. I'm going to see the Viper ultimate now come into the mix, and immediately that's going to be a port out from JJH. They don't have any ultimates available, and that was the second cast of their Tesla too, so they're not going to be able to bookend the fight and try and loop back in, as they just want to go aerial and find a little bit of information, intel, on where DRG are playing, since WFC does have the upper hand, does still have a Tesla ultimate, to be able to catch on to JJH if DRG decide to try and push the aggression and take this fight. This is really good news for all of the teams who are lagging behind in terms of the standing, because like you said, all of the top teams, all of our top 4, have had an absolute atrocious start to the game. Everyone except Bowder, who rezzed in Jin's armory away from everybody else and then looted over towards Madar. They're gonna get pushed on by OUG, who saw them coming over the horizon, waited in the purple invisibility bush to be able to get the jump onto them. SS with the Justina ultimate, looking to try and find the freeze. Unfortunately, against the Zai team, he does find one, but then Matari is able to blink out before the Justina can actually find the punishment. Another huge freeze. That's going to immediately be the Zip ultimate, going to be proccing Sedated Soul. Matari ultimate now with the 50% sustain off of the damage necessarily done, but OUG doing such a good job of making sure that there is no opportunity for damage to come through. And as a result, the Zyphon is just not getting the sustain necessary. OUG finally get the kills needed, and that's really unfortunate for Bowder. They looted all the way undisturbed to Matab, and it just turned into a delivery to OUG's doorstep because they take all of the loot that Bowder had.
That is very rough, but good stuff for OUG, still down on their revives. All of the top 4 now have lost their revives, and most crucially, GG are popping off. They got 6 kills. DRG have 7 kills. Like, there are a lot of very, very strong people in this lobby, and the kills are being denied. The MVP opportunity being denied by these top teams as JJH secure themselves their 5th kill of the game. They're actually looking to make it a little bit more as Alliance getting absolutely cooked out here. Going to look to try and blink away from this one, but down they go. KLA sliding in, taking one of those kills, but DRG get revenge on their way out as well. That is 8 kills to DRG to start it off. GG with this this Valda comp already got those 6 kills, so I'm really excited because they're jumping into a Realm of Yang. You know GG are going into a Realm of Yang.
100% they're going Realm of Yang. But something that I want to talk about is KLA's pathing right now. Because they've done something which is incredibly smart. Like I said, Wolves and KLA were the 2 teams at the very beginning of the season who understood that the new rules meant you had to grief the teams on top. So they drop to be able to timing attack onto OUG, and then they head over towards City of Tang, where they know that Wolves like to play from. So if Wolves won their first fight and have City of Tang to themselves, KLA would be able to take all of the loot that they got, that legendary weapon that is the only one in play, because it's the only one that you can get this early on in the game by solving Salvation. And they would be able to use that loot deficit to be able to put pressure onto Wolves and potentially take them out of the game early as well. Like I said, KLA, macro play, incredibly heads up from this team.
Yeah, really, really nice stuff. And like you said, just using that katana now that they've got the... Hangsword, sorry. Gone Hangsword to just perfect use here. JDG are pressuring, though, so... KLA trying to secure those kills. Coming in with a slam, and Alliance are already eliminated from the game. You got KLA on 6 kills. You got DLG on 8 kills. There are some high-scoring players right now in this game, and OUG are going to have their work cut out for them. And there's always that paranoia, that kind of fear that you're going to get taken out of the game and lose the opportunity to get your MVP that the top teams seem to have at these points. So that is a really big one, but these kills are starting to amount. It's actually starting to build up pretty big as Bowder desperately just trying to put some gear together, because like you said, they had an amazing gear run and then instantly lost it to OUG, who fresh off their respawn were able to find themselves the kill onto KLA, not KLA, onto Bowder and take their gear.
Wolves doing a little bit of shopping. Probably wanting to pick up some scaling for their monk. Because we are going to start to see those Realm of Yangs come through. And for these teams who are MVP eligible, like, they need to come in with those kills. They know that these teams have been aggressively taking the kills. They need to be able to take the isolated free replay. As KLA have been spotted out by DOG. DRG will be able to find a kill onto Cuckoo. Not sure if they had their rebirths available, as that is unfortunately going to be the legendary Hangsword now in possession of DRG's WFZ. CXE now, full disengagement, gets caught by the Tessa V1, gets parried as well. Really unfortunate for him. He's just going to be held to stone form and killed off of Clank until that Tessa V1 enchant is going to proc. JL put themselves into a realm of Yang, and oh no, they are desperately praying that someone challenges them, Jake.
That's TE though, and TE are really strong.
Yep.
that is really bad for them.
Prayers getting answered in the worst
It's OUG versus
possible
GG.
way. And it is going to be OUG versus GG as well. This is really bad news for both JL and OUG, who are so far behind in terms of load scaling in comparison to these two other teams. VVV has got to make this side work, gets the F3 connection immediately into ultimate activation. We're putting the pressure onto the zip. Interception now comes from TE. Matari ultimate is going to proc. VVV is going to get that third cast of the F3. Both of these teams working overtime to try and save that support, keep the zip alive as long as they possibly can. VVV now still having the last little bit of that ultimate, trying to find a kill. Pulse on horizontal swing comes on out from JL. Tap dodge away from the follow-up from TE's hand. He's able to find the V2, the cone, managing to interrupt the pulse before it hits the focus slam into the Zai and just cleaves through all of the health remaining. JL finds the knock onto LYD. Get the charged vertical on the fan follow-up when they're prone on the ground and unable to parry. And JL are turning it around. It's now just going to be a 2 versus 1 as VVV and the Matari work together to take LYD down before turning onto TE's Han. And it should be cleanup. VVV goes low, puts himself onto pillar, scale rushes away with Fan in back pocket to be able to get the reset, allowing the rest of his team to keep the pressure up as we go to Fan Ditto. Crouch cancels from the horizontal. Eat your heart out right now, as it is going to be cleanup, and JL are able to come out on top. As in the meantime, Wolves still fighting Dez, but Jake, OUG won against GG as well. Wolves now with this transformation, EG getting absolutely melted down to half health. Crucially has not been able to find a pick onto any players from Biter, and this ultimate is going to time out pretty soon, and there's no Yushin ultimate to be able to cover once it does.
Yeah, the all or nothing might be biting them here for EG. He is getting absolutely hammered by that repeating crossbow shot, loses so much HP. 9 seconds left, and this might just not come to an end. Yaran just needs to play evasion for a little longer. Down he goes. Bowder starting to go low. 1 second. Everyone gets the debuff. That's 2 of our front runners running around with the debuff right now. OUG with the Vermilion Birdsmite, though, were able to take out GG. And suddenly, some of the teams who had a bad start are starting to have a bit of a recovery. OUG 6 kills in right now. But DRG are going to be their main competition with those 11 kills.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a composition that thrives on third party. OUG and JL, this is going to be a huge fight. This might decide MVP right here, right now. Huge to Justina V1 finding that freeze, connecting now, trying to just force that zip ultimate to proc. Will be able to burn it out almost immediately as the fight begins. Yodo trying to clear the space and just find all of the slam shutdowns onto these players. Finish the fight before they can get third partied by the likes of DRG SS with the free shell. Going to be able to buy themselves a little bit of sustain once that ultimate runs on out. Gets knocked back as VVV with that V2 puts the pressure onto OUG Shinyu, who uses one of those Yushan jumps to be able to get out of range of the Zai. That's one way to counter the Zai ultimate. Simply run away, but you can't do that with the F3. VVV melts through the Vermilion Birdsmite, and it's now going to be a 3 versus 2. We've still got Han with the ultimate, a little bit of it left. VVV takes so much damage off of the back of that one. Tease Han able to turn it now up against OUG still, as it's just going to be huge.
What a third party.
To be able to keep the legendary nunchucks, but unfortunately the entire team loses the Vermilion Birdsmite buff, and that is not good news for OUG, Jake. They needed that buff to be able to keep the aggression and challenge the kills that DRG has already been able to pick up.
That was honestly a beautiful third party there from the side of TE, though. Really, really well played. Wolves staying quietly out of the mix, but GG keeping the pressure up. I don't know if GG were actually able to cleanse there. That might be the Soul Bloom stolen away from Wolves, who actually were able to cleanse, I believe, one of their players off the back of that one. So let's have a little look. Nope, the Soul Bloom had already been taken. 3-3-0 has got multiple people behind him coming in with a cannon fire, only just realizing what's happening to him right now. CGS gets the parry down onto EG, who pops the bell. Does have that transform available to him. 2 minutes left for Wolves in this game. CGS just being heads in the corner, trying to play evasion right now. Can he break away is the question, as Wolves not letting up onto CJS, and GG are not peeling their last player off or keeping him alive right now. This could be really bad. Down he goes. That's going to be one member of Wolves cleansed, as KLA also in the area. Wolves happy to cleanse one and just make a run for it.
Yeah, so the reason why GG weren't peeling that player was because their Valda had already been able to secure a Soul Bloom. And unfortunately, the sacrifice was taken into consideration. They have 7 points. The Valda broke away from the fight. Unfortunately, runs directly into JTG. By trying to run from Wolves, runs directly into another team. And that is going to be GG. 7 points picked up this round. Is enough, actually, to get them 67 plus 7. They will be able to hit 74, which is absolutely crucial for them. Unfortunately, we might not go another round if Wolves, JL, OUG, or Bowden have anything to say about it. Wolves, however, still having to need 2 of those Soul Blooms. They do have another ultimate, EG, managing to get the transformation, but just being absolutely battered by Bowden and JJH in the distance with the range coming through. Sits in the space, tries to find a grab, Flames able to avoid it with the fencing, stopping the line of sight. UG now goes aggressive. Oh, nope, he hasn't given up.
I thought he gave up for a moment.
He tried to bait them into thinking he was a free kill before swapping into the fan with the charge protocol being as fast as it does and wanting to scoop up multiple players, but unfortunately he does go down. As he's now incited the aggression between both Bowder and JJH.
Oh, you ran
incredibly low off of that Viper, just able to absolutely melt through all of the Zion, deny any potential turnarounds with the ultimate activation. Forces, however, the Wuchen teleporters, TE, another textbook third party, collapses in on the team once the ultimates have run their course and picks up the scraps of kills left behind.
It's going to be OUG versus JL. 2 more front runners going toe-to-toe inside this realm of Yang. SS has that ultimate ready to throw down immediately. Zinyu gets himself caught out pretty rough here. SS pops the ultimate, comes in for the freeze, unable to make the connection on that. But JL are just being melted. Thanks to the zip heal, they are not done yet, but that was rough for them. Are just going to get a little bit more damage off, and this is just so OUG favored. Down they go. SS loses a lot of HP off the back of VVV. VVV is going to have to do some major work right now. He is doing a lot to SS, who is going to get caught out by the freeze here. Going to try and catch themselves away from the action for a brief second, but this is getting very, very low for OUG's SS, but VVV in the meanwhile losing a lot of HP to Zinyu. They are going to actually get the kill on to another one. Zinyu going low. TXJ trying to find that hero comeback for the side of OUG. Can they do it? Use keeping themselves going for the moment. Here comes the scale rush. Here comes the turnaround. TXJ gets onto one. Can he make the 1 versus 2 happen? SS is going for the hill. He's not letting him pop. He gets another. OUG's you. TXJ goes for the blink away to safety. Gets the bonk back onto you, catches the charge click off with the pulse sword. 1 scale rush is all he needs. It's so close. Both of them are low. He's letting you heal. He's going to heal himself. This is so close. A 1 versus 1 to decide it all. Gets 2 pots off, and it's actually going to be a full reset here for TXJ. Can he make the miracle happen with the purple, with the golden pulse sword? Blinks away to reposition, trying to find that scale rush opportunity. And I think both of these teams are just going to be running around with the debuff now. 2 seconds to go. TXJ, he's not risking it. It's debuff time.
Yeah, he's not risking losing the legendary pulse sword.
No way.
Right, because he could have taken that fight. He could have tried to scale rush onto the Yodo, which it would have been like his best chance of being able to take that engagement, right? But scale rush is a blue focus, which means you can get parried. And he does not want to lose that legendary pulse sword, because pulse sword is one of those weapons that you need in the back pocket for when the game is ending, so you can come in with those scale rushes into confirmed RMB. Like, it's so strong. We see it in solos, we see it in trios. It finds a lot more power in trios because you have two teammates to be able to play like distraction, so that you don't have to worry about it being parried when you do commit to things like the charged R&B. But as a result, unfortunately, it puts both OUG and JL into Yang depletion state. And JL are gonna burn already 1 minute off of the timer by sending just players to scout the location. They're looking for any team that they can potentially run into and just collapse on top of. But unfortunately, all they found is another team who's going to be doing the exact same thing.
They're all on the wrong side.
It might potentially be... No, OUG are going to start drifting away to a different soul altar, as JL still haven't committed to a soul altar that they actually want to revive into. OUG are going to see it FPX. I think Xiaohu is alone at the moment. They're going to run directly on top of them. That is brilliant news. You can hear immediately the respawn noises as they commit. You see that player. Scarish comes on out. And now the tracking begins. Can they catch on to Xiaohu? And have they realized that it's just one person? There's the team. They might... Wolves. Yeah, they see a full free stack and they immediately turn on to Wolves because they have to keep an eye on Wolves and see whether or not Wolves trace down OUG and commit and sandwich OUG between these two other teams. Xiaohu has used the distraction of Wolves to be able to just nip into one of these purple bushes, and SS doesn't check it. He checks every other purple bush, Jake. He doesn't even grapple hover over it to see if it flashes red.
That would be absolutely brutal. You'd be so scared. 2 minutes left for SS and the rest of OUG. JJH are in their lines of sight. It looks like OUG going to commit onto JJH right now. JJH, Moran gets himself caught out, just trying to break away. There's going to be the freeze thrown down by SS immediately, though. Put out the wind walls, trying to get some damage off. TER in the area. Moran is going low. Moran's just down. No room to play around that. JJH were not in the right position, looking for the parry onto SS. They are able to get it. A bunch of damage comes down, but not really enough. Stun's not going to connect. Another freeze comes in from SS, and JJH, they've just scattered to the wind and just given this to OUG. A complete flounder by them. Real mess up.
It wasn't JJH's misplay, it was OUG's outplay. Because SS used the Justina ultimate to be able to put pressure on the Wu Chen.
Oh, it was a Wu Chen they caught. I was like, where's the Wu Chen?
They killed the Wu Chen immediately so that if they got another kill on a player they couldn't TP. That's a Aurora Burst coming through directly in a choke position though, and that's going to catch on to everyone. As OUG, unfortunately, off of that, we're only able to cleanse the Justina, and they're still not out of the woods just yet. Huge parry comes through, but it allows DRG's Wu Chen to be able to claim the bow shot onto OUG's Yu, and now it's just Jin Yu. They burned everything. They burned so much. They saw it was a Wu Chen team. They knew how little time they had available. They knew if the fight went on too long, it would get third-partied, right? 100% would get third-partied. They knew that another team would have Yang depletion and would be looking for a fight to third-party into. So they had to burn that Justina ultimate and get the kill on the Wu Chen. It's the only way that they could potentially have cleansed themselves. But it was a go big or go home. And it worked for the first part, but unfortunately they just had nothing in the back pocket. But when they did inevitably get third-partied, no way.
No way.
TXJ, my friend?
He didn't see it.
Did someone hit a sand cognac or something? Was that screen obscured? There's no way you ran past that just...
He might be looking for the pickup as Bowder are down. TE secure that kill. 10 kills for them. If you want to go to game 7 and 8 right now, if you are GG, you are cheering on for DRG and TE. 14 kills onto DRG, TE with 10. If one of these two gets MVP, we'll be guaranteed to go to game number 7. But right now, OUG, 1 player, 11 kills. JL, 1 player, 8 kills. Wolves, 6 kills, all 3 players. Wolves right now, I would argue, are the scariest thing for everybody as TXJ gets spotted out by DRG. OUG's SS also getting spotted out to DRG. They're just coming in for their 15th kill. This is going to be an easy pickings for them. Down goes JL. If they can find that OUG player, if they can find SS, this could be 16 kills for DRG. They could be so set up here.
Oh, they're looking for it.
I think they found him. They're going to find him.
I think they know that there's another player I'm not sure if they know it's a different team. I'm not sure if they thought that maybe the person that they just killed was trying to buy the time for the second to be able to break away. It does look, however, like they haven't spotted out exactly where the Justina went to. As Wolves roll up into the location, do a little bit of shopping. EG gets that tether as well, just in case they get pressured by any teams in this area when they visit those hotspot locales. As this is the risk, like you said, Wolves are looking the absolute scariest. One legendary soldier in the back pocket for XEM. We'll have to wait and see what exactly that one is going to be. As DRG might, if they contest Wolves now, be able to shut this team down before they can have a play at MVP. Transformers get stronger when all of these players get pulled together because you can take advantage of all of the chaos, of all of the attention that is distracted away from your Monk player to set up those grabs. However, at the moment, everyone's going to be distracted running from the Spain's ref, and we have seen in the past that Wolves are incredibly reluctant to reveal their hand. They like to sit on the transformation. They'll only use the Yushan transformation if pushed, as it looks like OEG's SS has been spotted out. DRG, a little bit of a delay, but they will be able to take him down. Wolves saw the fight, thought there was an opportunity to third party, immediately see it was just a lone player, and immediately back to the position that they were holding. They are not going to be sticking around. They're not going to risk getting pushed on by multiple teams in the area when Banesruff is active, because there's just too much of a risk when ZK is on the V2 rather than the V1.
So, 5 minutes left in this game, 16 kills to DRG. Wolves are 10 kills behind. DRG, the best thing they can do now, if they want to extend this game on, is just wait. They do not want to be taking an aggressive fight and getting taken out. TE, on the other hand, they probably also want to play a little bit more patiently and just wait out. There's one Monk in the lobby. Wolves are going to be very exposed. I'm assuming, I didn't actually check, but I'm assuming this is the Armor Ultimate variant of Karumi. So, expecting that to be a very squishy Monk. The moment he transformed, we've seen a lot of repeating crossbows, a lot of bows. They are going to get absolutely liquefied by that one. LYD has a golden soul jade as well. I don't know what the rest of the soul jades are, unfortunately. Unable to
Wolves
really decipher.
spotted. Wolves are taking a fight against KLA.
Oh, that could be bad. If they're out, that means we are guaranteed game 7. If Wolves get knocked out here, that is game 7 absolutely guaranteed. Wolves being forced back, but it doesn't look like they're full committing to a fight yet.
Yeah, they can't because JDG is on the low ground. And like I said, Wolves do not want to reveal their hand just yet. There's one lot of poison coming through. JDG have the Karumi variant of Sand Siphon. DRG have a Rorbus. Okay, DRG, well, no surprises. DRG have been killing everyone. So as I talked about, they've been absorbing all of the soldiers that everyone else has been carrying. As that is 1, 2, 3, 4 legendary soldiers, one of which is a Rorbus, and they're going to be able to use that as just a hitbox cover from all of the range poke pressure coming through from the teams. Wolves actually, EG, currently taking a lot of pressure, forcing into the Corruption 6 damage for a little bit from all of the attention that the teams have put onto the Transformers team. As DRG still playing around this Aurora Burst, absolutely untouchable. No one wants to contest them right about now. KLA could also make a huge play. They're currently sitting on 63 points with EG. 9 kills. EG's going to get hit by that Assault Smolder and immediately back on off as JDG just sending out all of the range poke they can to stop everyone from committing into that Spirit Well. Should be able to get another set of legendary armor. 2-Deck's already rocking one with a legendary fan, and that will be Spirit Well captured for this team. As Wolves on the low ground, they've still got one of their players on blue armor as well. I'm surprised that no one's really properly tried to engage, but I think everyone knows that when you push on one of these teams, every single team in the area is going to immediately incite into aggression as Dome drops. Wolves sliding in, stealing away some of the loot with the help of that Karumi Tava, setting up XEM on that Yui. He's going to be able to pick himself up a lot of those yellow bits. An immediate upgrade comes through from Wolves As JDG have no choice. They can't commit anything because the Kurumi Tether, that damage reduction, just means that nothing would stick to the Yushan. They have to hold on to the abilities in case every other team on the high ground saw the commitment and decided to all in, which is exactly what's happened. The Tessa V1 come through, JDG having to drop that Tumult ultimate to be able to zone the range poke pressure coming through when the enchantment procs, but the second that the Tumult belt drops, they're going to be easy pickings for everyone else in the area.
Yeah, they're going to get jumped on immediately. The zone's closing up real nice now. Wolves waiting for an opportunity to pop that ultimate. Can they make the MVP happen? Can they be the first team to do it? They're looking for the grab. Are they going to find anyone? EG missing the first couple of grabs here. But there's plenty of people to aim at. Looking for the DRG members. WFZ has found himself caught out on the low ground. They can't get the grab onto him. He's dodging away on everything. Looks to throw down the F. Wushen port out. They do get a grab and a slam down onto KLA's Cuckoo. Catching him nice and low as Wolves secure themselves the kill. DRG starting to go very low. But EG getting his health bar taken down real quick. No one is dealing with the Monk. He gets himself caught out by the stun. Zem comes to the cover with the transform to keep that pressure up. Trying to find slam down onto the KLA members, but that Aurora Burst on the high ground causing problems. Wolves up to their 7th kill. Aurora Burst coming in. Zem putting the damage down onto DRG though. Comes in for the slam onto more members of DRG. They are so low. Wolves is Zem. Health bar low. He's going down. KLA picks up the kill onto Wushin 98, getting him low. Zem is going to drop into the Rumi ultimate. Gets his ultimate back, but he's such low HP right now. This could be it. DRG are knocked out. It's all on TE. It's all or nothing. Wolves, they may have done it. They may have found their opportunity to get that MVP. It's going to be tight, though. They've got to secure every one of these kills, and they just took out Leo. They're even closer. Hands putting the work out. Wolves EG is going to go in for the transform. The Sandstorm breaks out to buy some space. Keck is going low. Everybody is collapsing down onto EG. Zem to get secures another kill for his team. That's 10 for them. They're making it more. Wolves might have done it. They might have found their pop-off moment. TE's hand, though, comes in the last second. I don't know if that was enough.
We'll see. We're waiting.
I think it was shy. I think it was just shy.
I mean, if it is, that's a 0.2 or 0.5 difference. Oh, the camera's panning away.
It's
the camera's panning away. Oh, JQ was so close. We were so close. Oh, they started popping
TE,
off.
Right?
They had the grabs. They had the health reset with the Tian High. It's TE. It's Leo. It's Leo. He denies the MVP. And we go another game. And remember, Jake, that was the all or nothing play from Wolves.
Yeah.
They discussed with their coach whether that was the moment that they wanted to push for that traditional Transformers. And they burned that pick. TE smiling, grinning. Wolves. I mean, they're still smiling, but you can definitely sense a little bit of dejection. A little bit of annoyance at being denied that one because they had it. No one was looking at them. Everyone was looking at DRG. But TE
0.1. Sorry.
0.1. They denied it by 0.1. That is the closest we have ever seen a game come down to. Oh my goodness. I mean, we talk about TE being a memorable team. Normally not for that reason. 0.1. If Wolves had been able to outlive or find another kill, if they'd been able to find a double grab confirmation, we would be done, or Wolves would have been able to break the curse. They would have been the first team to walk into a bi-weekly finals in first place and actually walk away the overall winner. But no, 0.1. Oh.
So close. Unbelievably close performance. I mean, right. That means we're going to go 7th. That means we're going back to Morris Isle. 0 points, though, for Wolves going into this game. And honestly, that was one of those games where they felt like they had no business winning it because they didn't have a good start. They got taken out very early. They kind of spent most of the game just sitting in bushes, collecting gear. Who's living the scoreboard after game number 6? I mean, this one should be bloody easy. Was it ATE, B Wolves, CJJH, or DJL?
We know who did it. Everybody knows. If you guess anything other than the correct answer, go sit in the corner and think about what you've done. Absolutely easiest question ever. But going on to game number 7 now. I'm very hyped by this. That game felt crazy. We saw all of our top teams lose their revives in the first like 5 minutes of the game. Not even that. It was so quick. They all like battled the last to bow out and they lost theirs really quickly. OUG, I thought they made the comeback of the century, and then that Aurora burst from DRG under the bridge just liquefied them. They had nothing they could do. They went down, 1 player left standing. I knew at that point OUG were out. And I was like, we're going to game 7. There's no way Wolves are going to make the comeback. And Wolves almost did it. 0.1 points. Almost did it. DRG, so close to having a really, really good game for them. I mean, it was a really, really good game, but like almost got that MVP for themselves off the back of that game. Just about denied. Let's bring the scoreboard up because we should have a few teams joining us after this performance. TE, 20.8 points for them. DRG, 20.7 points. Wolves, 20.7. 3 teams were 0.1 of a point within each other. Unbelievable game 6.
I think KLA with 17.6 might have been able to qualify for that 74 threshold as well. So instead of having like 5 teams MVP eligible, Jake, we might actually be 6.
I hope so. The more the merrier.
There is going to be
the more the merrier
crazy aggression. And like the insane thing as well is that a lot of the teams who've now qualified into being MVP eligible are the teams that like had the macro strategies down pat. Both Wolves and KLA were the 2 that really went ham at being able to contest those leading teams. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not that's going to impact how they play, if they try and contest their competition, or if they try and pull their punches and do something like Bowder did, where they dropped on Jin's armor and then kited over to Matab.
So here's the thing, right?
We can have a look at the stats. Oh, it's like a lot of damage coming from TE. Not a lot of healing, again, as we've talked about, like not being able to actively always have access to group heal and advanced heal is significantly lowering the heal statistics, as is the fact that you're covered a lot of the time by the Matari healing too. Like the V3 isn't just about denying Viper ultimate and giving you your second cast of the F for the Zip and the third cast for the Zai. It's also about the fact that when you have the Matari ultimate, 50% of the damage that you do is converted into healing. As we can have a look and see, here's the teams that are below 74. KLA 68.6. However, GG, Bowder, OUG, JL, and Wolves have now all qualified. And worse news for Wolves as well. These teams have started catching up in terms of overall standing too. We could very easily see a shuffle of the team leading the leaderboard, which means if we do go the full 8 games and none of them walk away with MVP, Wolves might still lose the title on a scoreboard upset.
That is within the realm of possibility. If we go to game 8, I actually think we'll see KLA and TE join in this run, and we might have 7 teams in that kind of the rat race in the final game. Oh, what an absolutely explosive game! AUG have probably quite miffed because they made such a good comeback. This little fight here was absolutely beautiful. Oh, against Bowder. Bowder had been playing this very smart, just making sure they were geared up. OUG lost the fight. They had really just no reason to take a fight like this because they were under serious risk, but they took it regardless, and it paid off massively for them. DRG, a team who I've been very critical of today. I thought they were a bit of a 3 points team. They are a major factor in why we get these extra games. They are a major factor in what denied the teams at the top of the table from winning it, and TE had their back. Both TE and DRG worked together beautifully here, and TE, if anything, have jumped up the ladder a massive amount off this game, and that gives you more world points. That gives you more cash. There's a lot you can get off this. This is a win-win for TE here.
Well, it's not just that; it's also qualifying into grand finals too. There's
that as well.
He does manage to find the Devil Slam and the kill off of the back of it, but 0.1 TE's Han able to outlive absolutely everybody. deny that MVP. But yeah, it's interesting that you say like DRG is one of those teams who, thanks to them, we are going for further games. I'm not surprised in the slightest. If you've been following solos, DRG's Fang is probably the best player at griefing the MVP eligible players, Mike especially. As we can have a look at Han Soldiered Lodite, it's going to be Juggernaut, Great Sword Sap, and then Melee Resist, Half Soldiered, and Attack as well, all coming through from him. Chain Scythe doing 11,506 damage, as well as Skills and Ultimates 5,792 coming in off of damage from the F3 and the Fire Tick proc off of that Zai as well. You really can see how much damage the Zai has, that burst potential. I love the Xiphon composition. I'm so happy that we get to see it. I'm so happy that JL were able to pilot it as well, because when JL pilot these compositions, everyone follows suit. Right, you talked a little bit earlier about all of these teams trying to figure out a new meta with GG running things like the Valda composition. We had WBG with the Tessa and Karumi on that Transformer variation. That didn't really catch on, but it was still finding a lot of value being able to deny Cannonball compositions. But it's only really JL and J-Team, when J-Team were in their prime, who when they would come in with new compositions, everyone would just immediately, as quickly as possible, try and follow suit. And the Xiphon composition is no different. And it's great to see it, because I've missed Zai in trios. She was so absent for so long.
I'm so happy
it's wonderful to see her back.
I'm so happy to see she's back. I'm really, really happy. Zai is such a fun hero to watch. Like, while it seems weird, because like the cone of the chain shouldn't be that exciting because it's just her doing that. It's like if you go to the gym, you see people doing that at ropes all the time. But it just when a team gets in, or the whole team gets caught in that cone, and you see the health bar just absolutely disappearing. It's so cool. It's just so hype. It's a really, really fun thing to watch. But yeah, here we are, getting ready obviously for our next game of the day. Just having a look at the overall standings and where everybody is at. KLA 5.4 points off, TE 9.3 points. I mean, like, literally every team other than Alliance can realistically make it to 74 points for the next game. Alliance, it's mathematically possible. Very unlikely. Very, very unlikely we see Alliance get that pop off. So this would be their last chance. So if Alliance are going to go balls to the wall, this is their only chance if they want to get enough points. But it's going to be a big game number 7. Like you said, I think with the amount of teams now in that qualifying position, it being 5 teams, it's going to be a bloodbath. Like that last game was a bloodbath. This one's about to get even more bloody because there's another team who've now jumped into the mix. Like GG are going to be joining everyone. I'm glad that they've been pulling this Valor out. I know it's not had like MVP success yet because it will. It's cool to see that like that's something that they know that they can fall back on because it's not going to contest them. It's not going to cost them too many points to be picking up. So I am happy with that one. Hero Select is going to be very interesting. With Wolves completely drained on resources now, they are left at the whimsy of the rest of the party. Not the party, the rest of the lobby and what everyone else is picking up. That's what's going to be super fun here. Well, I heard game 6. It's actually game number 7 as we're getting ready to go into this one. Oh, it's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one, Moxie.
Yeah, I have a feeling as well that we're going to see a lot of Tessa, a lot of Viper, and a lot of Wu Chen denied very early on. Because I think there's 2 compositions that do incredibly well off of the rip and can find lots of early momentum. That's Tessa and that's Xiphon. So I feel like it is in the team's best interests to, before we get to that last phase, deny both of those compositions. Or at least make them the most expensive. As you can see, a little bit of banter coming through from Wolves, probably towards TE, to ask them, hey, this time, can you not grief us by 0.1? They came so close to winning the bi-weekly. I mean, that's going to be something as well that you have to think about. It's going to affect them in terms of the energy, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Because they threw that all into the previous game. They were discussing with the coach. You could see when we were in Hero Select, that was a back and forth. It was like, are we sure we want to go for the Transformer composition on this map? Because, well, Monk has traditionally struggled into Holroth because of the amount of verticality. They don't have it for Morris now as well, so it's going to be up to Wolves to try and figure out which composition they want to be able to try and find the MVP with. But again, the additional caveat is it's not just up to the team individually, it's also going to be impacted by all of the previous phase picks too. And unfortunately for all of the top 4 teams, coming into MVP eligibility this late in the day has a drawback of you always now being the last teams that get to pick the phases, so it's always going to be the most costly in terms of getting to run the hero comps that you actually want to have your MVP round with.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's good. Oh. This game, there's a lot on the line. And if somehow we go to another game, which, you know, to be fair, the upset is very much a possibility. If somehow we do go to the next game, even more people jump in. It just like the later in the day you get, the more draining it is for those players. Like you said, you know, I think some teams did a really good job of just basically going out early once they qualified because it didn't matter. So they had a whole game to kind of catch their breath and think about what they're going to do, and also just not tilt at anything. But now it's like it's really game time. Like you got 5 teams who are all in the running. And for every one of those, they're trying to simultaneously deny the others while also get the win under their belt. It's very emotionally exhausting. And every time you lose a game and you see another team enter into that kind of lotto pool of teams who could win, you're thinking, oh, it's just another person we have to overcome. It's another team we have to go into. And obviously, taking a little bit of time before we get into this game number 7 as the players are cooking up ideas. Thinking about what they're going to be doing. Here we go. Nope, don't worry.
There's a lot of pressure too, like both inside the game and outside the game. And NARAKA is a game where, I mean, anyone who plays this game will tell you, but professionals most of all, you can't make decisions based on your emotions because it will always bite you in the behind. Whenever we've seen Team Salty Raz and run it back, they've been knocked out of lobby early. Whenever we've seen teams try and hold on to like these comfort places, like dropping in Salvation Podium or City of Tang, it's cost them because teams have used that to be able to predict their position and just all in on the team. The reason why we saw so many of those teams all in on City of Tang was because they didn't know if they were fighting wolves, but they couldn't risk not letting wolves go out early, right? They had to continue fighting. They had to use those first lives to keep the game going because they were in a position that if the game they didn't get that opportunity. They weren't on the 74 point. The only way that they would possibly get an MVP on the day was if they knocked wolves out. And so that's exactly what they did. They threw their entire strategy behind griefing wolves, and they just had to approach every single team around City of Tang like it was wolves that they were fighting, which meant even if they lost a player, they still had to keep going. They still had to try and all in on the team that they'd taken that engagement against. And unfortunately, for Wolves, that really cost them. If they'd been able to get a single kill early on, if they'd been able to find another kill against any of the teams that contested them early on in City of Tang, we would be saying GG's wrap-up stream. We'll see you next week for LCQs. But we're not, because again, macro really plays a huge part in this. And you have to think, if you're these teams who are in the top 5, every single time you see at the bottom right of your screen that kill feed light up, you don't know whether it's a team who's currently MVP eligible or if it's a team clawing their way to hit that marker, and that's going to put more pressure on you and then some.
It really does. It really does. But here we go. Finally getting ready to go into Hero Select for game number 7. Let's see what is in the bag for these players. Again, nothing's actually changing around. GG have an advantage over all of the other teams right now who are eligible to win in this game because they aren't picking last. They are picking in the middle. So they get a little bit more say in what they want to be playing, a little bit more control. Also, they get a bit more control on denial. They can potentially deny the teams below them from the teams they want to be playing. So let's see what this is going to be looking like. Transformers, Sand Siphon, Xiphon. Actually, not Sand Siphon. That's the... oh, no, it's Sand Siphon. It's just the Kurumi variant. Okay. Mixed bag across the board. A lot of people burning those points though. But
yeah,
nothing
that's
taken off
something
the board
else to
strictly.
remember too. Like, you might want to deny some of these compositions, but you might not have the hero points to be able to.
You are correct. And the thing is like, you're not denying Monk anymore because Wolves can't pick it. They don't have the points, especially now that Karumi's taken out. They just can't pick it. The Zip variant is coming in. There's only...
You've got to take the Viper. You have to take the Viper out.
Yeah, I was about to say.
You have to make it costly. Otherwise, it's so good for third partying. If we've got the first phase teams picking Transformers as well, Viper is designed to counter Monk.
Well, Wolves get hands on
Wolves
that.
get access to the Tessa. They get access to the Tessa, the Viper, and the Wu Chan.
Can OUG pick it is the question, because if they can, they're probably going to take that themselves.
We'll see. OUG are a team that I wouldn't be surprised if we see them go for Sand Siphon, since usually an incredibly strong Takeda, but it does look, there was a little bit of hesitancy about what they wanted to field, but it is going to be the Viper variety coming through from this team. JL, in the meanwhile, are going to be running the Sand Siphon with the Karumi variant on
They're barely burning any points either.
Yeah, so the one drawback about the Tessa Viper Wu Chen composition is you can't take a Realm of Yang fight. You can't take an isolated, guaranteed straight 3v3 because the Tessa is incredibly easy to dodge in that sort of situation, but also the Wu Chen teleport just doesn't find any of the value. Because the way that you want to play it ideally is you come in with the first Tessa ultimate, and then you force ultimates from the other team, you Wu Chen teleport out if things go south where you lose a player, or if you force ultimates from the other team, then you use the Wu Chen teleport to reposition, and then you re-engage when you have the ultimate advantage. You can't do that inside a Realm of Yang, which is why traditionally we see this composition grief the entrances instead. But it does mean that Wolves are not going to get a whole lot of freedom around the mid-game. So if they get like a bounty scroll put on them, or they want to pick up a variant challenger scroll, they're not going to be able to nip into a Realm of Yang and use that to shave the timer down.
No, they're not. Right, well, a little look at the loadouts. Nothing is out of the ordinary here on these ones. Pretty standard stuff
FX
getting
are running
picked.
the V2 on the Kurumi with the Transformer. Julie is running the V1.
Oh, they are. Totally missed that. Wow. Brain melted. Long day. Hot room. Lots of action.
It's okay. The action is only going to get more heated. So we can have a look. Wolves, everyone knows they land Sunwing, so no surprises. FPX are going to be in the area. JDG also potentially going to be pushing on them. GG actually going to be contested by DRG on Secret Tunnel. Didn't really work out great for them the last time they went for the Secret Tunnel play. OUG were able to overwhelm them very quickly with the Siphon composition. We'll have to wait and see. OUG and Bide are also potentially going to be running into each other directly off of the rip too. So a lot of these teams in the top 5 going to be taking fights immediately, Jake. It's all going to come down potentially to the first 5 minutes of this round.
Really? It's one of those things where it can be decided very early or very late. We'll have to see how this game goes, but yeah. Everyone other than JL are in immediate contention, and JL have someone very near them. So OUG and Bowder are in close proximity to one another, just grabbing whatever gear they can get. And this could genuinely decide the outcome for one of these two teams right here, right now, at least their status in this game. But Wolves getting themselves in a fight here versus FBX. Down by some wings. They have actually already got ZK getting himself caught in danger. Zem gets parried, is able to pick that fan back up. ZK still alive for now, but he's getting low. You can see that Water's trying to break away. Xiaohu goes down. Wolf ZK also goes down, but Zem with the fan finishing up what he needs to onto Water. Water gets a Soul Bloom and heals himself back up. This is very dangerous here for Wolves, as FBX has got complete control. It's actually a 2 versus 2. In comes Dongqing after saving the day, but Zem goes down. FPX turn it around.
Longsword charge, verticals, and trios matter. It will never fall out of fashion. Water doing such a good job of just harassing Wolves and making sure that they do not get to take advantage of the stagger attacks to set up for the fan focus hits. is OUG and Bowden are going to be taking that fight. We already knew that you got that purple hang sword off of the rip. We saw it before we cut over to Wolves' fight. Tessa V1 comes on through, locking down the players from Bowden's side. We are going to see that Teva now coming into play. The 3-second stun window coming out as SS throws out. The ultimate connects onto one of the players, allows you to try and come through with that hang sword connection onto Yuran, who is going to go down. OUG starting things off with 3 kills. This is the start that they wanted. This is why I wanted to see these teams tonight. The Tessa, Viper, and Wuchen. That CC so early on in the game is such a huge turnaround in terms of those fights and third-party potentials, as JL currently tracking down. It looks like they have a bounty out onto JJH. TXJ a little bit ahead of the rest of the pack on that Tumult. Is actually going to be able to reposition before the Banesref drops in. Really good kite coming through. JDH feeling the pressure, going to be dropping that Banesref. JL committing into the fight now that they're going to be away from where the Banesref is playing from, potentially. VVV actually goes for the surfing with the Tumult ultimate. They lock JDH into position, take their chances against the AoE, find the isolated targets, manage to find the kills, and now it's just the isolated Karumi that they have to try and deal with. Huge parry, but VVV cannot take advantage of it because of that AoE splash damage coming on through. VVV still not able to find the kill damage necessary, as JL have to be very careful they don't stay in this area too long. That Banesref is a huge target locator. In the zone. VVV doesn't get hit by a second. Banesref will be able to live, but JDG with the third party drawn in by the blue marker on the mini-map, wanting to come in for the third party and take some of these kills. They've got the Tessa, they've got the Viper, they've got the Wuchen, they have the better ultimate economy, and unfortunately JJH now also having to deal with TE, who turn up for the show as well.
And down goes Chalui. There, picked up JJH's VVV, has the tether on him, so has a little bit of sustain, keeping the damage up onto Flames. Flames going to get jumped on by One Feng as well, as he's going to go for the transform, and that means JL, they want to just break away from this. Terracotta Warrior is going to really mess them up. VVV hasn't got many pots to work with, is the major problem he's got right now. He does obviously have a Karumi, which is basically a walking pot. But VVV is getting himself juggled about. The Karumi Tether doing some work for him, but the slam, the staggering onto him as Flames is waiting it out. Just playing a very Western shootout style there, holding their mark as now Flames gets turned onto. One Feng still got the backup as VVV should just be able to turn this around onto Flames as down he goes.
Yeah, good turnaround coming from JL. Also, really good job from One Feng to just hold that Tether instead of break it early. You do get 90% damage reduction, but it does only last 4 seconds once the Tether has depleted. And they did buff the F3 about 4 months ago, something like that, to the fact that it now offers not just damage reduction, but also heal duration when the Tether is applied. So it's just a lone Yushan. It's incredibly early on as well, so the ultimate isn't really scaled to do all that much damage. It's not like it's a legendary weapon level Yushan Terracotta Warrior that you have to worry about. So sitting with the Tether is much more effective than snapping it and getting 90% damage reduction for the lone 4 seconds, of which the Yushan is just going to melt your Takeda afterwards. As we're going to see Bowder head-to-head versus TE. Tessa V1 will be able to connect on to Leo. He's going to go down immediately. As a result, Han now having to live throughout that Yodo F. Jing swapping over to the bow, looking to find the opening shots onto this Yodo as 1 versus 2. No combo breaker available for the Yodo either, since the F has already been burned through early. Will be able, unfortunately, to break away. But the Tessa V1 enchantment had already attached to him, and unlike with the Viper, even if you break line of sight, once that tether is up, the only way you can cancel out of it is either iframing the stun or interacting with the soul urn, something that Bowder would just not allow the Yoto to be able to do.
Not at all. It looks like GG right now, though. Just running around the map trying to grab himself a couple of extra kills. 3 in at this point. But TE... they're just shy. They're actually got a bit more to do if they want to get into that position where they can also join the big boys at the top. But this still feels like this is nobody's game. Still feels like anybody could cash in the points necessary to find the win. As Bowder getting himself in a fight here versus Wolves. 2 front runners going toe-to-toe. Zem gets himself caught out by the charm. Peak going and let very low. The Wushen port out. They want nothing to do with that. But Zem's going to keep the pressure up with the rest of Wolves at his back pocket. They can see Yaran quickly does the old turnaround once he spots exactly where they are. Trying to keep the pressure up onto Peak. Peak making a break for it. It looks like they should be able to break away from this one for the moment. But Peak's now in some serious danger. And Zem making sure he's there for EG to secure that kill for the side of Wolves. They're keeping the pressure up though onto Jing. Jing in some serious danger now. He is going very, very low. They do catch the parry and Jing goes down.
Yeah, Wolves Zem coming in with that Viper V1. We're going to have Realm of Yang spawning in a little bit. As we can see that Wolves now get a little bit of time to be able to loot all of the resources as well as the body in that area, absorbing all of the scaling that Bowder previously had access to. It's going to be KLA moving in position to occupy one of the Realm of Yangs. JL potentially pushing towards one. DRG also looking towards one. OUG and GG drawn towards one in the northeast, as well as FPX starting to make a move, showing that they definitely want to mobilize for that one too. Currently, no one is actually going for either the cave or the Spirit Well, as we are going to see potentially JJH and DRG, as well as Alliance, all taking a fight. No one really wanting to overstep, no one wanting to get griefed by the Tesla compositions, as in the meantime, Bowder take advantage of everyone positioning around the Realm of Yangs, pick themselves up a Rebirth Charm and manage to get one of their players back off of that Soul Altar entirely unopposed. Who is going to be able to slip into these portals? Who's going to be able to guarantee that they take a fight 3v3 without having to worry about the Tesla Viper or Wuchen? GG immediately sliding into one of these. Alliance going to be going head-to-head with them. No one else. There it is. JJH and FPX deciding to pick one up, but crucially, none of the top 5 teams deciding to opt towards taking it. There's GG now. Unfortunately for CGS, gets a hit before he can properly go aerial into that Zai V2. The fire tick shredding so much of the armor already. Forces the ultimate activation.
Oh my word.
Got the Matari ultimate as well coming on through. The Fury shoves from CJS attempting to just cut through every single person on this Matari composition stacked up around that Zai to try and give the sustain necessary. But the V2 to live. Peripheral going incredibly low. GG's going to take cover. Refuge seeks sanctuary inside that Tumult ultimate before cutting back in, knowing that the Zai ultimate is going to be running out any minute now. CGS is going to receive that zip heal to go aggressively into that first forward position. Lane forced into using the F freeze, not going to have it to be able to reposition. Should go down if GG are being able to break past. The Alliance tried to close ranks, save the Zai, but they're not able to stop GG, and the Zai will fall, making it a 3 versus 2. Longsword getting cut into by that fan. The charge vertical just coming out so much faster as CJS continues to hound the pressure down and make it. That Alliance possibly cannot contest this Takeda, and GG walk away with the win.
Easy little pickup there for GG and a jump forwards in their pressure in the overall game. OUG also win a Realm of Yang for themselves though, so still more of the front runners also getting themselves those pickups. There is a do see immediately GG get himself in a fight with OUG. OUG ready to pounce on them the moment they come out. OUG trying to put the kills together. Teva comes down. Yu coming in for the Viper stun. Can he actually make it connect in time? I think he did. Yeah, GG able to break away from that one. But Yu very, very low HP. His armor's been stripped away and the Fear and Shove's doing so much work to them. There's the Wu Chen port out. OUG seriously regretted taking that fight versus GG, but GG keeping the pressure up. The King low HP. OUG already got 6 kills. GG with 6 kills as well. Looking to try and keep that pressure up onto them. Can they get the grapple locks down onto SS? Yes, they can. They're keeping him pressured for the moment as SS now trying to make a break for it, but he gets himself knocked back. Yu's healing up. The Flamer comes down just for a little bit of a tick damage. A little bit of burst onto them as they actually do find the King with the blue armor. Pick that blueberry. With the fan here from CGS, he joins the rest of the team. SS is being cooked by the Flamer. Down he goes. Yu low HP as well. This is absolutely brutal. The King being melted. GG making it look easy as they take them down.
They're looking for 2 weekly finals back to back.
It looked like OUG wanted to set up a pinch play because their Wu Chen was actually behind GG. So they had the Tessa play as bait, and GG like followed the Tessa, and then the Wu Chen was getting in position to be able to lurk. As we can have a look and see, this is how OUG were able to win against DRG. You has that Viper V3, has not popped it just yet, goes incredibly low. Does go down to a bow shot coming through from DRG's XI, but it still looks like OG were able to find the turnaround. Huge parry onto Wu Chen off of both SS and the King, immediately turning it into a 2v2. XI gonna go down to the pressure. Parry does come on out again as OUG are able to find the turnaround despite lacking one of their players very, very quickly. The fact that they were able to do that without that Viper V3, the fact that they took a Realm of Yang fight with the Viper composition speaks to the confidence and also the panic, the pressure that OUG are under. They've been seeing these other teams come in with kills. They don't know which teams have been coming in with the kills, so they felt pressure enough to take a Realm of Yang with a composition that does not traditionally benefit inside it. Still able to walk with the win, put themselves up to 6 kills, and I believe they've been able to cleanse themselves of Yang depletion, or rather they had Vermilion Bird's Might, so they didn't have to cleanse themselves of Yang depletion. There's Wolves now getting pressured by DRG. They do not have Vermilion Bird's Might, and they've still got 2 lots of blue armor, as we're going to see Viper V1 5-second stun come on out, but unfortunately, even if you find the stun on the Takeda, he can still use the fear and shoves even in the stun window. They're able to find the pick onto DRG's WFC. Regardless, however, as XEM Scarishes repositions, comes in with that drop down F2 connection and silence onto these other players. Huge parry back to back coming on out from the Viper. Absolutely gorgeous. Sets up the charge vertical from EG to be able to scoop up that kill onto Wuxian as well. Great synergy coming through from Wolves. Another parry from XEM onto XI. And that puts them up to 6 kills.
That was really nice there. And suddenly, 7 kills actually. Suddenly we got multiple teams all in MVP position right now. 7 kills to Wolves, 6 to OUG, 9 to GG. JL, they've got their work cut out for them if they want to try and contest this. And remember, it's not just about you're getting the MVP. If someone else gets MVP, you still want points and prize money based on your placement. So MVP takes first place, but then after that, we go off the points system. So right now, GG could surpass JL if they have a good enough game. Even if they don't win, they'll still take that third or even potentially second place points worth of pools, points pools that goes towards your world position. Wow, that was word soup.
That was a tongue twister.
Yeah, I made a tongue twister by accident.
KLA trying to make us go all the way to game 8 because I believe they're on 8 kills now. As Alliance, which is a rebuff charm, no surprises, this is the time that we tend to see these teams lacking those players go for the rebuff charms, taking advantage of everyone positioned for the Realm of Yang, and they will immediately be able to find the revive. GG wanting to try and just play sustain. They've already got more than enough kills, not wanting to put themselves under the duress that potential Yang depletion forces. JL are going to be playing Capture the Spirit while no one's actually contesting them currently, as everyone is prioritizing getting those kills or griefing the locales of those Yang entrances. Does anyone actually go through? They've spawned. We're waiting to see the banner pop up of if a team decides to actually take the fight. Surely someone goes in.
This is...
Yeah, there we go.
GG
FPX, Legendary Pole Sword, Legendary Fan. The CGS, they also have a Flamer off of the first Realm of Yang. KLA is going to get theirs for absolute free, which is really unfortunate for them. They wanted to get the free kills to be able to contest some of these top teams because KLA are not MVP eligible. They need this to go to game 8. Yes, CJS will be able to find the Takeda F, immediate connection onto Jiahu into Takeda ultimate activation. Jiahu instantly gonna go for the transformation. Smudge ultimate drops. However, it's not in time to save LXM from being grabbed. The zip sustain is gonna mean that he lives. The Karumi V2 now comes on through as CJS breaks free before the Monk can find the grab, utilizing those pillars to dance and dodge around the flying hand sent his way. Xiaohu has not been able to find any form of value in this ultimate and is going to be dropping out in a mere moment. And you can see GG getting in position to punish the Monk the second that it does. CGS now turning in with his teammates, with that fan, avoiding the Yushin ultimate, putting the pressure onto the Karumi. They do lose GG's free. Who does go down. The Karumi Tower connecting onto the Tianhai, and suddenly CJS is forced into using the scale rushes to try and reposition and pop up in a location that FPX aren't expecting. Held into position by the charged R&B on the Halbert's uppercut connection coming on through from Xiaohu. FPX are turning this around. Water's Yushin ultimate provided all of the stagger, all of the spacing for FPX to play into, and as a result, GG were just not able to get past and onto the Monk once the ultimate had been removed. FPX played traditional Transformers perfectly.
Yeah, that was really, really well played. I think there was a bit of a scatter call from GG because they went to jump the Monk the moment he detransformed, and then they were like, actually, maybe we should go on the Karumi, and they honestly just dropped the ball a little bit on that play by kind of a little bit of miscoordination. I think if they had either decided as a group, right straight on the Karumi or right straight on the Monk, they might have been able to come out for a better off that, but unfortunately they weren't able to do much. To be fair, also the fear and shove was a little bit of a disappointing one. They weren't able to achieve too much with that one either. But GG coming fresh off the revive now. They got 4 minutes to secure themselves the kills. Let's see if they can put anything together.
KLA are up to 8, by the way. They're
up to 8?
Uncontested, they got their own of Yang, but they did take a fight immediately afterwards. And they picked up Draco Storm too. It only has 39 seconds left on it, but they're still going to be able to use it to get incredibly aggressive. As JL hunt down JJH's Flames, who will go up in Flames and lose that blistering edges. We're going to see OUG now hunting some of these stragglers. They're able to find Alliance's Revenge. Big kills coming through from them. That puts them up to 9. This is getting into dangerous territory. Jake, these teams who are MVP eligible are about to hit double digits. And FPX and KLA are pretty much the only two currently that can put a stop to the rampage and put us into game 8 afterwards.
It's mostly the teams who are left on the map are ones who are NBPL eligible. Wow. They can win the game. They can win the day. There we go. What? I think I just had too much alphabet spaghetti for breakfast. I think that's what it is. There's just too many letters in my mouth. There's CJS and the rest of Wolves are... Well, sorry, Wolves being run down by GG. Can they make this work? GG get the finish shove down on to ZK. Catching out onto the tether. They need to touch the urn or CJS is going to find himself charmed any second now. Catches the clang. Gets the knockback, but they immediately pressure onto him. Great use of that F on the ultimate there to make sure that CJS doesn't get himself caught out by the tether from the ultimate. That next one actually goes a little bit wide here from ZK, and down goes EG. Wolves, the chances are disappearing from them as CJS, low HP, one last member standing. GG cleanse themselves, jump up to 12 kills, and they knock out one of the competition. This is big for them.
Oh, Kale is under pressure from Bida. That's the Witch and Teleport. Already burnt out, and Bida still have that Viper V1. We're going to see the Tessa V1 come through, connecting onto Bida into that Viper stun as well. There's the V3, the silence coming through. QGG just trying to clear up the space and allow KLA to just regroup, get the reset that the Witch and Teleport was denied because of how quickly Bida claps on top of them afterwards. There's the legendary Dual Blades. We are going to see pressure come through. We throw those onto Bowder's peak. He gets caught up into the Tessa V1. That's Bowder now getting to utilize their Wuchen teleport and reposition. Did KLA see where they were going?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Bowder teleport directly on top of OUG. And you does have that Viper V3. Finds the connection onto Bowder's peak. And out of the frying pan into the fire. Out of the frying pan of a team who were not MVP eligible. And directly into the clutches of a team that are. OUG suddenly hit double digits. There's a GG ever so slightly ahead of them currently. 12-10. Both of these teams popping off in rounds that KLA really wishes they weren't.
Yeah, OUG now eyeing up FPX, who are on the edge of the zone, playing a little bit of shopping here from you, as Dongqing has found Yoran from Bowder. Just looking for them, but not going to be able to find it. FPX are the only person, FPX and KLA actually, the only two teams who are potentially able to stop this snowball from happening. The teams that could potentially deny the day from ending here and now. But with the Bane's Breath coming down, it's probably going to just slow everything down just a tad. But GG, OUG, all in the running. Wolves probably praying right now for KLA or FPX to pop off and win this game.
And GG have a flamer in the pocket too. Not all Yang wins are created equal. GG got a purple flamer, as well as the legendary weapon from their first Yang. And they have been putting it to use. And OUG gonna be trying to scout out some stragglers. Anyone who's trying to play a little bit safe, ironically becoming the absolute opposite as all of these teams try and hunt down the stragglers. OUG not... Well, I mean, they're stacked in terms of purple. They don't have a legendary soldier, unfortunately for them. We don't know what GG is currently running with. We do know they're going to have a lot of money, however. There it is. 2 legendary soldiers coming through from this team. They're running the Z-Ping rather than the Kurumi variant of Sand Siphon, and Kurumi gets a lot of value in allowing the Decay to go incredibly aggressive with that F3 as we're going to see everyone gravitate towards controlling the Spirit Well. Not every team wants to be in the middle. It's much more about being able to utilize this location on the mini-map to be able to track the other teams around you, get a feel for what compositions are still going to be left in the game, so that you can feed that intel into how you play your macro decision-making when we head into final zone. As there's the flamer coming through, Fire Tick immediately going to be connected onto Bowder, who does provide the Tessa V1. Unfortunately, he's just dead before he can proc. As CJS does have Phantom Step, we can see on every single one of his dodges. As it is going to be FPX and JL sort of feeling each other out. JL were able to make away with the Spirit Well. It looks like his VVV has that legendary armor. FPX now taking a lot of pressure coming through from KLA. As GG gonna be playing the long con. Purple invisibility bush. Wait, get a read on the situation. Don't overplay your hand. Don't get too over-aggressive. You've already picked up 13 kills. Just let everybody else play themselves out of their ultimates, out of their abilities, and carry you into a better kill score multiplier.
They do have the variant challenge though, so everyone should know where they are, or at least roughly where they are. So see if GG can stay safe off that. But with the Bane's Breath and stuff, there's so many kind of factors that kind of just buy them the time, and this is probably going to be a bit of a waiting game for the next couple of moments while we wait to see what the next move is, what the next spark is going to be that sets these teams off. There's 15 players and 5 teams left, and out of those 5 teams, FPX and KLA, the only 2 who can't win here.
Yep.
3 teams of our 5 are capable of taking it all any moment now within the next 5 moments.
Tenterhooks watching this. Like, they're going to be on the edge of this seat.
Bowder going to be very nervous. KLA going to be very nervous, but if they don't win here, they're in trouble because, well, I mean, obviously, but they want to win here, or they want someone else to win, or FPX. They want them or FPX to win, because then that guarantees them a spot in Game 8. That last chance
already getting in position to put the punishment. They've seen what the zone is collapsing into, and they've made sure they're positioned accordingly directly in the middle of it. So when the teams run towards where the zone's going to collapse, they run into the flamer. Oh, that's going to be tough. There's a lot of trees, however, which does mean that the Vipers are going to find a lot of value in terms of being able to come in with their ultimate. Unfortunately, there's also a lot of cover to be able to break line of sight on the Tether. There's the flameling coming through from GG, getting a little bit of pressure from FPX, immediately going to be raising their hackles and showing this one off to try and push FPX away, deter them from engaging, because you can see the second that any of the teams in the area see a team getting pressured, immediately Everyone is on them. The entire lobby turns onto GG. This is the reason why they sat on the flamer. This is why they didn't want FPX to actively engage onto them, because OUG saw that opportunity, came in with the scatter shot, put the pressure onto GG, who are now having to run away from 3 different teams, get hit by the Tessa V1, reposition, forced into dropping the Tumult ultimate to be able to recover and recuperate. Peripheral is immediately going to be showing that Phoenix Blast as well. All of the trump cards that GG wanted to sit on have now, for the most part, been revealed.
Yeah, they've definitely shown their hand a little bit here. But they have been able to re-heal, reset up. CJS, not full heal, mind you. Doesn't get all his pots off, but he's pretty happy with this one. I say that, and then he gets an arrow to the back of the head, so he's probably going to want to pop an armor pot. But they does have a zip, so he'll be able to zip back up. As we do see the Spirit Well in the middle of the zone actually get popped here. It looks like it's actually going to be... I can't even tell who's fighting for it. OUG are in there. GG able to avoid and away from getting caught out by... Oh no, they were actually caught by the urn, but were able to break away to safety. This is getting super heated. 3-3-0, losing a lot of HP. The power of the cannons absolutely mincing through that health bar here from you. OUG, they started this season by winning the first bi-weekly. They started this season by dominating trios, and nobody could come close to them. And then after the end of the second bi-weekly, after week 4, they fell off. They disappeared off the map, and now it's their turn to come back and reclaim that spot at the top as they take 3-3-0's life from him, removing one of GG's key players and weakening GG's ability to be able to take the win at the end of this game. OUG controlling their portion of the map as JL pressuring up onto KLA as well, as the zone is going to be moving any moment now, and the players are going to be getting forced closer and closer together. This could just ignite in a second as you forcing the Vipers out of the trees, making sure that they can't just drop down on top of him and find that mass AoE stun down. They're just holding the Spirit Well as well while doing this, but that's going to be you securing a kill onto JL. Another competitor loses a teammate from them, giving them the man advantage as you finds himself running away to safety away from QGG, who's looking for the lockdown onto him. They're going to try and find the stun. They're going to be able to get it as you goes low. Quick blink out there from the Wu Chen to get them to safety. Yu has his own ultimate. He's going to throw it down. He's going to join in to the mess of everyone here, looking to find the lockdown onto them. Can't quite connect it as we do see FPX grab themselves a kill onto OUG and JL. Xiaohu slimming down the chances of the other teammates, the other players in the game. 13 kills to GG, 12 to OUG, 11 to FPX. Make that 10, make that 12. They are cashing in on more. FPX looking for the members of KLA. Can they make it happen? Can they make the miracle work? GG looking for that miracle comeback like they did 2 weeks ago. FPX Dongqin gets himself his 13th kill for the team. He is tied with GG right now. It's all about placement. It's all about finding that prime opportunity, waiting out the monk transformation. LXM with the crossbow on the high ground, just trying to rain down the shots onto FPX, waiting out these transforms. The king drops down as FPX get themselves their 14th kill. It's getting closer for getting bad here from the side of FPX. In jumps GG into the mix. They're going to lose the knockbacks, force water into the zone, but another transformer's broken out from FPX in the meanwhile. Dongqing is incredibly low HP. Meanwhile, while this fight is breaking out, they're looking for the opportunity. Xiaohu's health bar is going low. He's finding himself bot back. He's trying to get the slam down. The sandstorm comes out. CGS is putting the work in for his team. He's still got the fear and shove to work with. As GG, they're doing it again, just like 2 weeks ago. They remove OUG, the ultimate from their Decatur, liquefies everyone in the lobby. 18 kills. There is no one who can come close. GG have done it again.
晚烹蓝鱼祭岛，福大厦之将军，
Rose well blown for all the time, and we would like to say congratulations the championship of this bi-weekly final, which is the team GG. Congratulations.
恭喜！让我们把掌声送给他们。哇，凭借着自己最后的发挥，最后的 团队协作，再次拿下了这个冠军。我想也是线上以及线下的所有的节目把掌声也送给他们。
And also, we would like to say thank you to all the audience, whatever you are on set or online. And I would like to know, so now what do you want to say to them?
李哥先平复一下。
We try our best.
有想过最后可
And now
以坚持到
NARAKA
最终的决战？
I would like to know what's the point you can insist on yourself?
别让积极竞赛点。
I
从上一
don't
个
want
第三的双周的
our team
周
just
决就可
in
以
the
看出来
match，
其
point.
实我们这个赛季的这个赛制，不到最后一刻。 什么
For
都不好
CG0,
说。先
we
问一下
know.
三神吧，其实三神
So
啊
for the
拿下这个冠军，
route
眼眶有点湿
this
润
new
啊。最想
season
跟这
in
边
the
两位兄弟
in
说
the
点什么呢？
spring
此时此
split,
刻。
so because we
牛
have
逼！但
the
是
match
对于
points,
自己
we
的
know
当时的一些细节方面的
we
操作，
won't know
感
the
觉是出了什
answer
么问题？
until the end of the game.
一些自己
And
的
I
操
would
作
like
给
to
自
know
己
what you want，
包
to
括
say
回阳
to
镜的那
your
一波打完之
teammate.
后，其实当时有没有一些自责？
You are really strong. So I
有
would
点
like to
抽象，但是
know
调整过来了。那么其
after
实一
the
直以
realm
来
of
啊，
Yarn,
都是
so
支持你们的
anything you
玩
wanna
家，
say
包括是粉
or
丝
say to，
见
yourself.
证着你们一次
I think
又
I'm
一
a
次的
little
创
bit
造
like
奇迹
Bland。
我
on
相信
me at
这个
that
奇迹
time.
属于 NBPL， 也
But
属于
we
今
know
夜的
that
成都
miracle
奇迹。接下来有请我们的李
Finally,
小
we
姐
will
送上来
come
属于
to
你
the
们的冠
team
军印章
who really
以及
have
冠军卷
ability.
轴。
And now
哇
it's time
拿
for
下
you
这一
to
个
get
连
your
庄，我相
stamp
信对于
and
你们
seal
个人而言，
again. So
肯定
please, our
一会儿还有
scroll
很多话
and
想跟粉丝
seal.
们分享。不过接下来，首先请先去挂上属于你们的冠军卷
Okay,
轴
now，it's
在冠军
time
卷轴上
for you to
去
show
盖上
us
属于
the
成都积极
scroll
的
of
冠
your
军的
team.
印章。来，李哥。先展示，
LXM,
先展示
please
成都
just
积极
show the
的
seal
战队的 logo，
to
给
the
到所有支持
camera.
你们一直以来为你们加油喝彩的粉丝朋友们
It's
的
a
支持，
present, you
请
know,
盖上
for
属于你们
all
的
the
冠
audience
军
and
印章。
his fans. They are really support you for a long time, and now it's time for you to stamp your
好
logo.
来，三兄弟来到我们的整个的冠军卷轴面前。
Okay, it's
三兄来这
time
边
to enjoy
好，二
our
位去那
time.
边，
Let's
我们一起
be
来面
together
向我
and
们的
take
镜头，让我们用
take
镜
a
头记录
photo
下值得纪念
together.
的时刻。同样，线上以及留守到现在、坚守到最后一刻的玩家朋友们，让我们再次恭喜 NBPL
Okay,
第四
so
双周
all the
三排
audience,
周冠
whatever
军
you are
成都
online
积
or
极。
on set, let's congratulations again, team GG, congratulations.
三神，哇，最后顶住压力了，
GG0.
觉得自己是怎么做到
So
的？
you know, finally, under the
就还是要
pressure,
这么
you just
惜字如金的
stand
冷
on
酷的这样
yourself.
吗？有什么话对支持、积极支持你的
So
粉丝们讲？
anything you want to say to the fans
换一个啊
or the
换一个
people
刷
who
点的事儿
support you.
稍后说。哎，前两天我的同
I
事
think
说
you
过
can
啊，
come
咱们
to
陈
my
江生
spring
现在
room.
有点那个330 Plus 版本，也是惜字如金。
Yeah,
那你又
we
有
know
什么话
that
对支持、积极以及支持你的粉丝们讲？
Yes,
我还以为你
and
要说多刷点儿，开玩笑啊
we know。
其实
that
今
so this
天啊
season,
你
a
的
lot
很
of
多
people
的
said
这个
like
关
your
键操
teammate
作
you're
都
really
是拿
like
下了这
familiar
个
with
又
each
是
other
一个
and
周决冠军的
really
一个，
just
所以说
like
非
you
常重要的一个
in
节
a
点。
post game
那
interview, you don't have
有什么
much
话
words or anything you want
再
to
次送
say.
给支持你的这两位兄弟们讲。
队友太厉害了。
队友太厉害了。
I think
那么
my
拿下
teammate
这
is
个
really
周冠军之
strong.
后，接下来也要开始准备前续积分赛以及
We
在
know,
杭州的
so
这个决战。
after
自己有什么
this
目标或者有什么自己的想法
we are
吗？
going to have the upcoming
拿个
like
冠军
the Rapid Chain.
最后啊，我们还是要来到
and
我们的
also
这
we
个
have
李
the,
哥，也就是我们整个成都积极的
final
定海
for
神针的
the
面前。
whole
李哥，
spring
前两天
split,
刚
so
采访过你，
anything
你也是
you
谈了一
wanna
下
say，
对
or
我
your
慢慢的在
ambition
磨合。
in
现在
the
如果
final
100分的话，已经逐渐
Our
的开始把
ambition
分
is
数
to
累积
get
上来
the
了。你
championship
最后再总结
in
评价一下
the
今天
spring
队伍
split.
的一个整体的表现和发挥，怎么做到
So
又是在这个熟悉的节奏，
how you
又是这个
comment
节点，又
So
再次站上了
all
这个
your
领奖台呢？
performance today.
因为我们积极战队
in
有一句
this
话就是永不
biweekly
放弃嘛，
final.
打好自己的每一把。
这就真
Yeah, I
的是
think
永
we
不
have a
放弃打
word
好
that
每
in
一
our
把，
team
并且是
GG,
最终
which
利
is
用我们
we
这
will
个团
never
结一
say
心以及这
never
个全新的
until
赛制
the
拿下这个
last
冠军。
game.
三神 晨啊，今天说
Yes,
一会儿
we
想让
know
粉丝
because
再
this
感谢一下我们
world,
江生
you
呢是
guys
目标是
can
奔着冠
finally
军
get
去
the
的。那
championship
你呢？
twice.
你的个人而言，
And
这次
we know that, like,
2024年
so your
春
teammate
季赛的目标
already
是什么？
say their ambition.
总决赛冠军。
So
总决
what's
赛
your
冠军，伴随
ambition?
着这个豪言壮志，来，3位兄弟
I
再次站
want
到
to
我们的
get
这个
the
台前，让我们
final
用镜头记录下这
championship
值得纪念
of
的时
the
刻。来，我们
whole
一起看一
spring
下前方
split.，
来。
with your ambition, I think it's time for you. Like we can have your honor time, and we would like to say congratulations again, GG. Enjoy your time.
Never say never, say GG. I mean, apparently never say never until that zone collapses. They did it again, Jake. They did it again. In 2023, it was a tradition that GG would always pop off in the last game, game 5. It would always pop off in Holleroff, right? And it feels like this season we have the Game 7 bi-weekly finals GG obligatory pop-off because they did it without a zip. Everyone's watching FPX, Yahoo's out here getting double grabs, being the star of the show. Everyone's looking at the Transformer team except, well, GG, who are up in the sky playing Catch Me If You Cannot. And the second that Yahoo's ultimate burns out, they just drop down with that Temi ultimate, look everyone up right in the middle of it. And from there, just absolutely shred every single person remaining and rocket up in the standings, rocket up in the kills, and rocket up in kill multiply too, because they're the last team standing. They did it again. They can't keep getting away with this. Surely these teams have to start counter-stratting it.
I mean, how do you? Like, the problem is you don't know who's who. They're just really good in the final circle. And I think the major thing that separates GG from a lot of the other teams in the league is I think a lot of the other teams, I mean, you saw it at Wolves. Like, Wolves had the position where they actually started the game, like, where they were the only team who could have won. They actually didn't get griefed that hard. In fact, they could have started that game very well. But it's the nerves. And I feel like a lot of these teams, when they're in that position where it's like their chance to shine, I think they're getting ahead a little bit. It just feels to me like GG, they just stay cool and collected the whole way through. Like, there's no moment of panic at all. You didn't see, like, you might see the odd game from them, but, like, once it gets, like, down to play and you're in MVP position, you have the ability to take the day. Every time, GG perform. It's this, they just show up every time. It's really, really cool to see. And here's the scoreboard. They had 20 kills at the end of this game. Like, if anything, they were emboldened is the word I'm looking for, by the fact that they were now in the position to win. They kind of coasted slowly. They were the last team of all of our teams who were capable of winning. You coasted into that position. They got the 74 points last out of all of the teams playing. And then they just pop off on a 20-point game. Like, they just absolutely put everyone to shame. Like, there was a moment I was like, oh, I think FPX have done this, actually. I think we're going to game 8. And then GG just, they did it again. They had the perfect comp for it, where everyone collapses. They had a Decada with a flamer and just ult pop, ready to knock everybody back into the zone, cook them down. They had the golden fan as well. GG just got everything they needed to sort this game out, and they did it. They looked absolutely fantastic, and you know, we get to see the replays once again. The thing that I think is actually a bit of a fatal flaw from the teams is nobody punishes, well, only one team ever seems to punish GG on Secret Tunnel. They only ever get contested once, and 90% of the time, they win the Secret Tunnel fight.
Yeah, they really do. So we can have a look at this Ram of Yang coming on through that Cicada fan so much. The 180 into the charge vertical so that you least expect it to come through. The catch onto the Matari with the Temi Wisp as well, doing a really good job of being able to stop the Zyphon composition from having as much sustain as it was. Honestly, like, the thing that allowed GG to win this, so there were a couple of factors coming to play, but the two big ones, as I said, was the fact that off of that first Realm of Yang win, they got the Flamer, which means that they can go up against these other sustain compositions, or they can go up against the Matari team and use that 50% healing reduction on fire tick to just absolutely melt through the health bars. The other thing that they did, which was absolutely huge, was that they let the Zip die. They didn't try and revive 3-3-0. They cut their losses. They understood putting themselves into a position to be able to pull off that revive would potentially lead to not just the Zip going down, but the rest of the team. And they knew that they had the right heroes, but when the zone collapsed, all they had to do was prioritize living for that final zone collapse. And you can hear the comms going absolutely wild as they figure out that they have been able to do it. That Timald Schultzmith properly coming into play, that legendary fan and the Flamer, when there's just no room left for these other players to be able to dodge it, just becomes an absolute death sentence. And GG, there is no discussion, there is no potential upset coming through. It's not a 0.1 just out of the jaws of defeat, it's a 20 bomb. It's a definitive score as compared to all of the other teams in the lobby. GG off of that as well. Finish off the day. Even if we had gone to game 8, I feel like with a 32 score, would probably have been able to win the entire thing off of score alone too.
Yeah, I mean, they were still 10 points behind Wolves, even with the win today. Really, really big stuff from GG. They came in 5th in this game. No, it was 4th. They were in 4th this game. No, they were 5th because they were in the second.
They were 5th because
they came into this game in 5th position and left it at the top. If we were going off scores, they would be tied 2nd right now. But we're not going off scores. We're going off performance. They put their money where the mouth was, and absolutely huge performance coming in from GG. 2 bi-weekly finals back to back. They have won the most bi-weekly finals this season. They've actually been the most dominating team at the end of the season. I'm glad about this as well, because at the beginning of the season, I remember in the first 2 weeks, I just saw something in GG's play where I was like, wait, these guys are really good. And like, we always knew GG are good. They're a very, very talented team. But when OUG were kind of in the spotlight, where JL were in the spotlight, everyone was kind of talking about these guys. And GG, there was just this glimmer of greatness in them. And I think what makes it so great is they recognize that, and they have clearly worked on that this season. Like, this has been a massive improvement from GG. And I now think going in to the playoffs and everything, these guys are the team to watch. Like, there's no way you can't keep your eyes on GG after this. They're absolutely just incredible performance in the tail end of the season, and undisputably the best team in the league right now. 2 bi-weekly finals back to back. There's no way you can argue that.
Does that mean that potentially other teams are going to have to bend the knee and pick up the Valda pivot? Because if GG say it's wrong, just saying, they double picked it. So that's what, 3 times now? They fielded the Valda?
So I genuinely think we will see some people pick it up. I don't think as much as I'm a Valda apologist, I don't think she is as good as the top meta comps. I am not that much of a clown to say that she's going to be S tier, but I do genuinely think you'll see some teams at least practicing it. Whether or not they pull it out is another question, but keep your eyes on what the pros are doing in their spare games and what they're doing in their spare time and when they're scrimming. I think you'll start to see a few people pick it up here and there. I may see the odd team pick it up as a response, but it is a nice little kind of like pocket pick for them, because it's basically a freebie and you don't have to worry about anyone denying it. And I think that's the power in the Valda right now, is the ability they have the ability to play it to pretty good success, and also no one's going to be denying it from them. So I do expect to see a few people picking it up. I do think, though, the priority will stay on the current meta. I also do think that Monk should start to fall off again. I know everyone's going to be like, no, Monk's back. I have not been sold on Monk today. The best Monk we saw was actually FPX at the end of the day, where they were running the heal Karumi, so it felt like it was a lot harder to kill again. This armor Karumi Monk needs to go entirely. I don't think it works. But I do think, I think the Monk just is too hard countered right now. I just don't think it works, and I think the players bringing it back should have learned that today, because I don't think we saw, other than Wolves at the beginning of the day, like a particularly great performance from a Monk at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's had some good performances, like you've said. There have been some really strong games, but it's so dependent on so many different factors, I feel like. Like, Sand Siphon, consistently strong, can consistently MVP. Xiphon, consistently strong, can consistently MVP. No matter what terrain the final zone condenses into, you can always come back super strong from it, even if you lose like that first fight off at the rip. But Monk, especially with the changes coming through, a lot of the time you have to put so many of your resources into being able to, if you lose that first fight, manage to pick up armor and weapon scaling for both your Monk and your Yushan, as opposed to some of these other compositions like Cannonball. Yeah, you have to outfit your Farrier and your Yushan, but it's much more important that you outfit your Farrier with a weapon as opposed to with Monk, where you need both. As we can have a look and see the total damage. No surprises. It is going to be VVV is going to be able to come through with a very hefty number. 83 kills in total picked up for him with a total damage of 360,820. I'm guessing that's not from today. I'm guessing that's from the entire season. There is a reason.
I assume so. Yeah.
I would hope so. Although with VVV, I wouldn't put it past the guy. If anyone could do it, it's probably one of the defending world champs. As we can have a look and see the scoreboard, and this is going to be pretty damn significant because the top 6 teams are going to instantly get granted passage into the grand finals. Everybody else, so J Team 521 EWG, all of the teams in the last page and this page, with DRG just failing to make the cutoff, are all going to be back next week when we go into those LCQs.
To be fair to DRG, they made it to every bi-weekly final. Really, really impressive stuff from them. They've done very well on that front. J-Team on the opposite side, though, they have 0 bi-weekly final appearances this split, so they have some work to do in those last chance qualifiers. But OUG do still sit at the top overall. Narrowly, mind you. That's mostly because GG missed a week. They didn't attend the second bi-weekly, so 2 big performances at the end. And then OUG just consistently performing well. JL also consistently performing well. So it's very interesting to see, because I feel like JL, OUG, and GG are going to be super fun to watch throughout these bi-weekly, throughout the grand finals as they've been making their way through into that side. Very, very excited to see what's going to be coming from these lot. Wolves, I think the thing they need to work on is their stamina.
Mm-hmm.
I know that's a really weird way to say it, but like they seem to just nosedived in energy and performance towards the end of the day. They had like that game where that all or nothing game 6.
Yeah.
And then like that last game they looked completely shot. And I mean, even in the game 6, it just didn't feel enough, and maybe that's because it's Monk again, and you know me hating on Monk. But I just feel like Wolves, they definitely lost a lot of momentum throughout the day.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of these teams also losing momentum. Like WBG, even though they took one of the bi-weekly finals, not able to hit the peaks. We can actually have a look and see. That was WBG there, managing to take Trios bi-weekly 2 with OUG picking up the first. WBG Spider picking up the first for Solas and Mike for OUG after that AOW transfer, heading into 2024. Picking up the second, Spider then takes bi-weekly 3. GG managing to find the back-to-back, the only of both our solos and trios teams that were able to come in with a final bi-weekly finals back-to-back MVP push. So huge congratulations to GG, more than making up for the fact that, like you said, they did miss bi-weekly finals too as an appearance, and I feel like that lit a fire under them. They had a lot to prove. We saw it in solos yesterday with GG Shah. Like, he was coming in, he was making waves, he was out for blood. And GG's trios team especially, it feels like they handle not managing to be able to hit one of the expectations by just going back and working and practicing. As you get confirmation, we are going to be heading all too quickly into the grand finals. Solos is going to be on the 9th of June, and then trios is going to be on the 10th. However, we do get LCQs next week, so there's not all that much downtime for NARAKA for the movement from this week to the next week. That little bit of a pause, that little bit of a vacation is going to be felt by both myself and Jake, actually, because we'll be seeing you on the 10th. But until then, we just got to watch all of the action, lurk around in chat. And unfortunately for Jake, with GG not going for LCQs, you won't potentially get to see the Valda until we go into the pre-finals on Sunday.
This is fine because they'll cook up some stuff for the Valda. That's the main thing. Like, I expect more Valda comps to show up. Also, I genuinely do think some teams will have been practicing it. Whether or not they pull it out in LCQ is another thing, but I do expect some teams to be pulling it out at some point or having it prepped.
Again, not MVP worthy. Sorry, not MVP. No, not S tier character. But I think at least A tier. I think that is a fair estimate on the Valda. I think a lot of people are sleeping on her right now. Also, when we get the reworks down the line, you never know. You might want to be practiced up on your Valda, because when those reworks come in, I guarantee you she'll be S+. Easily. Easily S+ character. Well excited for
There's
that.
potentially a lot of shakeups coming for in NARAKA, because it's so interesting that like so many of these teams, it feels like they sat on strategies. This is something I've talked about with Raven and Dunking and you as well, like behind the scenes. The fact that it took so long for these teams to actually properly showcase the V3 Matari. We know she's due a rework. We might be wiping all of that away. That being said, unfortunately, we're going to be fading away. That is all of the games that we get. GG wrap up Game 7 with a nice, neat little bow of a 20 bomb and deny the Game 8 continuation. So hopefully you all got your banners, because that's the only time you could potentially get your hands on them. So once again, huge thank you for tuning in. We'll catch you all with the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League next week with LCQs. Bye-bye, everyone.
们加油！